While enjoying his meal, Lein leaned back for a moment, gazing out the restaurant window. Cars passed by on the streets, and the blue sky looked clear above the tall buildings. Lein then thought about his next culinary adventure. I need to try food from other countries. With all the power and wealth I have now, nothing is impossible. Maybe some French delicacies, pasta from Italy, or perhaps something more exotic from other alliances. Lein smiled. He knew that with his extraordinary abilities, he could go anywhere in this world or even to other country alliances to explore cuisines he had never tasted before. He continued finishing his meal over the next few minutes until he was done. After being satisfied with his meal and his plans for his next culinary journey, Lein stood up and walked out of MCD, ready to continue his journey to Pertwee Hospital. Lein's journey to the hospital resumed, passing through the city's busy main roads. It only took about 3 more minutes until Lein finally caught sight of the towering building dominated by white and green colors. From a distance, Pertwee Hospital consisted of 3 main structures, with the tallest one being the primary building where patients requiring extended care were treated. This building contained many rooms for patient accommodation and stood nearly 600 meters high. Apart from the main building, there were also 2 other supporting structures. One of these had a large transparent orb at its peak. Inside the orb was a floating green plant. Lein guessed that the orb was an artifact used for healing. The other building was equally impressive, with a massive fountain at its summit, where bright blue water flowed endlessly. Again, Lein assumed that everything served a healing purpose. A few moments later, Lein's car passed through the main gates of the hospital. After the entrance, the car moved through a lush green garden, where he saw some people walking for rehabilitation and nurses pushing patients in wheelchairs. Lein observed with a happy smile, remembering how difficult it was to receive such care at hospitals back on Earth. Services like these were only available if you paid extra and exhausted your wealth. There was no chance for poor people like him to experience such services. I won't do the same thing, Lein muttered to himself. He was determined to protect humanity and do his best to provide comfort, education, and adequate health care. Of course, only those with the will to live and proper behavior would receive such treatment. If anyone committed crimes or caused destruction, it wouldn't take more than a minute for the police to imprison them. That was also the case for Waiko Suryo, the man responsible for the fall of the Indonesian alliance. Waiko Suryo was currently imprisoned at an unusual level and would spend his entire life there, regretting his actions. Please, sir. The voice of his driver, who had just opened the door, woke Lein from his thoughts. He promptly exited the car and looked at the tall building before him. Not far away, near the hospital steps, he spotted a woman in a white uniform waiting for him. Status: name, Anisa, level 8, race, human from the blue planet. Power core, player. Rank, dash. Lein was slightly surprised by the level of the woman before him. It was known that people with certain professions on Earth typically avoided combat, preferring to continue their careers for survival. However, some professionals still cared about real strength and increased their level, like Dr. Anisa standing before him. Lein then walked closer and greeted Dr. Anisa. Hello, a broken bar. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dr. Anisa, Lein said, extending his hand for a handshake. Seeing Lein initiate a handshake, Dr. Anisa became even more nervous. She awkwardly moved her hand and shook Lein's hand. How broken bar? No, sir. No need to apologize, Anisa said with a slightly awkward smile. To her, it seemed odd for someone like Lein to apologize to her, who was just a humble doctor. I'll write a broken bar please, Lein said casually. He could sense how nervous the young doctor was, so he immediately focused on his purpose of asking her to guide him. Aha, broken bar. Yes, sir, a broken bar. Please follow me. Anisa then walked slightly ahead of Lein to guide him. They soon entered the hospital through a wide glass door, about 10 meters in width. Inside the hospital's main hall, they were greeted by a spacious room filled with chairs for patients waiting in line, a long reception desk manned by several staff with friendly smiles, and a positive ambience typical of a hospital. Not to mention the 1-meter-tall robots bustling around with various tasks, monitoring, cleaning floors, and delivering documents from one division to another. Please, sir, Next we will proceed to the examination and initial diagnosis area, Dr. Anisa said after noticing that Lein had finished observing the main hall. Lein nodded lightly and followed. They walked through the hospital's clean white corridors, which were fairly crowded but still easily passable. Several people who passed by Lein smiled warmly and slightly bowed as a gesture of gratitude. Although not directly involved, everyone in the city knew how significant Lein's role was in all the activities, buildings, facilities, and regulations within the city and the entire island area. Lein was not arrogant. He also responded to people's actions with a light nod and occasionally a warm smile. Very cool. A broken bar Anisa, who was leading the way, noticed all of Lein's actions. Her face was slightly red, and she was thinking strange thoughts. After all, she was still a normal girl who admired a powerful, wealthy, and impressive figure like Lein. Seeing Lein's friendly demeanor lessened her nervousness slightly, though it was now replaced by the joy of witnessing his actions firsthand. Lein noticed that Dr. Anisa's behavior seemed odd. Her steps were stiff, almost as if she had no purpose. "Doctor, are you all right?" Lein asked worriedly, approaching and turning Anisa around. "Sorry, sir, I don't feel well," Anisa said, her face flushed red like someone with a fever. Lein was a bit confused. He felt that this woman had been fine just moments ago. Why did she suddenly have a fever now? Unsure, Lein extended his hand directly to her forehead. "Sorry, sir, a broken bar." "What's a broken bar?" Anisa tried to move away, but Lein's hand was quicker and had already touched her forehead. "A broken bar, as I thought." "Let's get you checked out quickly." "A broken bar," Lein said with concern. But before he could finish his sentence, Anisa's body collapsed, fainting. Lein swiftly caught her, supporting her body. "For broken bar this woman," Lein said with a sigh. He then jokingly added with a hint of narcissism, "Have I become so handsome that even doctors faint?" "Her broken bar, silly." Lein shook his head. Shortly after, several people in white uniforms entered the room, followed by an elderly man who exuded an authoritative aura. "Hello, Mr. Lein." "Sorry to keep you waiting," greeted the elderly man with a voice that was calm yet warm. "Status: Name, Darso. Level, 21. Race, human from the blue planet. Power core, player. Rank, Tier 2. Lein scrutinized the elderly man with narrowed eyes, trying to assess the figure before him. From the status panel displayed, Lein knew that this elderly man was at level 21 and ranked as Tier 2. However, what caught his attention the most was the specialist doctor uniform the man was wearing, which indicated his professionalism. The old man's face radiated confidence, calmness, and deep wisdom. "Not a problem, Mr. Darso," Lein replied kindly as he released Anisa, who was still unconscious. Anisa was quickly taken by the nurses accompanying Dr. Darso. Afterward, Mr. Darso and Lein shook hands warmly, exchanging greetings. "Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Lein. I am Darso, the Deputy Director of Services," the elderly man said politely, explaining that his position was as the Deputy Director of the hospital responsible for its service standards. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Darso," Lein said in a relaxed yet respectful tone. He could sense the warmth and humility of the old man before him, who, despite his high position, did not show any arrogance. Meanwhile, the nurses who had come with Mr. Darso had taken the unconscious Anisa out of the room, leaving Lein and Mr. Darso alone. "Come, Mr. Lein. I will guide you further," Mr. Darso said, inviting Lein to follow his steps. The two then walked down the long, gleaming hospital corridor. It didn't take long before they arrived at a room with a reception desk surrounded by doors leading to the inpatient rooms where patients were staying. "This is the room registration area, sir. We ensure that every room here meets the highest standards, whether in terms of quality, service, or other facilities," Mr. Darso explained in detail, demonstrating his deep understanding of every aspect of the hospital. They then approached a large hologram board located in the center of the room. "This is the available room list, sir. All the information here is publicly accessible and transparent," Mr. Darso continued, not missing a single detail. "Good, very good," Lein nodded lightly, his eyes fixed on the room list displayed on the hologram. Each room came with photos, facility descriptions, food options, and room numbers. At the top of the hologram, Lein saw the numbers 4,717,000, indicating that out of 17,000 available rooms, about 4,700 were currently occupied. Lein didn't linger in the lodging area. After reviewing some details, he asked Mr. Darso to proceed to another area. "Certainly, sir." "Next, we will head to the pharmacy area," Mr. Darso said, promptly leading the way down one of the corridors that would take them to the hospital's pharmacy section. As Lein and Mr. Darso walked through the corridor leading to the pharmacy area, Lein could catch glimpses of the patients' rooms along the way. Each room appeared fully equipped and modern, with adequate facilities. He noticed beds with automatic adjustment technology, flat-screen televisions mounted on the walls, comfortable tables and chairs, and other well-arranged furnishings, creating a comfortable and luxurious atmosphere. All of this showed that the hospital paid special attention to patient comfort. Before long, they arrived at the pharmacy area, which was bustling with activity. A queue of patients waiting to collect their medication was quite long but well organized. Each patient held a prescription from their doctor, ready to hand it over at the pharmacy counter. Lein observed the medicine displays managed by several nurses who worked efficiently. The nurses received prescriptions from patients, carefully reviewed them, and then retrieved the appropriate medications from the neatly organized shelves behind them. Every medication given to patients came with a brief explanation from the nurse about how to use it, highlighting the importance of communication in their service. Lein's eyes were drawn to the impressive pharmacy area filled with advanced technology. Holographic panels floating in the air displayed information about various types of medications, including detailed descriptions and usage instructions. Additionally, several assistant robots moved agilely around the area, helping the nurses retrieve medicines from high shelves or organize stock with extraordinary precision. "This is the pharmacy area, Mr. Darso began to explain casually. He continued, "Here, we have efficient medication counters where patients can submit their prescriptions and receive the necessary medications. Registration is done quickly through our integrated system, minimizing waiting times. Over there, you can find comfortable restrooms for patients and visitors, and here, you can see information panels displaying all kinds of data about the medications we have." Lein nodded, admiring the speed and efficiency of the entire system. Mr. Darso continued his explanation, showcasing every part of the pharmacy area. He described how the information panels could be accessed by patients to learn more about the medications they received and how the assistant robots helped maintain smooth operations within the pharmacy. After the explanation, they moved to another part of the hospital to continue their tour, with Lein increasingly impressed by the high service standards and technological innovations applied in every corner of the hospital. Inside the spacious and futuristic elevator, Lein and Mr. Darso chatted casually while waiting for the lift to reach their designated floor. The atmosphere inside was comfortable, with soft lighting and an elegant interior design, reflecting the advanced technology of Pertwee Hospital. "Mr. Darso, what do you think about the impact of the system in this realm on our medical skills, we humans from Earth?" Lein asked in a relaxed tone, but his curiosity was evident. As someone in a high position, he wanted to understand the perspective of a specialist like Mr. Darso regarding the system's influence on the medical field. Hearing the question, Mr. Darso took a deep breath, seemingly gathering his thoughts before answering. His face displayed a mix of seriousness and awe. "Honestly, the system has had a tremendous impact, Mr. Lein," he answered firmly. He continued with a deeper tone, "By utilizing the system and the energy present in this realm, we are able to perform many medical actions that we could only dream of back on Earth. There were so many limitations there, whereas here, those boundaries seem to have vanished." Lein listened attentively, realizing he was hearing valuable insights from a professional in his field. "For example," Mr. Darso continued, "when he conducted internal organ examinations on Earth, we could only rely on technologies like electromagnetic waves and X-rays. While useful, the results were often unclear and lacked sufficient detail. But here, with the energy available in this realm combined with our system, we can view the internal structures of human organs very clearly, down to the smallest cells." Mr. Darso's voice carried a deep emotion. "As a doctor, He had a great passion for saving lives, and for him, moving to this divine realm was the realization of his dream. In this place, his desire to provide better medical care than ever available on Earth had become a reality. Lein could feel the hidden emotions behind Mr. Darso's words. A deep longing to do more, to save more lives, was evident in every word he spoke. The two exchanged a glance, briefly connected in a shared understanding of how crucial this technology was for the survival of humanity in this new realm. Their conversation was interrupted when the elevator door's display showed the number 15. Ding, a broken bar. Lein and Mr. Darso stepped out of the elevator and were greeted by the sight of the 15th floor, which was just as magnificent as the floors below. Lein noticed a large screen hanging from the ceiling, broadcasting important information easily accessible to anyone. Soft, comfortable white light filled the entire room, while assistant robots were visible at every corner of the floor, ready to offer help. The efficient and tidy reception desk looked busy attending to patients, a routine activity on every floor of this hospital. However, there was something different on this floor. Lein noticed the slightly anxious faces of patients waiting. This was not surprising, as the 15th floor was where surgeries and in-depth examinations were performed. For those experiencing these procedures for the first time, anxiety was understandable. This is the 15th floor, Mr. Lein. The floor where critical medical actions are taken, Mr. Darso explained patiently. Lein nodded, understanding the situation. His eyes were drawn to a few unique-looking doors on this floor. The doors were shaped like a plus sign, plus, with a bright green sprout logo. Lein quickly realized that these were the doors to the operating rooms. "Come, Mr. Lein," said Mr. Darso, guiding Lein toward one of the operating rooms. In front of the door, Lein saw a device with several buttons and a screen that looked futuristic. Mr. Darso had to press a few buttons and undergo a retina scan to open the door. "Retina scan in progress, please do not move." A mechanical voice was heard, providing clear instructions. Lein observed calmly, waiting for Mr. Darso to complete the verification. "Identity verified. Welcome, Dr. Darso." After the mechanical voice ceased, the door slowly opened, emitting a bright white light that momentarily obscured the view from outside. "Let's go in, Mr. Lein," invited Mr. Darso as he stepped into the room. Lein followed Mr. Darso into the operation area, a vast room radiating an aura of futurism and extraordinary sophistication. Soft blue light emitted from various medical devices placed around the room, creating a calm yet technologically advanced atmosphere. The room was filled with several transparent orbs about 3 by 3 meters in diameter, evenly spread out. Each orb seemed to float above a platform that appeared disconnected from the floor, creating a mysterious floating sensation. Inside the orbs, Lein could see patients being examined by doctors using advanced equipment in front of their computers. However, what surprised Lein at this moment was the strange and unusual description displayed on the device in front of him. Healing orb. Energy, 10,000. Purity, low level, basic. Creator, blue planet human race. Observation, conducts basic level observation of living beings within its realm. Observation results depend on the energy purity level. Creator, blue planet humans? Lein muttered in confusion. He then recalled that Nita had once informed him about Thesa, that some scientists working at Origin Laboratory had created items that could integrate with the system. However, since he was still in another realm earning contribution points at the time, Lein had to postpone visiting. His next plan was to visit the Origin Laboratory. He couldn't wait any longer. Right now, he was even seeing the items they had made firsthand. Although filled with many questions, Lein set them aside for now and continued to observe the operating room situation. "This is our operation area, Mr. Lein." Mr. Darso began his explanation with a proud tone. "The transparent orbs you see here are our most advanced diagnostic tools. Patients enter them, and the attending doctor conducts a thorough observation using real-time statistical data collected by the advanced computers in front of them. This data includes all kinds of information, from heart rate, blood pressure, and oxygen levels to DNA analysis." As Lein looked closer, he could see a patient sitting inside one of the orbs. The doctor outside the orb was examining various data appearing on the computer screen before him. Inside the room, complex graphs moved dynamically, displaying the patient's heart rate in real time, body temperature, and various other data interpreted by advanced software. On the other side of the room, there were several smaller chambers known as healing boxes. Mr. Darso continued his explanation. Aside from the transparent orbs, we also have healing boxes over there. These boxes are specifically designed for healing therapy through meditation. Inside, patients sit and are exposed to pure energy that directly works to repair damaged cells. This method is highly effective for healing minor illnesses like the flu, muscle pain, and more. Lein nodded, mesmerized by the advanced technology before him. He could feel how progressive and innovative the medical treatments at this hospital were. As they continued their tour, a middle-aged man with a weary expression approached one of the doctors on duty. "Doctor, I haven't been feeling well for the past few days. I've been sneezing, coughing, and I feel feverish," the man complained in a hoarse voice. The doctor on duty, a young woman with a calm and professional demeanor, nodded understandingly. "All right, sir. Let's examine your symptoms further. Have you been experiencing headaches or sore throat?" The man nodded slowly. "Yes, doctor. My head feels heavy, and my throat hurts, especially when swallowing." The doctor noted all the symptoms on her portable device and directed the man to enter one of the transparent orbs. "Please step into this orb, sir. We will conduct a more detailed examination to determine your condition." The man entered the orb, which closed gently with a soft sound, creating an airtight seal while still allowing the patient to breathe comfortably. Inside the orb, a soft blue light enveloped his body, and Lein observed as data began to appear on the computer screen in front of the doctor. The doctor examined the data carefully, monitoring the man's heart rate, blood pressure, and the composition of the air he was breathing. "Based on the initial examination, it seems you have a mild flu, sir. Your heart rate and blood pressure are normal, but there's a slight increase in body temperature indicating a mild fever." The doctor then entered several commands into the computer, and the orb began to emit a soothing green light. "This green light will help stabilize your body temperature temporarily," the doctor said in a gentle tone. After saying that, the doctor configured a tablet in front of her, and soon the healing boxes glowed blue on all sides. A few minutes later, the orb opened again, and the man appeared calmer after the brief examination session. The doctor directed him to one of the healing boxes located at the side of the room. "Please enter this healing box, sir. The pure energy inside will help repair any damaged cells caused by the flu infection. You just need to sit inside and relax for about 10 minutes. The doctor explained in a reassuring voice. Lein watched closely, and as he expected, the healing box was also a creation of the human race, proven by the status panel that appeared before his eyes. Healing box. Energy, 20,000. Purity, medium. Level, medium. Creator, human race from the blue planet. Observation, releases pure energy to repair damaged cells. Only effective at addressing damage to supportive cells. The man followed the doctor's instructions and entered the healing box. As soon as he sat down, the box door closed gently, and the atmosphere inside became warm and comfortable. Lein observed with keen interest how the pure energy, invisible to the naked eye, subtly worked around the patient's body, repairing damaged cells and restoring his vitality. Standing beside Lein, Mr. Darso spoke up. "These healing boxes are designed with highly refined pure energy technology. This energy penetrates the patient's body and accelerates the cell regeneration process. In just a few minutes, minor illnesses like the flu can be cured without the need for heavy medications." Lein nodded with a satisfied smile. The technology at this hospital was truly remarkable. Not only was it advanced, but it also provided tremendous benefits for the patients seeking treatment. "This is amazing, Mr. Darso. The technology you have here is truly advanced and incredibly beneficial. I'm delighted to see how well the Pertwee Hospital has progressed," Lein praised sincerely. "Thank you, Mr. Lein. All of this is thanks to your full support," Mr. Darso replied with a proud smile. "We always strive to provide the best for our patients, ensuring they receive care with the highest standards. He continued. After a few minutes, the healing box door opened again, and the man emerged looking fresher and healthier. A small smile appeared on his face as he thanked the doctor who had assisted him. "Thank you, doctor. I feel much better now." "I'm glad to hear that, sir. Remember to get plenty of rest and drink lots of water. If you have any other complaints, don't hesitate to come back," the doctor said warmly before returning to check the next patient in line. Lein continued to observe every detail in the room, from the transparent orbs to the healing boxes. In another corner of the room, he noticed several holographic panels displaying information about various diseases and treatment methods available at the hospital. All the information presented was detailed and easy to understand, providing patients with a clear understanding of their conditions. "I'd lose my hair just thinking about how they've managed to put all of this together," Lein muttered to himself after taking in the complexity of the hospital. Although his strength was unparalleled among humans, if he were tasked with designing all of this, he wouldn't even be able to complete 1% of it. Mr. Darso then invited Lein to take a closer look at the information panels. "These are the information panels we provide for patients and their families. Here, they can see essential information about medical conditions, treatment options, and health advice that can be followed at home." Lein focused on one of the panels displaying information about preventing infectious diseases. He carefully read how the hospital's technology was also used to monitor disease spread and reduce infection risk. "We strive to cover all aspects of care, Mr. Lein, from diagnosis to healing, and even education for prevention. All of this is well integrated into our system," Mr. Darso explained with great pride. "I'm very pleased to hear that, Mr. Darso. Please don't hesitate to ask for help from the government if you need it," Lein said sincerely, showing his support. Hearing Lein's words, a wide smile spread across Mr. Darso's face. For him, explaining all this to Lein was to gain the approval and support he hoped for. Although only spoken verbally, Lein's words carried far more weight than an official letter signed by the president. Broken bar. "I'm so glad to hear that, Mr. Lein," Mr. Darso said with overwhelming enthusiasm. "We will certainly need government support for further development," he continued, smiling happily. After spending considerable time in the treatment area, Lein and Mr. Darso decided to continue their tour of other parts of the hospital. Lein felt very satisfied with what he had seen. The advanced technology, efficient treatment methods, and the care provided to each patient further convinced him that this hospital was among the best in the heavenly realms. Lein's next exploration was to see the hospital's various supporting facilities, such as advanced surgical machines, drugs still in the research stage, and future development plans. As a specialist doctor and deputy director, Mr. Darso explained everything in great detail, ensuring that Lein understood every aspect clearly. Until late afternoon, Lein finally finished his tour at Pertwee Hospital. He bid farewell to Mr. Darso. He felt very pleased that the resources he provided were used to build a hospital with excellent service. However, before leaving, Lein asked about Dr. Anisa, who had fainted earlier. Mr. Darso contacted his subordinates and informed them that Dr. Anisa was on the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, Lein saw Dr. Anisa sitting quietly, as if waiting for someone. Dr. Anisa, who was daydreaming, felt someone watching her from afar. Sure enough, she saw someone she really didn't want to meet at this moment. "Come on. You can do it, Anisa," she whispered to herself, trying to strengthen her resolve. She then stood up, with a face that began to flush. She slowly walked towards Lein, who was approaching her. "What's wrong with you?" "Just relax," Lein spoke first. He didn't want the girl in front of him to faint again. Sorry, sir. I fainted earlier," Anisa said with a trembling voice, trying her best to articulate each word. "I wasted your time, Mr. Lein," she continued, rushing to finish her sentence. Lein observed the girl's entire body language, the way she kept her head down, her trembling voice making him feel sorry for her. He didn't respond and stood still, giving the girl some silent time. Anisa also felt that something was wrong. She raised her head slightly and saw Lein's calm gaze. He wasn't angry nor smiling, just like an ordinary young man on the street. Sorry, sir." This time, Anisa was a bit better. She looked into Lein's eyes and bowed properly. "Ha ha. Why are you so nervous?" "There's nothing to be afraid of," Lein said casually. Anisa felt nervous again, but she quickly adapted and said, "It's nothing, sir. I don't know either." Lein could only shake his head hearing the girl's answer. He didn't press further. He then pulled out a black pouch from his spatial storage ring. Black pouch. Silver badge, 1. Exp bottle tier 5, 100. Energy crystals, 100,000. Gold chest, 1. Take this. By using all these items, I hope you won't be nervous when we meet again, Lein said with a small smile, handing the black pouch to Anisa. Anisa thought it was just an ordinary black pouch. She took it without hesitation and didn't check its contents. She just wanted Lein to leave and let her be alone. Lein deliberately gave her 100 exp tier 5 bottles and a silver badge. He hoped the girl would level up to level 20 and promote to tier 2. He hoped she would gain a bit of self-pride and not be so nervous when meeting someone stronger than her. Not wanting to trouble the girl further, Lein bid her farewell and headed towards the hospital exit, continuing his journey to the Origin laboratory. "See you, Mr. Lein." Behind him, Anisa spoke in a relieved tone as she watched Lein's back as he walked away. She then looked at the black pouch in her hand. Curious, she tried to sense the contents of the pouch. "What?" Anisa shouted loudly. Several people nearby noticed her. A mother nursing her baby not far away on the waiting bench looked at Anisa with a hostile expression. Sorry. Anisa realized her foolish act, then shrank in embarrassment. She went to the doctor's lounge to check the contents of the pouch again. With his sharp hearing, Lein actually heard Anisa's surprised scream. He just ignored it. He had expected it, given the girl's shy nature. A floating island, 200 meters in length, moved at a speed of 10 meters per second, traversing the void without obstacles. The island was barren, with only a few defense towers, sturdy wooden fences, and several people standing guard, watching their surroundings attentively. They looked like a team on a mission. A middle-aged man with a large sword led the team. Behind him were 2 men and 2 women, helping him monitor the island's surroundings. "Damn, why is Lightbird Island so hard to find?" said a man in gray-black armor. His face was slightly contorted in annoyance at not finding what they were looking for. "Yeah. Someone mentioned in the racial chat that the Lightbird Island would appear in this area every now and then," said a woman with a magic staff, wearing a similar expression. The middle-aged man leading the team didn't speak. He just continued to observe the front, ensuring nothing unexpected happened. This group of 5 were a hunter team on a mission they had taken from the mission board at the Hunter Association in the City of Life. Hunters had legal access to explore outside Lein's main island. Ordinary people who wished to explore beyond the island, whether by flying ship or floating island, would not be easily permitted. At least a Tier 2 guardian had to be on board, the route must be clear, and strict identity checks had to be passed. Lein deliberately made the rules stringent to prevent humans of the Earth race from dying in vain. However, he didn't want to imprison them on the island forever. So he allowed hunters to explore beyond the island and be responsible for themselves. "Mr. Kate, we will lose if we don't find the light bird today," said the man in black armor with a frustrated expression. The other 4 team members who heard it felt the same. They had, of course, paid a number of energy crystals to rent the 200-meter floating island they were on. They paid 500 energy crystals for 1 day and would pay 5% of the mission's outcome to the floating island's owner. The price of 500 crystals depends on the size and the number of towers or buildings on the island. The stronger the island, the more expensive the rental fee. Though it seemed expensive, it was actually much cheaper compared to renting a combat ship. Combat ships had a rental cost of at least 5,000 energy crystals per day. However, the advantage lay in the speed, which was almost twice that of floating islands, and the well-integrated defense towers. Typically, only high-ranking hunters use combat ships as their transportation in the void. "Everyone, get ready." "I sense the presence of a monster not far away," said a woman with a wooden bow slung across her back. She leapt onto the fence and looked ahead with a serious expression. "Are you sure, Lena?" asked the team leader, Mr. Kate, with a serious expression. "Yes, Mr. Kate," At least an island with a size of 300 meters, the woman continued, her ears twitching as she tried to catch the sound waves of the monster. Damn. 300 meters. Everyone, charge the towers. Mr. Kate shouted loudly, filled with strong concern. Immediately, all team members ran to each tower on the island. After a brief pause to check the tower's status panel, they inserted crystals into the energy fill slot. Once completed, the towers in front of them lit up with white light, indicating that the towers were now active and ready to fire. From one tower to the next, everything was done in just a few minutes. All the towers were now activated. The five gathered in front of the wooden fence on the island. They stood nervously, waiting to see what kind of monster they would face. Soon, in the distance, the dark silhouette of a 300-meter island appeared. The island moved quickly, and as it got closer, they could see that it was filled with terrifying creatures, a mountain cobra race. Giant cobras with rocky scales and sharp, poisonous fangs coiled around large rocks in the center of their island. Their eyes glowed red, and toxic green venom dripped from their mouths. Mountain cobra race. This is going to be a tough fight, Mr. Kate muttered as he drew his large sword. Stay focused. We've trained for this. Their floating island stopped as the enemy island approached, only a few dozen meters away. Hissing and roaring sounds filled the air as the cobras began slithering out of their island, ready to attack. Fire the towers. Now! Shouted Mr. Kate. Immediately, the towers on the floating island unleashed energy bullets that shot toward the Cobra Island. Small explosions erupted as the bullets hit the ground and the bodies of the cobras. Arrows laced with fire flew swiftly, raining down mercilessly on the mountain cobra monsters. Large cannons filled with energy floated above and fell onto the Cobra Monster Island, causing massive explosions that turned the monsters into pools of fresh blood. Lena quickly shot her arrows at one of the cobras that managed to get close. Her arrow hit its mark, piercing the creature's eye, causing it to tumble to the ground. One down. She shouted, "Get ready, activate your equipment." Mr. Kate yelled loudly. The Cobra Island was now close and collided with their island with great force. Boom! Crash! Following the impact, dozens, even hundreds of mountain cobra monsters rushed toward Mr. Kate's team. Hiss! Swoosh! The 5 members of Mr. Kate's team, with serious expressions, observed the oncoming horde of mountain cobra monsters. The cobra's status panels appeared before them all. Mountain cobra, level 12. Type, assassin. Attributes, STR-43, int 21, AG 32, Res 29. Bone poison. Sprays poison in a 10-meter radius forward. Bone poison causes paralysis on the target for 5 seconds, reducing the Res attribute by 10 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mountain Cobra, level 15. Type, assassin. Attributes, STR-63, int 41, AG 51, Res 47. Bone poison. Sprays poison in a 10-meter radius forward. Bone poison causes paralysis on the target for 5 seconds, reducing the Res attribute by 10 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Damn. Level 15, said Mr. Kate, who was now leaping high into the air, ready to slash a level 10 cobra monster. The other team members also activated their skills. In an instant, their power increased, and various spells of different colors emanated from their weapons. However, their expressions turned grim when they saw the level 15 Cobra monster. Among them, only Mr. Kate was at level 15, followed by Lena at level 13, while the rest were at level 11. Arrow Rain. Lena, the woman wielding a wooden bow, shouted loudly. Arrow Rain is a skill that all archers gain when they first promote. It's not without reason this skill is highly effective against swarming enemies. Dozens of arrows fell from the sky, raining down on the mountain cobra group. SSS-rank. Hiss! The 2-meter-long mountain cobras slithered swiftly, trying to dodge the arrows as best as they could. The mountain cobras had rock-hard skin, so even if Lena's arrows hit them, only those that struck vital areas could incapacitate the cobras. Frost Barrage. The woman using ice magic stepped forward, quickly chanting a spell. A number of ice balls formed in the air and shot toward a group of cobras. The ice balls struck them, freezing their massive bodies and slowing their movements, making them easier to take down. Mr. Kate hovered in the air momentarily before descending rapidly, his sword gleaming, ready to slash one of the level 10 mountain cobras that charged forward. In an instant, the cobra's fangs tried to strike Mr. Kate, but deftly, he twisted his body mid-air, evading the deadly attack. Clang! Mr. Kate's greatsword collided with the rocky body of the mountain cobra, creating a loud sound, but only a small crack appeared. Kate's eyes narrowed. "You're tough." But this isn't over. With all his strength, he used his entire body to launch a vertical strike, slashing the cobra's head right at the weak spot between its scales. Thick green blood spurted out, and the creature collapsed to the ground, convulsing before dying. Successfully killed. Mountain cobra, level 10, X plus 53. The kill notification rang in Mr. Kate's ears. However, he wasn't complacent. He scanned the area, locked onto his next target, and dashed forward with full confidence, smashing the mountain cobras. Meanwhile, Lena didn't stop firing her arrows at high speed, aiming her arrows at the eyes of the cobras trying to approach. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she focused her gaze on the level 15 mountain cobra that was getting closer. "This is no ordinary enemy," she murmured softly, reaching for a special arrow from her quiver, a poison-tipped arrow she only used in emergencies. On the other side of the battlefield, the other team members were beginning to feel the immense pressure. They fought fiercely against the swarm of mountain cobras attacking from all directions. The woman, using ice magic, breathing heavily, launched her next attack, Frost Prison. She yelled. Larger ice shards than before shot from her hands, forming a frozen wall that trapped several mountain cobras inside. "I need more time to hold them," she shouted to the rest of the team. Mr. Kate heard the shout and leapt back into position, protecting the other team members. Before him now stood a level 15 mountain cobra, a giant snake larger than the others, with glowing red eyes and bone poison dripping from its fangs. "Come here, monster," Kate sneered. The cobra swung its tail with lightning speed, but Kate quickly used his defensive maneuver, raising his sword to block the attack. A heavy impact ensued, but Kate held his ground firmly. As the cobra launched a series of attacks, Mr. Kate deftly dodged left and right, looking for an opening amidst the monster's relentless onslaught. Kate's eyes caught a small movement at the cobra's neck, and he knew this was the perfect moment. Taking a deep breath, he leapt high again, this time activating his signature move. Heaven slash! Kate shouted loudly. His sword glowed with a bright red light, absorbing energy from his entire body. In an instant, his attack slashed through the mountain cobra right at its vital point, causing a massive explosion around it. Shards of stone and blood splattered in all directions. However, even though it was slashed, the level 15 mountain cobra was still alive, hissing angrily as green venom began to spread from the large wound on its neck. The creature retaliated quickly, spraying bone poison toward Kate. Damn it! Kate jumped back, but the poison hit his left shoulder. A burning sensation spread through his body, and he felt the paralyzing effects quickly taking over. Despite this, he forced himself to move, using his sword as support as his body began to weaken. "Mr. Kate!" shouted the middle-aged man whose body had transformed into a towering, 2-meter humanoid panda with black and white fur. His large claws gripped the mountain cobra's tail with ease, swinging it without any sign of fatigue. His gaze focused on Mr. Kate, who looked weakened by the deadly poison spreading through his body. With a determined look, the panda man tossed the mountain cobra's tail aside. Then, without hesitation, he lifted a large rock lying on the ground. His movements were swift and powerful, as if the rock was nothing more than a pebble in his hands. "Throw it!" he shouted loudly. The massive rock flew through the air like lightning, closing the distance between him and the cobra that was about to attack Mr. Kate. A loud crash echoed as the rock struck the cobra's head with perfect accuracy. A piercing shriek followed by a sharp hiss filled the air as the mountain cobra staggered and fell, writhing before it finally stopped moving. Successfully killed. Mountain cobra, level 13, EXP plus 61. Even though one threat had been eliminated, Dozens of other mountain cobras still surrounded the team. Their hisses grew louder, and their red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty lust. "Mr. Kate, are you all right?" asked the panda man as he approached Mr. Kate, who was now kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling from the effects of the poison. I can manage," replied Mr. Kate in a hoarse voice, struggling to stand. Despite his pale face, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "This poison. It only paralyzes me slightly. We must hold on, or this will be the end of us all." With great effort, Mr. Kate pulled a small vial of potion from his bag. He hoped that the potion was strong enough to counteract the effects of the bone poison spreading through his body. Meanwhile, the other team members continued to fight with relentless determination. Although their bodies were starting to tire and were wounded, they showed no signs of giving up. Their bravery was the last barrier between life and death. Attack after attack was launched with precision. The Ice Mage summoned large chunks of ice, mercilessly striking the mountain cobras and freezing them in place. Lena, with her archery skills, rained arrows on the enemies, piercing their tough hides with deadly accuracy. Each time her arrows hit vital points, a cobra fell lifeless. On the other side, the panda man demonstrated his combat prowess. With every martial move he used, a mountain cobra would surely collapse. His fists were powerful, and each punch sent waves of energy that shattered the enemy's bones. Despite the overwhelming number of mountain cobra monsters, Mr. Kate's team had a significant advantage in their variety of skills, particularly due to the abilities and techniques they possessed. This advantage stemmed from the ongoing inter-race war event, which granted humans access to the higher realms. Through this access, they could acquire essential resources such as skill books, combat equipment, healing potions, and other rare items, as long as they had energy crystals as currency. This allowed them to continue evolving and enhancing their combat capabilities. Explosions filled the air as the island's defense towers fired energy bullets. The monsters fell one by one, unable to match the combined strength of the team and human technology. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, Level 10, EXP plus 53. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, Level 11, EXP plus 57. Successfully killed. Mountain Cobra, Level 14, EXP plus 63. A few minutes later, the battle was over. Mr. Kate's team had defeated the swarm of mountain cobras, though they had paid a heavy price in blood and wounds. Battles like these had become daily routines for the hunters. Every day, hunter teams gathered at the Hunter Guild to plan their next steps and decide on the missions they would take. In the initial stages, they would form teams, ensuring a balanced composition between attackers, supporters, and strategists. Once the formation was set, they would look for missions that matched the team's strength and skills. These missions were posted by various organizations needing hunters' help to gather materials, secure areas, or fight dangerous creatures. One common example was Pertwee Hospital. As the largest medical institution in the City of Life, they required various raw materials to produce medicines and medical equipment. However, many of these materials could only be obtained from outside the island, sometimes in dangerous locations that only hunters could reach. Therefore, they regularly submitted missions to the Hunter Guild, hoping these adventurers would collect large quantities of materials. It wasn't just Pertwee Hospital. Other organizations also contributed by offering missions. One such organization was the Material Procurement Organization, which focused on collecting and selling raw materials to various other organizations. They frequently posted missions to hunt rare materials to meet the ever-increasing market demand. The materials collected by the hunters were not just for medical needs but also for construction, technological research, art, and even fashion. For hunters, joining missions wasn't just about earning rewards or payments. There was a sense of pride in helping fellow humans, ensuring that the human race continued to grow and become stronger. Humans are social creatures, and the need for mutual assistance is part of their very essence. Meanwhile, on Lein Island, specifically in the City of Life, Lein's private car slowly stopped in front of a magnificent building. This building was unlike any other, modern with shiny silver walls that reflected sunlight, adding an elegant impression. The transparent glass surrounding the structure was as clear as crystal, making the entire building appear open yet still exuding an aura of mystery. This grand building was the Origin Laboratory, the most advanced technological research center on Lein Island. The top of the building was adorned with a large dome made of glass, showcasing its interior clearly from the outside. Inside the dome, a massive metal plate rotated slowly, symbolizing innovation and technological advancement. This plate was not just a decoration but one of the most crucial components of the laboratory's mechanism, powered by crystal energy as its primary source. Lein stepped out of his car calmly, assisted by his personal driver. He gazed at the large building before him, a symbol of progress that functioned not just as a laboratory but also as a technological hub that would determine the future of Lein Island and humanity. At the entrance, an old man in a white scientist's uniform stood waiting. His long robe draped down, and his clear glasses emitted an aura of wisdom. His face was lined with wrinkles of experience, but his eyes were still sharp, as if he had been through countless studies and experiments. Again, Lein slightly frowned when he saw the status panel of the old man in front of him. Status: Name, Ares. Level, 23. Race, Human from the Blue Planet. Power Core, Player. Rank, Tier 2. Yes. The old man waiting for him was a Tier 2 ruler. It was easy to imagine how strong his background was. Even if he had spent his time doing research, he still managed to level up to 23 and become a Tier 2 ruler. Seeing Lein getting closer, the old scientist greeted him and shook Lein's hand warmly. Although he had a high background and position at the Origin Laboratory, the person before him was no ordinary man but the owner of the island they were on. "Hello, Mr. Lein. Welcome. Nice to meet you," the old man greeted with a warm smile. Lein was intrigued. He shook the old man's hand and returned the greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ares," Lein said casually. He already knew Mr. Ares's name because his staff had briefed him about every detail of his visits. The report mentioned that the person who would be guiding him was Mr. Ares, the head of the Mecha Technology Department. Yes, one of the primary research areas of the Origin Laboratory was mecha technology. "Please, Mr. Lein," Mr. Ares said as he immediately invited Lein to follow him toward the entrance of the Grand Origin Laboratory. The automatic doors opened smoothly, revealing an interior filled with advanced technology. Every corner of the laboratory was clean and filled with bright white light, reflecting off the perfectly polished equipment. The glass floor gave a futuristic feel, while the walls were lined with panel screens displaying data in holographic forms. "Welcome to the Origin Laboratory, Mr. Lein," said Mr. Ares with a smile. "Here, we research and develop technologies capable of transforming human life. Most of our work focuses on mecha technology and developing new systems that can help humanity progress further," Mr. Ares explained clearly. Lein nodded while observing his surroundings. Along the hallways, he saw scientists busy at their workstations, studying various tools and formulas connected to the situation in the celestial skies. There was something intriguing about how they worked. A high efficiency and focus radiated from everyone in the room. Additionally, upon further observation, Lein noticed several scientists from other countries, wearing badges with the flags of the United States, Japan, France, and Germany on their uniforms. Scientists from various allied nations are very interested in working here because we have abundant resources and technology far more advanced than in their home alliances, Mr. Ares continued with a proud tone. This laboratory provides opportunities for research that might not be possible elsewhere. Lein nodded in agreement. It was true that the materials and resources provided by his alliance were incredibly abundant. There was no place richer than his island. The scientists before him would surely do anything to pursue experiments that occupied their minds. But Lein didn't want it to be that way. He wanted the scientists to be given their rights as they deserved. The two of them walked further, passing a room where some scientists were researching chemical reactions in large glass tubes. Lein paused for a moment to observe the process. "What are they doing here?" Lein asked. Mr. Ares explained, They are trying to understand how to transform raw chemical substances into usable materials for new technology. This process is crucial because we use these substances to create new items that can enhance everyday human life. Lein nodded while looking deeper. Some scientists were recording the results of the reactions, while others were busy with 3D simulation models floating in the air. The atmosphere in the room was highly productive, full of innovation and experimentation. After some time, Mr. Ares led Lein to a more specific division, the creation division. As the door opened, Lein was immediately greeted by a different atmosphere. This room was much larger, filled with various advanced equipment and large work tables occupied by ongoing projects. On the walls of the room, stacks of gleaming crystals were neatly displayed. "This is the creation division," Mr. Ares said, pointing toward the stack of crystals. "This division is responsible for creating items beneficial to humanity by utilizing crystal technology as an energy source," he continued clearly. Lein observed the power crystals Mr. Ares mentioned. A status panel appeared. Crystal battery power, energy, 1000. Energy consumption, 100 energy crystals, minute. Creator, blue planet human race. Indeed, these crystals are different from energy crystals, Lein murmured to himself. At first, he assumed that the energy source of the devices made here used regular energy crystals, but it turned out to be different. Lein seemed intrigued. "How does this crystal technology connect with items made by humans?" he asked curiously. Mr. Ares smiled, seemingly having anticipated the question. "These power crystals contain natural energy that is very stable and strong. In their raw form, crystal energy cannot be used directly. However, with the technology we've developed, we can create a connection between these crystals and human-designed items. Essentially, these crystals serve as batteries that power various devices or items we create," he further explained. "First, the energy crystals must undergo a special purification technique. In this process, we stabilize the energy within them and convert it into a usable form. After that, this energy can be linked to items like weapons, transportation devices, or even mechas. By using control panels integrated into these items, humans can easily access and control the crystal energy." Lein carefully watched as some scientists in the room were working on creating a crystal-powered robotic arm. The tools they used appeared highly precise, reflecting the importance of each step in this process. Mr. Ares continued, "The advantage of these crystals over other resources is their efficiency. Crystals can store and transmit large amounts of energy without losing much power. This makes them a highly valuable energy source in various fields of research and technology." Lein nodded in agreement. "So, these energy crystals are not just a system's currency but also act as a bridge between technology and humans, allowing smoother and more efficient interaction," Lein said, wanting to confirm. "Exactly," Mr. Ares replied. "We are currently developing this technology further, hoping that one day all aspects of human life can be enhanced by utilizing crystal energy," he explained. Lein was amazed to see how this technology was developed at the Origin laboratory. Everything here seemed more advanced compared to other technological research facilities he had seen. "This is an incredible achievement, Mr. Ares," Lein said, glancing at a table displaying the prototype of a robotic arm that had just been completed. "I am confident that the future of humanity will change drastically thanks to the technology you are developing here." Mr. Ares smiled proudly. "We are doing our best to realize this vision, Mr. Lein. And with your support and the resources of this island, I am sure the Origin laboratory will continue to be at the forefront of technological innovation." After touring the entire creation division and observing some prototypes under development, Lein became increasingly interested in the potential of this power crystal technology. He also saw several research projects on the human body using crystals as an energy source to enhance human physical abilities. Before concluding their tour, Lein thanked Mr. Ares for his guidance and said, "I hope to see the final results of this research soon. Technologies like these will become key pillars for the development of our human race." Mr. Ares nodded in agreement. "Of course, Mr. Lein. We will continue to work hard to achieve that goal." Lein then left the Origin laboratory full of hope and optimism. The knowledge and technology he witnessed in this laboratory opened up many possibilities for the future of humanity, especially on the island he built. After inspecting the Origin laboratory, Lein decided to continue exploring other parts of the city. He wanted to ensure that every project was going according to plan and that the residents were becoming more comfortable living in the city of life. One of his stops was at the construction site of a 200-meter-tall skyscraper that would become the new trade center. From a distance, Lein saw a steel beam floating toward the top of the building without any visible support. Curious, he looked down and saw a wide, flat device at the base. Everything placed on that platform would float up toward the sky. What an amazing device, Lein said in awe. After the beam reached the top, the workers were busy installing large windows overlooking the cityscape. He paused for a moment, observing an architect giving instructions to the construction team. They looked focused, and the building process was progressing with impressive efficiency. Good, Lein thought with a smile. He was proud to see his vision for the city coming to life faster than he had imagined. As the day turned to dusk, Lein's spirit remained undimmed. He continued his journey, visiting various smaller projects and new public spaces, city parks, and even a new teleportation terminal designed to accommodate more residents. Night fell, and Lein felt satisfied after hours of touring. Gazing at the star-filled sky, he returned to the city hall. The building stood majestic, towering in the city center as a symbol of governance and control. The streetlights illuminated his path, and the residents still active at night greeted him with respect and admiration. Not long after, Lein's car, moving slowly around the city hall area, finally stopped in front of the building. As usual, his driver promptly stood by the car and respectfully opened the door. "Thank you," Lein said casually as he stepped out. He walked toward the large entrance of the city hall at a leisurely pace. Lein stepped into the city hall, a vast room exuding modern luxury and elegance. The walls were clad in glass and metal, intricately etched to create an elegant and futuristic atmosphere. Crystal chandeliers adorned the high ceilings, casting a soft light throughout the space. In the center of the room stood a modern bronze statue symbolizing progress and unity, emblematic of the city of life. Shiny white marble floors stretched to the far end, where a spiral staircase with steel railings led to the upper floor. Lein walked across the spacious main hall, passing several staff members who greeted him with respect. He headed toward the dining room, where he heard the sounds of light conversation. Other guests? Lein wondered. Sure enough, as he entered the dining area, his gaze was drawn to three women enjoying dinner together. Nita, who was the first to notice Lein's arrival, smiled and greeted him. "Hello, brother. You're finally back. We're having dinner. Care to join us?" Next to Nita, Laras sat calmly, looking relaxed yet still captivating. She raised her hand slightly as a greeting without saying anything. Beside Laras, a girl with twin braid looked shy, her body tensing slightly when she realized Lein had entered. Her face flushed, and she didn't dare to look directly at him. The girl kept her head down, busying herself with her meal, clearly feeling awkward. Lein smiled softly and stepped closer to the table. "Hello, Ellen, how are you?" Lein greeted the girl with twin braids named Ellen. Yes, Lein knew who their girl was. The shy girl before him possessed powerful summoning abilities, rivaling even the beast masters Lein had encountered in other realms. During missions or battles to earn points, the girl in front of him always wore a veil, never showing her shy face directly to strangers. "Hello, leader." "I'm good." Good," Ellen replied, still not daring to look at Lein for long. Hearing Ellen's broken response, Lein could only sigh deeply. Even though she was a core member of the Alliance, the girl in front of him still treated him as a stranger. He then tried to find a good topic to make the girl less afraid of him. "Ha. You're still as shy as ever." "You're amazing, Ellen," making it into the top 5 ranks, Lein praised enthusiastically. Not as he had hoped, Ellen became even more embarrassed. She didn't respond to Lein and just sat in silence, staring at her plate. "Ugh. Brother, what are you doing? If you don't want to join us, just go," Nita yelled angrily. She had invited Laras and Ellen because she was tired of being alone. Laras and Ellen were among the 3 female core members of the Alliance. The other member was Hana. As women, they naturally became closer and formed a special bond that even Lein couldn't break into. Agreed, Laras, who usually didn't talk much, also spoke up for Ellen's sake. "What's with these girls?" Lein wondered, confused. Not wanting to create more problems, he quickly left the dining area and headed upstairs toward his private room. It didn't take long for him to reach the floor where his bedroom was. Opening the door, Lein was greeted by a room with a warm, positive atmosphere, enhanced by the city view from the window, adding a cozy vibe to the space. "So beautiful," Lein said as he removed his outer clothing, gazing at the night view of the city through the window. Humanity had been in the divine sky realm for over a month. Initially, everyone had the same start, the same system, the same opportunities. But only the lucky and chosen individuals would survive. Lein was among them, possessing an SSS-level talent. Among the top alliance leaders, like the American, Chinese, and Russian alliances, all their leaders had at least S-level talents. An S-level talent never disappoints and always has a significant impact, even if indirectly, like Lein's talent. After changing into his sleepwear, Lein threw himself onto the large bed in the center of the room. Stretching his muscles and joints, Lein felt refreshed and relieved. "I wonder how the human race chat is doing?" Lein asked himself. Since the emergence of social media, the use of race chat had decreased. Although race chat allowed long-distance communication and group chats, social media provided various platforms. Some companies even created highly popular apps from Earth that attracted many users in just a few days. The only advantage of race chat was sending messages over vast distances, while social media required transmitters to send messages between alliances. However, Lein was confident that human technology would advance rapidly, and social media would eventually match the distance capabilities of race chat. Opening the human race chat, Lein saw that there were still some ongoing conversations. Blue Planet Human Race Chat. Blessed One, hello everyone, good evening. I missed the floods back on Earth. Frown. White Rabbit, tune in tonight, Ariel will be live. Here's the link. 30. Haruka. My points have reached 50,000. I'll be promoting to Tier 2 in a few days. Jaren, skill books in the Eros realm are very expensive, don't come to this realm. Handk, promotion at the Alliance's world market. Don't miss out. Yeah. The conversations were pretty light. Not as terrifying as the early days of humanity's arrival, when every second, every minute, brought news of a fallen human leader. Time to Gaka, Lein said in a bored tone. Rising from the bed, Lein walked toward the large bookshelf in the room's corner. The shelves were filled with books on strategy, technology, and world history. Without hesitation, Lein pulled one of the books from the middle of the shelf. A hidden mechanism clicked, and a panel in the room began to move, revealing access to his private room, a secret chamber where he kept his most valuable possessions. Lein stepped into the white corridor. At the end of the hallway, a spacious room filled with racks of large golden chests bearing ancient, faintly glowing symbols came into view. This was part of his nightly routine. Opening one epic chest before bed, with a faint smile, he walked toward the center of his secret room, ready to see what surprise awaited him tonight. Open, epic chest, are you sure? Yes. Suddenly, a purple light radiated from the epic chest. Bright and mesmerizing. Tiny stars sparkled around the chest, creating a magical atmosphere. Successfully opened, epic chest, obtained, mid-level energy crystal X150. Lightning boots, level 30 X1. Semang seed X10. Successfully opened, epic chest, obtained, energy crystal X650. Double-eyed sword, level 35 X1. Prayer stone X36. That night, only the monotonous voice of the system accompanied Lein. Steadfast, he confirmed each chest opening, glanced briefly at the contents, and proceeded to the next one. The occasional bouts of boredom crept in as he opened chest after chest, but the thought of the potential within each item quickly rekindled his excitement. With his current power at level 50 Tier 3, Lein already possessed more than 5 high-level artifacts and equipment. His gear, tempered to a purple grade, provided a 15% attribute bonus. As a result, he wasn't particularly interested in ordinary items even when level 30 or level 40 items appeared. He would only glance at them briefly before dismissing them. His chest-opening activity continued until 10:30 p.m. Afterward, Lein meticulously tidied up his storage room, ensuring every chest and item was in its proper place before exiting his private space. With calm steps, Lein walked through the secret corridor connecting the storage room to his bedroom. His mind remained occupied with plans on how to utilize the newly acquired items, especially some valuable ones that could enhance his alliance's strength. The next morning, Lein woke up feeling refreshed. Although he hadn't found anything extremely valuable from the epic chests he opened the night before, he had still gained dozens of pure artifacts, each with unique abilities. Lein yawned, his body stretching along with his deep breath. The muscles in his strong arms tensed, revealing his hidden strength. After a moment of gathering himself, he stepped down from his bed. With light steps, he walked toward the bedside table. His gaze met the reflection of a refreshed young man in the large mirror. His black hair was still messy, but his eyes radiated vitality. Lein now looked vastly different from when he first entered the divine sky realm. Back then, his face resembled that of a man in his 30s, burdened by the pressures of life and work. But now, he appeared more like a young man in his early 20s, full of spirit and unburdened. "Seems like the stories in those novels are true," he murmured with a faint smile, his eyes fixed on his handsome reflection in a mirror. Lein recalled his high school days when he loved reading novels and fiction. Almost every story depicted the same thing: the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body, and one's appearance could be maintained at its peak. "Tomorrow is the last day of the interracial war event," he muttered, remembering Elder One's words. His thoughts kept circling around Etheris, the realm where they currently resided. From Elder One's stories, Lein concluded that the creatures living outside Etheris were much stronger and more terrifying. "Etheris," Lein whispered softly, lost in thought. But after a few seconds, he shook his head, trying not to dwell on it. He had done his best so far. In fact, he had reached the maximum level achievable, level 50. A feat that only he and Nita had managed to accomplish. Leaving his reflection in the mirror, Lein turned toward another door in his room, the door to the bathroom. He felt a fresh breeze wafting from inside as the door opened, welcoming him. Inside, he turned on the faucet, and the sound of water started filling the room. The water fell gently, creating a serene flow. As it hit the marble floor, each drop sounded calming, like a morning symphony of nature. Lein extended his hand, feeling the cool water running over his skin. The sound of water rippling as it touched his body made the atmosphere more peaceful, erasing any lingering worries in his mind. After a few minutes, Lein exited the bathroom, drying himself with a soft, thick towel. He walked toward the wardrobe and picked up a casual blue shirt, a usual choice for his daily wear. The fabric was comfortable, simple, yet still gave a neat impression. He put it on with calm movements, tightened the belt at his waist, and adjusted the collar. Feeling refreshed and ready to start the day, Lein walked toward his room door. The cold handle touched his fingers as he opened it, and the light from the corridor greeted him. He stepped out, passing through the sturdy, elegant walls, heading toward the stairs that would lead him to the lower floor, where breakfast was already prepared. As he descended the stairs, the aroma of food filled the air, tempting his appetite. Occasionally, the soft sound of Lein's footsteps echoed on the perfectly polished wooden floor. The large dining room downstairs awaited, with a long table filled with various dishes, radiating the warmth of the morning. "Hello, big brother. Come eat." Nita's cheerful voice rang out energetically. She looked busy helping the staff tidy up the table already laden with various kinds of food. Her face beamed, reflecting her joy as she welcomed Lein. "Good morning." "What's on the menu today?" Lein asked as he approached the table and examined the available dishes. There, he saw vegetable soup, sour vegetable soup, chicken curry, and several fish-based side dishes. "Try everything, brother." "There's beef impale, curry, and vegetables." "I picked all the main ingredients myself," Nita said enthusiastically, her voice full of energy. She seemed ready with answers for every question Lein had, explaining all the dishes in detail, as if wanting to make sure that Lein knew how serious she was about preparing the food. "And here, try my homemade sushi," Nita offered a small plate with 4 pieces of rice topped with slices of red fish. A broad smile spread across her face as she watched Lein with hopeful eyes, waiting for his reaction. Lein examined the sushi with curiosity. "Wow! Impressive, thanks, Nita," he said, taking a piece and trying it. The taste was soft in his mouth, almost like authentic sushi. "It tastes good, almost like the real thing. Though, it's a bit salty," he added gently, offering praise with a small suggestion. Hearing Lein's compliment, Nita's face lit up even more. "Really? Thank you, brother," she replied joyfully. She then tasted one of her own sushi pieces, smiling contentedly even though she also noted the slight saltiness Lein mentioned. "Yes, a little salty, but I like it," Nita said with a wide smile. With that, the two of them began enjoying their breakfast, the relaxed morning atmosphere making their conversation flow easily. They talked about simple things of the city's development, Lein's plans for the day, and Nita's stories about trying new recipes. Between bites, their laughter occasionally filled the room. "So, what's on your agenda today, brother?" Nita asked while sipping her vegetable soup. "I'll be checking on some more facilities and preparing myself for further preparations after the interracial war event ends," Lein answered, chewing slowly, savoring the delicious taste of the chicken curry. They continued chatting warmly, enjoying a simple yet close-knit breakfast. The sounds of clinking plates and spoons mingled with light laughter, creating a peaceful moment amidst their daily busyness. While Lein and Nita enjoyed their breakfast, the city outside was already bustling with its usual morning rhythm. The city streets were filled with high-tech vehicles moving in orderly lines under the watchful eye of an automated system. Construction machines were already operating, their hum blending with the laughter and conversations of workers starting their day. At the teleportation hub area, the teleportation portals pulsed gently, channeling hundreds of people from various regions into the city. Children headed to school in low hovering buses, cutting through the fresh morning air. This was the morning routine on Lein's island day, a busy, modern, and always active place. In the distance, a towering building with 100 floors loomed, reflecting the morning sunlight. At the top of the building, a golden star emblem shone brightly, symbolizing authority and grandeur. At the entrance of this majestic building, people with unique traits moved in and out. Some had muscular bodies with large weapons strapped to their backs, while others appeared ordinary but with sharp eyes hinting at their battle experience. This was the headquarters of the Star Guild, one of the largest hunter guilds in the City of Life. The Star Guild was known not only for its vast network but also for its immense wealth amassed from various missions and contracts it managed. As a hunter guild, the Star Guild accepted all kinds of missions, from individuals to organizations, rewarding hunters with energy crystals, money, or even rare artifacts. Inside the Star Guild's main hall, the atmosphere was no less busy. Large blue holographic screens displaying mission lists and other information hovered in the air, while hunters of various levels and backgrounds accessed them to find missions suitable to their abilities. A young man stood in front of one of the screens, his hands moving swiftly as he scrolled through the mission list. His hair was covered by a brown headband, and a long sword hung at his waist, gleaming with a worn handle, a sign that the weapon had seen many battles. HMPH. Why are the missions getting harder lately? The young man grumbled, his voice filled with frustration. His dark eyes squinted as he continued scrolling through the mission list on the holographic screen. Mission list: collect 1,000 light stones in 3 days, reward 10,000 energy crystals. Forge 10 weapons into +10 weapons, materials provided, reward 7,000 energy crystals. Become a personal instructor, minimum level 8, reward 1,000 energy crystals. Day: hunt tier 1 monsters in the night forest, reward 20,000 energy crystals. "A broken bar, a beginner like me doesn't stand a chance," he muttered again, his face looking dejected. He was only a level 1 hunter, and almost all the missions on the list seemed too difficult for him. Without enthusiasm, The young man turned his gaze to another holographic screen displaying a list of teams currently recruiting members. Team recruitment list. Looking for a level 5 mage for an expedition to the Blackstone Gilliam Island. Equal reward distribution. Seeking an archer with level 3 rain of arrows skill. Mission: hunt golden bird feathers. Reward distribution plus 10% of profits. Looking for a level 4 tanker for the Monster Island mission. Looking for someone to form a team. Any job. Equal reward distribution. Initially uninterested, the young man scrolled through the list lazily. However, after a while, his attention was drawn to a line that made his heart race. The sentence was simple but full of hope. Looking for someone to form a team. Any job. Equal reward distribution. His previously gloomy face brightened with energy. Yes, this is my chance, he shouted inwardly. Without hesitation, he touched the holographic screen and quickly typed a short message to the team creator, expressing his willingness to join. In a few days, I'll definitely level up, he muttered, his eyes burning with renewed determination. The young man with the headband then submitted his application for the recruitment. After sending in his application, he waited calmly, his gaze shifting to the large holographic board displaying various missions. As a level 1 youth, he had no real combat experience. He had only fought a few wild animals in the mountains round the City of Life. However, those were just battles on the forest's edge. He had never been brave enough to enter the forest's depths, filled with dangers from both wild beasts and other hunters. His motivation this time was to find a team that could help him venture into more dangerous areas. He knew that, with his level 1 and minimal experience, joining a stronger team was the only way to gain experience and improve his abilities. In the corner of the Star Guild Hall, a group of 4 sat around a round table. Among them, a woman with a black sword leaned back in her chair, staring seriously at a green-haired man who was busy typing on his phone. Riven, what about the other team members? Have you chosen who will join? The woman asked, her eyes fixed on Riven. The woman with the black sword asked the green-haired man sitting across from her. The man had an oval face with sharp eyes. His gaze was currently focused intently on the screen of his phone. Riven, with his oval face and sharp eyes, paused his fingers over the screen for a moment. Hold on. There are many applicants, but none have explained their talents, he muttered while continuing to type. Suddenly, a message appeared on his screen. The message read, I want to apply. I'm still level 1, sword user. Riven typed a quick reply, no problem. You can join, but what is your talent? It didn't take long for a response to come. My talent is level B. I can change the element of my sword for a certain amount of time. Riven stopped typing and stared at the message. After a few seconds, a wide smile spread across his face. I found a suitable team member, he said while sharing the message in their team chat. What's their talent? Asked a middle-aged man with a large shield beside his chair. Riven's 3 friends immediately looked at the message, and their reactions were similar. Excitement was evident on their faces. A level B talent? I didn't expect someone like that to apply to our team, said a middle-aged woman holding a long staff with elegant carvings. Our leader only has a level 3 talent. This is incredible, she added. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hall, the young man with the brown headband received Riven's reply. He felt excited, even a bit nervous, as he read the instructions to meet them at table B12. Where's that? He muttered, his eyes searching for the table number displayed on the holographic board. After a few minutes or searching, the young man finally found table B12 in a quieter corner of the hall. The 4 people waiting immediately recognized him from the description they had received through the chat. The young man walked closer, hesitating but full of enthusiasm. Are you the team looking for members? He asked politely. Riven smiled as he stood up from his seat, shaking the young man's hand. Yes, we are Riven's team. I'm Riven, and these are my friends Zafira, Rena, and Liana. The young man introduced himself. My name is Urson. I'm a sword user, still level 1. That's fine. We've already read about your talent. Sword element, right? Said Fira, the woman with the black sword on her back. She looked at Urson with great interest. Urson nodded. Yes, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Don't worry, that's why you're joining us, said Rena, the middle-aged man with the large shield. They then sat down together and began discussing the mission they would take. On the holographic board, many mission options were displayed, ranging from simple tasks like escorting merchants to more dangerous ones like hunting wild monsters in the forest. There's a mission to hunt mountain tigers in Verdun Mountain. Raven pointed to one of the missions. It's located south of the City of Life. How about we take that one? Mountain tigers? They're known to be strong, especially in the Verdun area, muttered Liana, frowning. But we need a challenge, and the reward is pretty big, replied Fira. After some discussion, they all agreed to take the mission. With enthusiasm, they went to prepare. Each team member bought some healing potions, protective charms, and supporting tools like ammunition as well as food and drinks for the journey. One by one, they boarded the public transportation, a levitating vehicle that quickly took them to Verdun Mountain. The 20-minute trip felt short, though a tense atmosphere began to creep into their hearts, especially for Urson, who was embarking on a real mission for the first time. In the distance, the peak of Verdun Mountain, shrouded in mist, loomed high with dense forests surrounding it. They knew that's where the battle against the mountain tigers awaited. Time passed quickly, and they finally arrived at the Hunter Association post for the Verdun Mountain area. The Hunter post was a 10-story building, and in front of it, hundreds of small teams consisting of 3-5 members were gathered. They were all hunters looking to complete missions in Verdun Mountain. Finally, we've arrived. Let's go, said Raven to his friends. He was the first to step off the bus and quickly headed to the Hunter post to complete some administrative steps. Urson, the young man with a level B talent, followed them nervously from behind. He had prepared himself for all of this, and he had also gathered information about the Hunter missions and what they would face. But he was still very nervous. He wasn't sure why. Do I really not have the talent for combat? He asked himself. Urson, hurry up. What's going on? From afar, Fira called out to Urson, who was lagging behind. She also noticed that he seemed a bit nervous. Yes, I'm coming. Urson quickly ran to catch up, trying to control his nerves, attempting to be more enthusiastic and brave. It didn't take long for the team to register at the Hunter post. Of course, Raven, as the team leader, was the one to register. Welcome, sir. Please input your Hunter ID. The female receptionist directed Raven to register on the holographic panel on the table. Raven, as if used to this, entered his ID into the holographic panel. Afterward, information about him appeared, similar to the system panel, though not as detailed. Status: Name, Raven, Tier 1. Hunter ID, Raven 007. Level, 12, 2%. Class, Swordsman. Team, no team. Active mission, none. Raven then entered the mission ID they were going to take into the holographic panel. Afterward, the mission details appeared on the panel. Mission name, Hunt Mountain Tiger. Location, Verdun Mountain. Reward, 10,000 energy crystals. Mission goal, collect the fangs, tail, skin, and heart of the mountain tiger. Requirement, 5-person team, at least 1 Tier 1. Mission description, hunt the mountain tigers in Verdun Mountain, south of the City of Life. The better the materials collected, the higher the bonus. Beware of the mountain tiger pack's abilities. After ensuring everything was correct, Raven approved and completed the registration. Thank you, sir. Please take this mission badge. The receptionist handed Raven a silver bracelet. The bracelet would serve as the team member's identifier and contain the mission details they had taken. Raven returned to his friends, who were waiting near the Hunter post's entrance. All done, we're ready to go, he said, showing the bracelet with a smile. Good, replied Fira, looking at the bracelet curiously. Let's get moving. They then walked toward the towering gate of Verdun Forest in front of them. The forest was notorious for its many monsters and wild beasts, including the mountain tigers, their mission target. Hundreds of other hunters filled the area, each preparing for the mission they had chosen. Raven walked ahead, leading his team. Listen up, we're entering a dangerous area. I'll be the main attacker. Urson, you'll support from behind with ranged attacks using your sword element. Fira and Rena, you'll protect us with your defensive abilities. You will know what to do. Rena, the man with the large shield on his back, nodded in agreement. "I'll make sure nothing gets past our defense line." Fira also nodded, adjusting her sword. "I'm ready." Urson, though a bit nervous, tried to calm himself. "All right, I'll follow the plan," he said with a slightly trembling voice. This would be his first real battle. They stepped through the gate, and the dense verdant forest stretched out before them. The air began to feel cooler and more humid, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the forest. Sunlight could only pierce through the gaps between the tree leaves, casting strange shadows on the ground. Along the way, they passed several other hunter teams. Some consisted of 3 members, while others had 5 or even 6. Most were hunters of a higher level than Raven's team. But that didn't lower their spirits. "We're not the only ones who took on this mission," murmured Fira as they passed another team resting by the roadside. "Everyone looks ready to fight." "The more teams there are, the fiercer the competition for the best mountain tigers," Raven replied, still focused ahead. "But we must stay focused on our mission." A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the area known as the mountain tiger's habitat. The ground became slightly rockier, and the rustling sounds among the leaves heightened the existing tension. The trees surrounding them appeared larger and older, creating a more oppressive atmosphere. "We've reached the mountain tiger territory." Raven and the others stopped, carefully observing the area around them. Deep within the forest, they could see several trails where the grass had been parted, forming a path. It seemed the path had been created by a pack of mountain tigers. "Everyone, activate your gear, and stay sharp," Raven reminded the others. They immediately activated their equipment and followed one of the natural trails where the grass had split. Moving cautiously in a formation with Rena leading at the front and Fira guarding the rear, ready for close combat at any moment. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of grass being stepped on echoed through the forest, filled with natural noises. Raven's 5-member team sharpened their senses, anticipating a sudden attack from any direction. The team continued their exploration deeper into the forest, following the clear mountain tiger tracks along the path. The parted grass and large footprints on the ground made it evident they were approaching the hunting grounds of the tigers. They walked in a steady formation, each member prepared for any sudden assault. Raven closely observed the signs around him. "Look at this," he said, pointing at a large tree with fresh claw marks. "These marks show they pass through here frequently. We need to be careful." Urson glanced at where Raven pointed and swallowed nervously. What kind of tiger could leave claw marks that big? He thought, feeling his anxiety creep up again. Not far from there, they also found the carcass of a savaged animal, with deep bite marks clearly visible. Rena grimaced at the sight. "Looks like they've just hunted." "We're not far from their den." Suddenly, Fira, who was at the back, halted and sharpened her hearing. "Shabroken bar, do you hear that?" she whispered, her right hand gripping the hilt of her black sword. The entire team stopped and fell silent. The usual forest sounds of rustling leaves and the wind suddenly gave way to an eerie quiet. Liana, standing in the middle, started sensing that something was amiss. And in an instant, without warning, a large, muscular mountain tiger leapt out from the bushes, lunging straight at them. "Watch out!" shouted Raven. But Fira was ready. With one swift movement, she drew her black sword and activated Lightning Slash, a skill that allowed her to attack at incredible speed. Her sword flashed like lightning, striking the mountain tiger in mid-leap. The tiger roared in pain and was knocked back several meters, rolling on the ground. "Well done, Fira," praised Rena, who quickly stepped forward, raising his large shield, ready for the next assault. They immediately formed a battle stance. Rena stood at the front, his shield raised high to protect the team. Fira stood on the right, her sword glowing, prepared for another strike. On the left, Raven gripped his sharp dagger tightly, his eyes scanning for an opening to attack. In the center, Liana and Urson were ready to provide support from the rear with ranged attacks. But before they could relax, another loud roar echoed. Emerging from the shadows of the trees, more mountain tigers appeared one by one. Each tiger was larger than the first, their bodies standing over 1.5 meters tall, with black and white striped fur that stood out starkly among the foliage. Their glowing red eyes revealed a murderous intent that was terrifying. "There are more of them," Liana called out, her voice filled with caution. 3 mountain tigers now stood surrounding them. With immense strength and taut muscles, they were preparing to pounce. Urson, standing at the back, felt his body tremble slightly. Although he had trained for this, it was his first time facing such a grave threat. His breathing quickened as he tried to control the fear creeping up on him. At this moment, the entire team could clearly see the status and attributes of the mountain tigers in front of them. Mountain tiger, level 10. Type, fighter. Attribute, STR30, int 22, AGA 28, Res 28. Tiger's strength, enters berserk mode, plus 10% movement speed, plus 5% increased damage for 1 minute. Afterward, attributes decrease by 10% for 10 seconds. Mountain tiger, level 7. Type, fighter. Attribute, STR24, int 16, AG 18, Res 15. Tiger's strength, enters berserk mode, plus 10% movement speed, plus 5% increased damage for 1 minute. Afterward, attributes decrease by 10% for 10 seconds. We can handle this. Raven tried to encourage his team. Don't let them separate us. One of the mountain tigers lunged at Renner, slamming into his large shield with surprising force. Renner was pushed back a few steps, but with incredible strength, he managed to hold his ground. Now, attack! He shouted, holding back the tiger's sharp teeth from piercing through his shield. Fear moved swiftly, slashing from the right with a horizontal strike, creating a sharp, white streak. Urson, watching from behind, was amazed by the grace of her cutting motion. Meanwhile, Raven seized the opportunity on the left, aiming a swift strike at the tiger's belly as it focused on attacking Renner. His attack was quick, with Raven skillfully spinning and bending to strike the abdomen. Slash! A broken bar. A long tear appeared on the tiger's belly, and its blood gushed out. The tiger roared in agony, unable to stand, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 8, X plus 21. The familiar notification rang in Raven's ears, but he paid it little mind. His gaze remained focused on the remaining mountain tigers. Liana, from the back, began launching long-range attacks with her magic staff. A ball of light slowly formed and grew larger. When it reached its peak, Liana shouted and unleashed the magical orb directly at a mountain tiger not far from her. The team continued to take down the mountain tigers one by one. Their movements were well coordinated, and their battle formation became more solid as time passed. Every time a tiger leapt to attack, one of them was always ready to face it. In the midst of the battle, Urson, who had been providing support, began to gather his courage. He spotted a mountain tiger with a level of 5 not far from his position. With determination, he leapt forward and swung his sword, trying to slash at the tiger. However, unexpectedly, the tiger's right paw kicked him with tremendous force, sending him flying 5 meters away. Urson! Liana screamed, panicked as she saw him fall hard to the ground. Without hesitation, Raven dashed towards the mountain tiger that had kicked Urson. With swift and decisive movements, Raven stabbed his dagger into the tiger's throat, killing it in a single strike. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 5, X plus 8. Liana, check on Urson. I'll handle the rest, Raven said, turning his attention to the other tigers closing in. Every time Raven moved, he would kill a tiger within 3 to 5 motions. His lethal strikes were fast, agile, and powerful, even making some of the mountain tigers wary of him. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 8, X plus 21. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 7, X plus 19. The constant notifications of kills didn't slow Raven's ferocity as he continued to slaughter the approaching mountain tigers. Liana ran towards Urson, who was still lying on the ground. Urson, are you okay? She asked, worried, examining his clearly pained expression. Urson tried to get up, but the pain in his chest made it difficult to move. I'm fine, he replied, though it was evident he was in pain. Without wasting time, Liana pulled out a small bottle containing a blue liquid from her bag. Drink this, she said, handing the bottle to Urson. It will speed up your healing. Basic healing potion. A natural energy-infused potion with some basic herbal effects. capable of providing fundamental healing. Can be consumed in large quantities, but the best effects occur within the first 5 bottles. Urson took the bottle and quickly drank its contents. Within seconds, the pain in his chest began to subside, though he still couldn't stand fully. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The largest mountain tiger, at level 10, suddenly roared loudly, emitting a thick red aura. Its body was enveloped in a powerful energy, drastically increasing its strength. Tiger's power, Raven whispered, knowing that this was the mountain tiger's special skill, capable of drastically increasing their attack strength. "Everyone, be careful. Don't let that tiger strike directly," shouted Renner, standing on the front line, warning his team. Renner immediately activated one of his defensive skills, Protection Barrier. In an instant, a transparent energy shield enveloped the other 4 team members, providing them with extra protection and an inexplicable sense of safety. "Maintain formation. Don't let them break us apart," Raven ordered firmly. He then repositioned himself, ready to attack the tiger with the red aura. Fira, positioned on the right side, had already prepared her black sword for the next slash. Her body moved swiftly, waiting for the perfect moment to strike as the large tiger leapt toward them. Fira moved with impressive agility, dodging the attacks of the mountain tiger that tried to pounce on her. With her black sword in hand, she waited for the perfect moment to strike. When the tiger lunged with its fangs bared, Fira spun her body, executing a swift and precise circular motion. Her sword sliced through the tiger's belly, leaving a deep gash. The mountain tiger roared in pain, but before it could counterattack, Fira swung her sword once more, this time hitting the beast's neck. In an instant, the ferocious creature collapsed to the ground, dead. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 6, X plus 15. However, Fira had no time to rest. On the other side, Raven was facing the largest mountain tiger, level 10, whose aura emitted a deep red glow. Both creatures appeared ready to pounce at any moment. Raven stared coldly, preparing himself. "Shadow," Raven whispered, and instantly his shadow split into 2 figures, moving swiftly and circling the mountain tiger with blinding speed. The mountain tiger attempted to strike at Raven's shadows, but each time its massive claws swiped through the air, the real Raven appeared from the opposite side, plunging his dagger into the tiger's body. Wound after wound tore through the tiger, though its red aura remained strong, as Raven readied himself for the final blow. Ren raised his hand from a distance. "Buff of strength," he shouted. Golden energy flowed from Ren to Raven, drastically increasing his strength and speed. Feeling the surge of power, Raven disappeared in a flash and reappeared directly in front of the tiger. With a single, sharp shadow slash, he drove his dagger into the mountain tiger's heart. The beast let out one final roar before collapsing, lifeless. Successfully killed. Mountain tiger, level 10, X plus 50. Raven exhaled, watching the large tiger's body fall. "Good, the boss is finally down." "You're incredible, Captain." "Just as expected from the Shadow Slayer," said Renner as he approached Raven. The rest of the team also gathered around, discussing their next steps. As the team leader, Raven surveyed the area filled with mountain tiger corpses. They had killed over 20 tigers, with the strongest being the level 10 mountain tiger Raven had just slain. "All right, everyone, help extract all the corpses. After that, we'll scout the surrounding area." Raven gave the orders. The mountain tiger pack they had just wiped out was only one of many in the Verdun Mountains. The rest of the team approached the tiger corpses lying on the ground. As they neared the bodies, an extraction panel automatically appeared, allowing them to harvest materials from the mountain tigers. Urson, who had been looking slightly better, joined the extraction process. It was his first time extracting from a high-level monster. He approached one of the corpses, ready to begin the process. "Extract corpse, mountain tiger, are you sure?" "Yes." Immediately, the corpse in front of Urson was enveloped in white light, wrapping around the body before slowly disintegrating into tiny specks of white light and disappearing. Urson saw several materials fall to the ground, followed by item information from the extraction. Successfully extracted from mountain tiger, obtained energy crystal X10, mountain tiger fang X1, hard leather X3. Wow! Energy crystals, Asen said excitedly. 10 energy crystals were a huge amount for him. He had done many physically demanding tasks unrelated to combat and had only ever received 1 energy crystal at most. But now, he had obtained 10 energy crystals from just 1 corpse. How many could I get from 10 corpses? He thought to himself, trying to do some quick calculations. Yosh, I'll become the strongest hunter in the future, Asen declared with determination, his eyes focused on the energy crystals on the ground. He gathered all the fallen materials and continued helping the team extract from the other mountain tiger corpses. And so, after completing the extractions, Raven's team moved on to another location where more mountain tigers awaited. I am back. An old man let out a long sigh as he stepped out of a large portal. He was currently standing in the teleportation hub on Lein Island. As usual, the area was bustling with activity. The old man glanced around, taking a deep breath. His inner senses felt a vibrant energy, as if he could see the island's progress and development. While the old man was observing the bustling area in the distance, 2 soldiers in white uniforms approached, their faces tense but respectful. "Welcome back, Master Heikel." One of them saluted, his voice filled with respect. "Welcome back, Master Heikel." The second soldier followed, saluting with equal firmness. Yes, the old man was Heikel Emmanuel. As one of the core members of the World Market Trade Alliance, he was one of the most powerful figures on Lein Island, second only to Lein himself in terms of power and influence. His sharp eyes swept calmly over the surroundings, absorbing the familiar atmosphere of the island. The old man smiled faintly at the 2 soldiers. "Ha. No need for the formalities," he said, his voice deep but light. He handed over a small, well-preserved leather-bound book. "Take this and document it properly," he continued. The soldiers carefully accepted the book, realizing the importance of the information within. They nodded respectfully as the old man, Heikel, stepped out of the teleportation hub, moving through the busy crowd with calm yet deliberate steps. When he reached the gate, a sleek black car was already waiting for him. The car exuded luxury, its metallic sheen seemingly untouched by dust or grime. "Please, Master," the driver standing beside the car bowed slightly, opening the door with deep respect. The old man entered the car without much fuss, his fit body moving with the ease of a seasoned warrior. The door closed softly, and the driver directed the vehicle away from the teleportation hub, heading towards their predetermined destination. Inside the car, the old man leaned back quietly, his eyes gazing out the window. Lein Island, though changed, still felt like home. "How long has it been since I was last here?" he murmured to himself. During the interracial wars, the old man Heikel had wandered through many realms, accumulating contribution points. Now, with more than 4 million points, he ranked second to an achievement only made possible with Lein's help. Lein had provided experience potions to all the core members, allowing them to reach level 30 and ascend to tier 3, ensuring their survival in more dangerous realms. But that wasn't all. Lein had also equipped them with high-level artifacts and gear. One of these, the Vortex Plate, granted exceptional flexibility in battle, allowing for teleportation skills to dodge enemy attacks. Not to mention the Golden Defense Talisman, capable of deflecting a full-force attack from a tier master or even a nascent soul cultivator. "Why is this young man so generous?" the old man Heikel mused. "Isn't he afraid of being betrayed?" The old man pondered deeply, trying to understand Lein's motives. His long experience in the harsh world had made him skeptical. On Earth, a slave or beggar could rise to power with enough strength, often through betrayal or seizing opportunities. Friendships could easily crumble over valuable items, especially among those fighting to survive. "Can I trust him?" he thought, his face filled with doubt. Once again, his thoughts returned to Lein. The young man was a mystery. If Heikel had reached this level of power with Lein's help, then Lein must be far stronger. This suspicion grew stronger as he recalled the only time he had seen Lein in action during the Silver Badge quest after the first Void Monster Invasion event. Back then, Heikel and Laras had traveled from island to island, defeating countless monsters, though the Silver Badge they sought never appeared. During that mission, Heikel had witnessed Lein's power firsthand. The young man's sword strikes were extraordinary, his aura terrifying, and his buff skills could double combat attributes. But at the time, Heikel had felt his own abilities, enhanced by his dark book, were equally formidable. That's why he hadn't thought much of Lein's strength at the time. They had seemed like equals partners in the alliance. However, as the days passed, Lein continued helping them all level up, providing heaven-grade equipment and artifacts that were incredibly hard to obtain. Deep inside, Heikel couldn't accept that someone could be so generous without expecting anything in return. Ugh. It's too hard to understand, he sighed, shaking his head. Unable to find a reason behind Lein's actions, he decided not to dwell on it for now. But the curiosity lingered. If Lein was this strong now, how far had his power truly grown? Life on Lein Island went on as usual. Everyone carried out their activities like any other day. Parents went to work, children attended school, and the hunters embarked on missions. Everyone was busy with their respective routines. Even Lein and the core members of the Alliance were immersed in their own efforts to strengthen themselves. Far off on other islands, home to the alliances of major nations, progress continued as they focused on development. Cities were being meticulously built and managed with care and professionalism. Humanity, preoccupied with themselves, enjoyed the power they had gained from the system, boasting, killing each other, and fighting amongst themselves. Yet, what they failed to realize was that the transparent barrier protecting the realm they inhabited was nearing its breaking point. Lein was currently in the City Lord's chamber, reviewing the developmental data of the City of Life and the island as a whole. Together with Nita by his side, they carefully read through several sheets of reports spread out on the table. Has the 3-year school trend been implemented yet? Lein asked Nita beside him. Yes, Big Brother. According to several experts, 3 years of school is enough for general education. If anyone wants to become an academic, they can continue on to higher education. Otherwise, they are strongly encouraged to learn life skills, Nita explained clearly to Lein. Lein listened casually, occasionally nodding in agreement. He supported shortening the time spent on basic education. Given the state of the world today, humanity had to adapt. Lein continued reading the papers in his hand, which detailed the number of schools and students on his island. One sheet indicated that the City of Life, directly managed by him, had the highest number of schools and students, followed by Lein's City or Peace. Oh, speaking of Lein, has she found her father yet? Seeing Lein's City of Peace mentioned in the report reminded Lein of the girl. That shy girl was one of the core members of his alliance. Her timid nature and being the youngest member of the alliance left a strong impression on Lein. Not yet, brother. I visit occasionally and help her manage her city, Nita replied. Aside from Lara's, Nita often visited Lein's house to play. If she considered Lara's her elder sister, then she viewed Lein as her younger sister. Lein leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting to the reports piled on the desk. After discussing education with Nita, his thoughts started to turn to other equally important aspects, such as infrastructure development and the island's military strength. Among the scattered reports, various topics were covered, from city construction and tourism sectors to defense and the number of active troops. Each of these aspects played a vital role in humanity's survival, preparing for any future threats. Lein picked up one of the construction reports placed on top. The data showed significant progress in building. Construction in the main city is proceeding according to plan. 3 new districts have been completed, and 1,200 new houses have been added. Occupancy rates have also increased by almost 15%, Nita explained while looking at the report in her hand. Lein nodded. What about the defense towers? Nita quickly grabbed the relevant report. The defense tower project has reached 80% of the overall target. We now have 500 new towers equipped with long-range sensors and automated defense systems. A special team is also reviewing additional upgrades to complement the defense system with the latest advanced technology we've acquired. Lein paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the other details in the report. Good, a broken bar, but make sure they do it right. Then, he turned to the report on tourism. How's the tourism sector? Since reopening, the tourism sector has seen a sharp increase, especially in a land city or peace. Visitors are drawn to the natural beauty and the relatively peaceful environment, Nita reported. Lein smiled slightly. The city of peace indeed offered a tranquil atmosphere, vastly different from the bustling city of life. Lein's peaceful nature seemed to manifest in her management of the city. But then, something else caught Lein's attention. The numbers on the next report made him pause for a moment. The number of Tier 2 rulers. The number of Tier 2 rulers. A broken bar, muttered as he skimmed through the figures in the report. This can't be right. A broken bar. Nita looked at him, confused. What's wrong, brother? Lein shook his head, still trying to process what he was reading. The number of Tier 2 rulers has almost reached 50,000. How did this happen in such a short time? Nita frowned, equally surprised by the information. Maybe the price of silver badges is too low, or perhaps other rulers are selling them at cheaper prices. Lein carefully closed the report, his gaze still contemplative. That could be it. The system they've acquired might be greater than we initially thought. With this many Tier 2 rulers, humanity has amassed great power, but also a significant risk. A risk? Nita asked. If this may have reached Tier 2, that means more will aim for Tier 3. And we both know that advancing to Tier 3 isn't just about power, but ambition. Those who are unprepared could cause new problems both inside and outside the alliance. Nita nodded in understanding, her face serious. We need to be ready for the consequences of this growth. Exactly, Lein said, placing the report down. We need a new strategy. The size of our forces is impressive, but we also need to ensure they remain controlled, disciplined, and loyal. There's no room for error. He then picked up another report detailing the number of troops. What's our total active force right now? So far, we have 150,000 active troops spread across the island. Most are stationed in the main city and the outer cities as border guards. Meanwhile, reserve forces continued training at our bases, Nita explained. Lein thought again, calculating everything he had heard. With this rapid growth in power, they needed to be more prepared than ever. There was a greater force forming behind the scenes. We need to move faster, Nita. I'll call all the core members for a strategic meeting soon. We must devise our next steps before things get even more complicated. Nita nodded firmly. Understood, brother. I'll arrange everything. Lein looked once more at the reports. Behind all these numbers and data, he knew something far bigger was looming on the horizon. Something that couldn't be faced with physical strength alone. Tomorrow is the final day of the race war event. Lein was in his secret room, opening hundreds of epic chests. He deliberately spent his morning in the secret room, waiting for the system notification about the race war event. Open, epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. Successfully opened, epic chest, obtained, flame sword, pure artifact X1. Phoenix feather armor, level 30 X1. High level energy crystal X15. Forest guardian token X1. Not bad, a pure artifact, Lein muttered with a bit of excitement. He currently had over 300 different pure artifacts. Some of the good ones had already been duplicated into 1,000 copies, which he planned to distribute to the core members when the time came. Of course, he wouldn't give everything he had to the 10 core members. He had always provided them with some help, but only when he was sure of his own strength. What gave him the most confidence was the golden talisman, capable of withstanding a full attack from a master tier creature, equivalent to a nascent soul level creature in the cultivation path. The 10 other core alliance members also had the talisman, though in limited quantities. His plan up until now had gone according to expectations, with the island's development growing nearly tenfold compared to what he could have done alone. Whether it was attracting other Earth rulers or helping city development, the 10 other core members of the Alliance had been invaluable. Putting those thoughts aside, Lein continued opening more epic chests. Open, epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. Successfully opened, epic chest, obtained, Thunderstrike bow, level 30 equipment X1. Dragonheart gem X1. Middle level energy crystal X4. Elemental core blueprint X1. Lein kept opening chests until 8 a.m., and right on time, the long-awaited system notification arrived. The race war event has ended. Congratulations to the rulers who survived. The world protection has been removed. All surviving rulers have obtained the rebirth stone. Ranking rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you are ranked first on the leaderboard, earning the title, Race Dominator. Congratulations, you are ranked first on the leaderboard, receiving, Super Territory Artifact, 100 million crystals, Epic Chest, Ancestral Dragon's Nest. Huh. It's finally here, Lein muttered. He stood in the quiet of his secret room, his sharp gaze fixed on the holographic screen in front of him. Carefully, he read each system message, his eyes scanning the words to ensure he didn't miss any crucial details. As usual, the system started with routine praise for the rulers. However, this time Lein couldn't relish the moment of pride. A glaring message appeared, bearing much heavier news of the world protection had been removed. Lein's chest tightened, his heart pounding faster than usual. What is this? He muttered, his eyes darting around the room. A sense of unease he had never felt before suddenly gripped him, tightening its hold. A foreboding presence seemed to hang in the air. Suddenly, a barrage of urgent messages flooded his communicator screen. Nita, brother. Where are you? There are unknown creatures attacking. Master Arjuna, emergency, Lord. Strange creatures are invading our territory. William Alexander, Lord Lein, intruders have arrived. Let's join forces. Hayek Emmanuel, foreign enemies are approaching from outside, Lord. We need orders. Laras, brother Lein, where are you? Intruders are attacking. Lein stared at the screen, his eyes wide. Message after message appeared, all delivering the same dire news: of foreign enemies had arrived. Without a second thought, he rushed out of his secret room. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed along the corridor. Reaching his quarters, he wasted no time, leaping through the large open window, activating the vortex plate artifact wrapped around his ankle. Swash, wash. The sound of the artifact hummed as he soared into the air, his body lifted by the energy emanating from the vortex plate. The wind whistled in his ears, while in the distance, the sound of emergency bells began to wail, signaling the impending threat. Nianjing. The city below had already sprung into action. Everywhere, guards were moving swiftly, evacuating citizens and forming defensive formations around homes and buildings. Lein could see magical formation patterns glowing on rooftops, wrapping the city in a temporary protective barrier. Yet, the unease within him did not fade. This threat felt different, far more significant and dangerous. Sure enough, he saw it from afar: a massive explosion. Lein estimated it was near the teleportation hub. Did the enemies sneak in through the teleportation portal? Lein muttered curiously. He didn't head there immediately. First, he needed to meet Nita and hold an emergency meeting with the core alliance members. Aside from that, he had full confidence in the defense towers on his island. Every few seconds, the thunderous sound of lightning strikes echoed loudly. Alliance chat, world market trade. Lein, everyone. Emergency orders. Activate Galactic Fortress at full power. Use 100,000 power essence per tower. Activate the Star Protection skill to shield the island. Summon Star Army 100 times, and use their Star Shot skill in critical moments. Arjuna, East City Defense, understood. Gerald, East-West Defense, understood. Lein gave his first orders, and they were quickly responded to by his military leaders. When facing these unknown foreign enemies, Lein focused on the Galactic Fortress. Galactic Fortress, a tower where countless stars gather, spreading star energy to all corners of the realm. Type, Territory Artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 176,900. Ability, Star Protection, Star Shot, Star Breath, Star Army. Star Protection. The Galactic Fortress forms a strong shield with star energy, protecting the Lord's Island. 100 power essence per day. Star Shot. The Galactic Fortress launches a beam of starlight to attack enemies from a great distance. 1000 power essence per shot. Star Breath. The Galactic Fortress releases star energy over the island, increasing all living beings' EXP gain by plus 20% for 1 day. 10,000 essence per activation. Star Army. The Galactic Fortress summons star troops to assist the Lord in battle on the Lord's Island. 100 power essence per troop. The divine sky realm was in chaos. Among the large islands inhabited by humans, the sound of explosions echoed without end. Battles raged everywhere, especially on the weaker islands, whose defenses were on the verge of collapse. Even the top 5 human alliances were not spared from the turmoil. In the emptiness of the divine sky, a large island could be seen floating, protected by a transparent shield that emitted a soft glow. This was the American Alliance Island, and the center of chaos was happening in the teleportation hub area. Looking closer, tension covered every corner of the island. Tall buildings collapsed from explosions, and vehicles raced frantically. Some met fatal accidents in their attempts to flee. At the heart of all this chaos, large portals stood tall, the source of the calamity. "Everyone, move back!" a man shouted loudly, his voice reverberating, warning the people around him. He was wearing a military uniform adorned with several star insignias on his chest, indicating his high rank in the armed forces. This man stood in the teleportation hub area, where all the portals from various islands were connected. His sharp gaze focused on a strange old man not far from his position. Status: Name: Zuman. Race: Hanyu. Power Core: Cultivator. Rank: Golden Core, Tier 3. Damn. He's a Tier 3 ruler, the uniformed man muttered with a tense face. His expression grew tighter, and large veins bulged on his temples as he struggled to find a solution to the threat before him. "Captain Jin. The citizens have been evacuated, reinforcements are on their way," a subordinate soldier reported respectfully, his eyes also focused on the strange man who had just emerged from the portal. But Captain Jin didn't respond. His mind was in turmoil, processing the reality that before him stood a powerful cultivator with a menacing aura. The flying sword hovering beneath the man's feet only added to his fear. "What should I do? I'll die if I go alone," he muttered, his inner voice filled with despair. "Alert! The tower's energy is fully charged." The notification from his communicator distracted Captain Jin. His face instantly changed, as if he'd found a way out of his predicament. "Next strike in 3. Captain Jin held his breath, counting down, hoping the defense tower would activate soon and destroy the threatening cultivator in front of him. 1. Strike. A large energy ball began to gather at the top of the defense tower at the edge of the teleportation hub wall, radiating light like lightning. Zuman, the cultivator, sensed the approaching aura of the attack. He sought its source and locked his gaze on the tall tower. Suddenly, an enormous energy shot from the tower, its lightning streaking with incredible speed, striking directly at Zuman's head. Boom! Zap! A massive explosion occurred. Blinding white light enveloped the surroundings, making Captain Jin unable to see what had happened. His heart raced, waiting for the dust and light to settle. But when his vision cleared, a greater fear overtook him. "What?" he screamed internally, his chest tightening. In front of him, he saw Zuman standing tall, protected by a golden barrier surrounding his body. The powerful lightning strike hadn't left a single mark on the shield. "A fairly strong tower," Zuman muttered while glancing at the tower in the distance with a knowing look. Then, his gaze shifted back to Captain Jin and the soldiers around him. "Lowly beings like you don't deserve to live," he said calmly. Without warning, he shot towards them with terrifying speed. "Run!" Captain Jin yelled, his voice mixed with fear. He knew there was only one outcome if they stayed a death. The soldiers quickly activated their blue and green gear, triggering the best escape skills they had. But as they started running, a head fell without warning, marking the death of one of the soldiers. The horror froze their blood, forcing them to flee as fast as they could. "One," Zuman said coldly, wiping the blood from his dual-edged sword, which emitted a fearsome white glow due to its sharpness. One by one, the fleeing soldiers fell to the ground, helpless against Zuman's savagery. With each deadly slash of his sword, blood flowed freely, and their bodies collapsed lifeless. Zuman showed no mercy. His expression remained blank, as if these killings were mere routine for him. Desperate screams and the clatter of fallen weapons echoed around the teleportation hub. The chase extended beyond the area, and many civilians began to panic. They fled as fast as they could, trying to escape the deadly threat that was closing in. Amidst the panic, Captain John witnessed the horror unfolding before his eyes. The soldiers he led had been slaughtered, and now Zuman was moving towards the innocent civilians. His body trembled, but his heart felt heavy. Something inside him told him he couldn't run anymore. I have to stop him, no matter the risk, Captain John thought. Without hesitation, he stopped running, staring at the approaching Zuman. Captain John's hand reached behind him, pulling out a large weapon, a spiked iron mace that gleamed, his trusted weapon in battle. The veins in his arms bulged as he lifted the weapon. I won't let you kill any more people, he said firmly, though his heart was still filled with fear. He took a deep breath, gathering all his courage, then activated his ultimate skill, Killer Strike. The size of his spiked mace suddenly grew, revealing sharp, terrifying spikes. Red energy began to shimmer around the mace, giving off a deadly aura. Killer Strike, attack power plus 10%, bleeding effect 20%. Each spike on the mace will inflict a 50% bleeding effect with each hit. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Captain John didn't wait any longer. With all his strength, he swung his giant mace directly towards Zuman. The strike was incredibly fast and powerful, creating a massive airwave around them. The mace aimed straight at Zuman's body, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, Zuman didn't remain idle. Calmly, he raised his sword and effortlessly activated his skill, Continuous Slash. His long sword danced in the air, releasing several quick slashes in succession. The first slash blocked Captain John's mace, creating an explosion of energy that spread around them. The second slash swept across Captain John's chest, making blood spurt from his body. Captain John was thrown back, his chest covered in wounds. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, his body trembling in pain. His eyes remained open, though his vision began to blur. He knew there was nothing more he could do. With one final swing, Zuman thrust his sword into Captain John's chest, ending his life mercilessly. The brutal battle was over. Captain John's body lay lifeless on the ground, along with the other soldiers, blood flowing from every wound. Zuman stood tall amidst the scattered corpses, his sword still glowing with a cold light. Casually, he looked around, searching for his next prey. The distant screams and footsteps of fleeing people echoed in the air. Who's next? Zuman muttered, his voice filled with arrogance and bloodlust. Main Hall, American Alliance. A large meeting was taking place in the main hall. The high-ranking officials of the American Alliance gathered around a long table, with William Alexander sitting at the head, leading the meeting. The atmosphere in the room was tense. No one dared to speak. Occasionally, the soft voice of a female assistant could be heard, reporting the latest information from the battlefield. Sir, the teleportation hub in the southern city has been destroyed. A Tier 3 entity, the assistant said. The word Tier 3 made everyone in the room take a deep breath. They were all Tier 2 fighters, except for William Alexander and the two individuals sitting on either side of him. Sir, those creatures can withstand attacks from low-level defense towers, said a man in a black suit. Only high-level defense towers can have any effect on them, especially the Tier 3 beings. William Alexander nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the communication screen before him, his expression serious. Though he himself was a Tier 3, the current situation felt out of control. Tier 3 beings had appeared in almost every city across the American Alliance island. On the chat screen before him, several messages remain unanswered. William Alexander thought hard, trying to decide what course of action to take. William Alexander, Mr. What should we do? Many Tier 3 beings are attacking. I understand. I can save your alliance if you're willing to meet the conditions I've outlined. William Alexander felt conflicted. He didn't know how to respond to the offer. After a moment, he turned his gaze toward the senior officials in front of him. His sharp blue eyes scanned the faces of everyone in the room. Once confident, he took a deep breath and spoke. Everyone, listen. William Alexander's voice echoed the tension felt by everyone. They all immediately focused on him, sensing that something important was about to be revealed. I contacted the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance a while ago. William Alexander began to explain. He's willing to help, but with two conditions. After delivering that last sentence, William Alexander paused briefly, waiting for a reaction from the senior officials. As expected, The faces in front of him grew tense. Some scowled, while others furrowed their brows. "What's happened to you, President? Have you been hypnotized by him?" One senior official scoffed with a mocking tone. "Exactly. We don't need the help of that young man. We can handle this ourselves," added another. "I disagree. That would only degrade us as the top alliance." Words of disagreement began to emerge. One by one, all the senior officials spoke out, rejecting William Alexander's idea of asking Lein for help. The atmosphere, once tense, now shifted into chaos, with voices clashing throughout the room. Thud. Suddenly, the sound of the floor cracking was heard. An old man sitting to William Alexander's right dropped his large sword to the ground. The clanging noise echoed, silencing everyone in the room. The power of a Tier 3 was not something to be taken lightly. "Enough of this nonsense. Let's first hear what that boy's conditions are," the old man said in a tone of authority. Even though he too seemed displeased with the forthcoming demands, he wouldn't allow the chaos to continue. William Alexander nodded at the old man as a gesture of gratitude. He knew the man wasn't happy either, but at least he was willing to listen. "All right," William Alexander continued in a steady voice. "The first condition is to elect Lein as the ruler of the divine sky realm." For a moment, silence enveloped the room. "The second condition," he added, "is to hand over 25% of the alliance's shares to Lein." William Alexander scanned the room, observing the clear disapproval on the faces of the senior officials in front of him. The tension quickly escalated as voices of protest began to arise one by one. 25%? "That's too much," shouted a senior official with a serious face who sat in the middle of the table. "In the long run, our alliance will be under his control. Giving away a quarter of our shares is insane. This isn't just aid. This is surrender." That statement was met with nods of agreement from several others around the table. The voices of dissatisfaction grew louder. "We cannot let someone like Lein become the ruler of the divine sky realm," said another senior official firmly. "If he becomes king, he'll rule over all of us without opposition. He'll do whatever he wants, disregarding our interests." The atmosphere became even more heated as intense discussions erupted. William Alexander remained silent, listening to all the opinions without giving an immediate response. He knew that this decision was monumental and couldn't be taken lightly. The old man who had cracked the floor earlier sat with a cold expression on his face. After listening to the various opinions, he finally spoke up. "Lein's demands are excessive," he said in a grave tone, his eyes locked on William Alexander. "Electing him as ruler of the divine sky realm, and handing over 25% of our alliance's shares? That's too much. We cannot simply give away our rights and power just to gain protection. There has to be a limit." The room fell silent again. Everyone knew that this old man, with his immense power as a Tier 3, wielded significant influence. His opinion could not be dismissed lightly. But in the midst of that silence, a soft yet firm voice suddenly spoke from the other side of the table. The man in the black robe, who had been quiet all along, began to speak. "I agree with Lein's proposal," he said calmly yet with conviction. His sharp eyes gazed around the room, particularly at William Alexander. "I believe it would be wiser to accept these terms now." His statement shocked nearly everyone in the room, including William Alexander. The man in the black robe was usually reserved, only speaking when absolutely necessary, but now he was openly supporting Lein. William Alexander was curious about his reasoning. "Why do you think so?" William Alexander asked, breaking the silence that followed the black-robed man's statement. The man sighed for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts before answering. "Lein's power far surpasses ours. We must be realistic. Facing the Tier 3 creatures attacking us now is a massive challenge, even for those of us at the same level. But Lein, he possesses unparalleled strength. Aligning with him will provide us with protection far greater than what we can offer ourselves." Some seemed ready to interrupt, but the black-robed man continued, his voice louder to ensure everyone heard him. "We can view this as a long-term investment. Yes, 25% of our shares is a significant sacrifice, but under his protection, we'll gain access to power we can't even imagine. Rather than continue fighting with limited resources and losing more, we can strengthen our position through a powerful alliance. The benefits far outweigh the losses." Everyone remained silent, processing his words. William Alexander pondered in silence, weighing everything that had been said. His gaze fixed on the black-robed man as various possibilities began to unfold in his mind. Now, the monumental decision lay in his hands. Not unlike the American alliance, the same chaos was unfolding on the Russian alliance island. A muscular man was currently watching strange creatures continuously emerging from a massive portal. These foreigners looked similar to regular humans, but the black lines covering their bodies made them appear bizarre and distinctly different from Earth's human race. The alien beings kept appearing without pause, and now there were more than a dozen, ranging in various ages, though most were adults standing nearly 2 meters tall. Status: Name, Keelan Wildheart. Race, Red Star. Power Core, Star Beast. Rank, Solar Empowerment, Tier 3. Status: Name, Lyra Fang Shadow. Race, Red Star. Power Core, Star Beast. Rank, Lunar Growth, Tier 2. The muscular man remained unfazed by the endless emergence of these alien creatures, but his serious gaze suddenly narrowed. What's this? Are they moving their entire family over? Ha ha ha. The muscular man laughed loudly, clearly not taking the alien beings, whose auras were no less powerful than his, seriously. With a slight shake of his body, he leapt onto the back of a white bear beside him. "I'll wait for all your lackeys to show up," said the man, extending his hand forward. With a simple trick, a beer bottle appeared in his grasp. Glug. In one gulp, he downed half of the bottle and belched loudly, as though enjoying a show. Although on the surface, he appeared unafraid and dismissive of the enemies before him, there was a burning fire in his eyes. What's going on with President Nova? Shouldn't he have wiped out these aliens when there were only a few? At this moment, a hunter wielding a gleaming green bow asked his comrade, who was standing alert beside him. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion at their president's actions. The muscular man riding the bear. "I don't know either." "Let's prepare for the worst," replied his equally perplexed friend. The tension at the teleportation hub was mounting. On one side stood the star beasts, with some at Tier 2 and a few at Tier 3, while on the other side were the citizens of the Russian alliance. The teleportation hub in the main city was a bit quieter compared to other places. At other teleportation points, the defense towers had been continuously firing, bombarding all alien creatures emerging from the portals. Staff, Mr. President, a broken bar. The teleportation hub in Tambov City can no longer be held. 10 Tier 3 creatures with faith wooden power cores have appeared. Nova, the muscular man, glanced at the incoming message on his chat. His body trembled slightly as he read it. Even with the defense towers, Tier 3 power is no small thing, Vladimir Nova muttered to himself. He deliberately refrained from using the defense towers to attack the star beasts in front of him because many civilians still needed to be evacuated. Besides, he was waiting for someone. Ha ha ha. This fresh aura, it's been a while since I've breathed it in. A man with an incredibly handsome, smooth, and charming face spoke with a delighted expression, smiling broadly. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, his gaze inspecting every place and building with nostalgic eyes. "So beautiful a broken bar. The essence of this world must be exceptionally high," he said casually. The man continued observing until his gaze landed on the human forces there. A muscular man, casually drinking beer, sat without a hint of fear. The handsome man's eyes met his directly, and their gazes locked. "Hey, interesting," the man said, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. With a wide smile, the handsome man signaled to his subordinates. "Spread out and destroy everything. Leave this place for me." His voice was calm yet commanding, exuding an aura of unquestionable authority. His subordinates, all sturdy and full of vigor, immediately nodded in obedience. Their bodies began to glow with foreign energy, and in an instant, they transformed into massive star beasts. Ferocious creatures with immense power, sharp claws and starlit eyes are ready to destroy everything in their path. They quickly spread out, shaking the ground as they moved. On the other side, the handsome man remained, locking his gaze on Vladimir Nova, who was still seated casually, sipping his beer as if nothing was happening. "Your confidence is quite extraordinary," said the handsome man with a smile, his eyes sharp and filled with curiosity. Nova only gave a faint smile, placing his beer bottle on the table unhurriedly. "It's not about confidence. I just know who I can bring down and who's worth my attention." The handsome man chuckled softly. "How broken bar, you're truly intriguing. Not many lower races can stand so calmly in front of me. But let's see how far your conviction holds." Nov raised his hand slightly, signaling to his subordinates, "You all, go. Guard the other areas and leave this one to me." His voice was calm, yet his command was instantly understood. His subordinates, consisting of elite warriors, immediately moved, activating their powers. Their energy surged into the air, and they swiftly spread out, intercepting every approaching creature, ready to fight to the death. Now, the two men stood facing each other. Their auras of confidence were unshakable, and the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze for a moment, anticipating the great clash that was about to unfold. World Market Trade Alliance Island. The current situation on Lein Island is no less chaotic, not due to destruction, but because of the continuous sound of cannon fire that never ceases. Right now, a dozen main teleportation hubs are shielded by protective arrays created by cultivators. These arrays can isolate an area within a radius of several meters with considerable strength. Every time someone steps out of a portal, a black lightning immediately strikes and kills them on the spot. Several soldiers are currently on standby outside the protective array, ready in case the black lightning towers fail to kill in one strike. Not only the soldiers, but many hunters are also prepared to fight to the death. Lein Island is on high alert, but its defenses are so solid that they are impenetrable to the foreign enemies that keep emerging from the portal. The main teleportation hubs are tightly sealed by protective arrays designed by the finest cultivators, enveloping the area with a layer of energy capable of withstanding attacks across a wide radius. Each time an enemy appears, in the blink of an eye, the black lightning from the defense towers activates with extraordinary power, striking them without mercy. The enemies have no time to react. They appear for a second, then vanish into ashes, leaving no trace behind. The power of the black lightning towers is so ferocious that no enemy attack has been able to break through Lein's defenses. Amazing. Look at that lightning tower strike. So powerful, nothing remains of them, a hunter said in awe, his hand patting the large shield hanging on his back. His voice echoed among the troops on guard, their eyes witnessing the relentless might of the tower. "Nothing can get past this," muttered another hunter, his eyes filled with admiration. Despite the emergency situation, Lein Island's efficiency in handling the threat is extraordinary. Within minutes, all civilians had been evacuated to underground shelters, fortified with high-level defensive arrays. These shelters are not just ordinary protection spaces but hidden fortresses with multiple layers of defense capable of withstanding even the most powerful enemy attacks. The soldiers and hunters standing guard outside the array remain vigilant, though the lightning towers have so far always succeeded in destroying the enemies in one blow. They are prepared, knowing that if anything escapes the lightning strikes, it will be their turn to confront the enemy directly. However, so far, no creature has managed to breach Lein's defenses. While chaos rages outside, the World Market Trade Alliance is holding an important meeting, discussing further plans to deal with the alien creatures. The grand meeting room of the World Market Trade Alliance exudes an atmosphere of grandeur and unparalleled beauty. Its walls are adorned with large paintings depicting the history of the Alliance, epic battles, and symbols of prosperity. Marble statues stand proudly in the corners of the room, representing legendary figures who contributed to building this trading world. Modern neon lights hang above the long conference table, emitting a soft glow that creates an elegant and professional ambience. Lein stood at the head of the table, exuding a relaxed yet positive aura. Nita, beside him, calmly observed the tablet in her hand, her eyes focused. The 10 core members of the Alliance sat on either side of the table, their faces serious yet calm, reflecting their vigilance in the face of the ongoing threat outside. Lein opened the meeting with a firm and charismatic voice. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be here amidst this urgent situation." For a moment, Lein paused, looking at each member in the room, ensuring they were all paying attention. "We all know that the alien attacks are ongoing. Our teleportation hubs are still under siege, and although on Island's defenses have not been breached, we cannot ignore this situation. We need to act faster and more effectively. After pausing for a moment, Lein continued, after the natural protection was removed, other realms could enter our realm with ease. Currently, a special team is investigating the realm's edge, ensuring no intruders are heading toward the Divine Sky Realm fully prepared. Lein went on to briefly explain the current situation. All the portals above the island could be accessed by the alien creatures. As far as they knew, portals could only connect if they had identified each other. One portal could not enter another's endpoint without a mark. Currently, the leaders of the Human Alliance are speculating that the alien race must be using some special trick to forcibly connect the portals. Even more impressively, even after the portal above the Divine Sky Realm was destroyed, another portal appeared in the same place. Thus, people could not destroy the portals to avoid attacks from the alien race. After discussing the general situation, Lein paused for a moment before finally saying, "Nita will explain the specific situation and current conditions." Nita nodded and began explaining, her voice calm yet firm. Up to now, the alien creatures emerging from the portal have been attacking in random patterns, but the intensity of the attacks is increasing. The defense arrays and lightning towers are still holding, but we have noted an increase in the number of enemies with greater power, including some that seem to have Tier 3 Star Beast cores. The situation for the Human Alliance is quite concerning. Almost hundreds of small and medium alliances have been destroyed. The top 10 human alliances are fighting the alien race directly. Nita presented all the data available on her tablet. The alien race attacking is very diverse, ranging from power cores of Cultivator, Faith Warden, Star Beast, Beast Master, and even Player. So far, the highest known power is Tier 3, Nita confirmed, emphasizing the strength level of the alien race. The faces around the table reflected deepening concern. Laras, always quick to think, raised her hand and spoke firmly, "We can't just keep defending. If we don't find a way to stop them all, humanity will fall." Hayek Emmanuel, a wise yet strong old man, nodded slowly. "Laras is right. We must send aid and help other alliances survive." Dion, sitting at the other end of the table, added, "But the question is, do we help for free?" Lein nodded as he heard these inputs, his eyes calm amidst the urgent situation. "You are all correct. In fact, many alliances have already asked for our help, but I don't want to assist them for free," Lein explained to the 10 core members of the alliance. "I've given them the condition that they must hand over 25% of their alliance shares and choose me as the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm," Lein said enthusiastically. His ultimate goal was to become the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm, allowing him to set the rules as he pleased, striving to improve the quality of life for the human race on Earth. Old man Hayek Emmanuel pondered deeply as he heard the terms proposed by Lein. Though they seemed reasonable on the surface, his mind was troubled by the percentage offered to him. 25% was too small, especially given Lein's current power and influence. Even if Lein demanded 50%, many alliances would likely agree without much question. Meanwhile, the other core members of the alliance also contemplated Lein's terms, which required approval from the major alliances to cooperate. They all understood the importance of electing the ruler of the Divine Sky Realm, as Lein had explained before. According to the established rules, the leader of that realm must be chosen by the people of the Divine Sky Realm through a majority vote. "I agree with the terms you've given, brother," said the old man. Takulani, nodding his head with conviction. "Imposing too much on the other alliances will only stifle their development." Takulani, known for his patriotism, cared deeply about the welfare and growth of smaller alliances. "Yes, I agree as well." A woman with a radiant aura and shoulder-length hair added her agreement. This woman was Hana, a core member who had long worked on building the trade network for the aliens' world market trade. Her extensive experience had taken her to nearly every human alliance in the Divine Sky Realm. Because of this duty, Hana understood very well the situation and conditions of the human rulers, especially the smaller alliances with limited wealth and resources. Adding too much burden would only worsen their situation. Almost everyone in the room had expressed their approval, except for 2 people, Laras and Haykel Emanuel. The two figures stared at each other in silence. Haykel looked at Laras as if waiting for her to speak first. However, Laras, known for being quiet and calculated, simply returned the gaze without saying a word. The heavy silence filled the room, as if a great decision was hanging in the air. Haykel Emanuel let out a long sigh and said, "I'm sorry, young master, but I cannot agree to the 25%. In my opinion, it would be better if the number were 75%. Everyone was shocked, especially Lein. Haykel continued calmly, "If all resources were managed by you, young master, the management of the realm would be far more efficient. The other alliances are too fragmented. Relying on each of them to contribute small amounts will only hinder our progress. It would be disastrous if you were to govern the divine sky realm but had to constantly supply resources from your own." Lein looked at Haykel in silence, pondering his words. But before he could respond, Laras's cold and calm voice cut through. "I also disagree with this division." Laras surveyed the room with certainty before adding, "Why should there be any more divisions between alliances? We've reached a point where all of humanity should unite. I believe the divine sky realm should be governed as an empire, with you, Brother Lein, as the emperor. The other major alliances could become kingdoms supporting you. This way, we could consolidate our strength without any boundaries or sectoral egos." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. The core members who had previously agreed to the 25% division now began to reconsider after hearing Haykel and Laras's reasoning. Slowly, they exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Lein, though surprised by their statements, understood their point. Haykel and Laras were the strongest after him, and it was natural that they wanted something larger to support the future of humanity. Lein sat quietly, deep in thought. He hadn't expected Laras and Haykel to have such ruthless ideas. To him, 25% was already quite substantial. In fact, he had initially considered proposing 10%. "Am I being too kind?" Lein thought to himself. He remained silent for a while, contemplating Laras and Haykel's suggestions. From Lein's perspective, Laras's proposal was the hardest for the human rulers to accept. Changing the percentage from 25% to 75% might still be debatable and negotiable. However, if they had to directly submit under Lein's rule as subordinates, the freedom they had enjoyed, like being presidents or alliance leaders on Earth, would vanish. This would likely provoke resistance, as humans fundamentally long for sovereignty, even if it's limited. Lein certainly desired the position of supreme ruler of the divine sky realm, but he didn't want to force his will or make people feel coerced. For Lein, it was important to build leadership that was respected without using power harshly or exploiting their weaknesses. He wanted to create an environment where every alliance leader felt they were contributing voluntarily, not under pressure. Lein turned to the side and asked, "Nita, what do you think?" Nita, who had been busy reviewing data on her tablet, paused suddenly at her brother's question. She raised her face, slightly surprised, but quickly donned her usual calm expression. Her sharp eyes met Lein's for a moment, then she placed her tablet on the table. "This isn't just about numbers, brother. It goes deeper than that. It's about trust and security. If they feel we're trying to control them completely, that fear will destroy everything we've built," Nita said, her tone calm but thoughtful. She continued, "But, if we can give them enough space to still feel independent while working under strong leadership, they'll be more likely to accept it." The imperial system Laras proposed could work, but it will take time to convince everyone. Lein nodded slowly, considering Nita's words. To him, it was crucial to find the balance between strong leadership and enough freedom to make people feel comfortable with their positions. "All right, for now, we'll postpone the decision regarding the cooperation with the other alliances. The main point is, as long as they agree to me being the ruler of the divine sky realm and becoming their guardian, we will assist them." After thinking for a while and unable to find the best solution at the moment, Lein decided to postpone the decision. He believed the most important thing now was to help the alliances face the onslaught of the foreign races. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Laras and the old man Haykel Emanuel remained silent, indicating their approval. "Nita, assign the tasks for the rescue operations," Lein said to Nita. Nita was already prepared and quickly began reading the data on the tablet in her hands. In general, Almost all of humanity has asked for help, and we have already outlined the major list of enemies attacking," Nita said in a clear, commanding voice. "We've sent the deployment data to the Alliance chat." "The red markers indicate islands with the highest danger levels," Nita explained, displaying her tablet, which showed a list of Alliance islands along with their danger levels marked by various colors. On the screen, most of the danger levels were marked in yellow. Yellow indicated less than 10 Tier 3 creatures. Meanwhile, the blue danger level indicated fewer than 3 Tier 3 creatures. The green level meant no Tier 3 creatures were present on that island. The final danger level was red, where the number of Tier 3 creatures exceeded 10, with the numbers constantly fluctuating as data updated in real time. "Crazy. All the top 20 alliances are marked red," muttered a young man with glowing black eyes. He stared at the screen with a hint of worry and sadness, as if he could already see the horrifying situation on those islands. This young man was Ifan, gifted with the eyes of fortune. He, along with the old man Takulani, were among the first to join the alliance formed by Lein. "I wonder why these foreign creatures are targeting the islands with the highest human power?" Gusty, with his muscular body, asked with a puzzled expression, as if he thought the foreign creatures were seeking their own death. Several members of the alliance turned their gaze to Gusty, feeling that there was some truth to what he said. The unfortunate ones who entered Lein's island never even saw what the island looked like before they were reduced to ash by the lightning tower. What's there to wonder? Of course, they think they're strong enough and are going straight for the highest power islands, Laras said coldly, eager to crush the foreign invaders. Her usually bright and smiling expression had turned into a permanent frown. "I also believe their teleportation technique depends on the number of portals on an island. Obviously, the top alliance islands have more portals. That way, they can bring in more and stronger foreign creatures," added the old man Hayekle Emmanuel. The other core members nodded in understanding. The old man Hayekle had a wealth of knowledge, having spent much of his time exploring high-level realms during the inter-race war events. Nita then continued the briefing on the rescue operation. Her gaze was sharp, but her face remained calm. "Brother, Laras, and Hayekle Emmanuel will immediately move to assist the top 5 alliances marked in red," she said firmly. "The number of Tier 3 creatures attacking continues to grow, already exceeding 20. The situation is extremely dangerous, and you must be prepared to face powers we've never encountered before." All alliance members listened attentively, knowing the gravity of the situation. Every decision could mean life or death. "Ifan and Master Takulani, you two will remain on the island to guard its defense," she continued, glancing at Ifan, who was still focused on his screen, and Takulani, who nodded resolutely. "We need you here to ensure no surprise attacks occur." Ifan, with his eyes of fortune, seemed able to sense impending danger, while Takulani, with his vast experience, was ready for any eventuality. The remaining 6 core members, Nita shifted her gaze to them, will be sent to assist the alliances ranked 6 to 20. You will help them fend off the attacks from the foreign creatures. While the threat level there is slightly lower, we cannot underestimate the enemy's strength. The members in question nodded, accepting the responsibility given to them. Nita then raised her voice, more firm and commanding. "Remember, our primary goal here is to ensure the survival of humanity. However, your safety comes first. Do not act recklessly. Move strategically, and if the situation becomes too dangerous, retreat immediately to save yourselves." The entire room nodded again, taking in Nita's every word. They understood that in this chaotic battlefield, one wrong move could lead to ruin. "The special forces and hunters in the city will assist the islands marked in blue," Nita continued. "There, the number of Tier 3 creatures is smaller, and they should be easier to handle. But do not let your guard down. Every creature attacking is a threat to all of us." The atmosphere in the room grew tense, but also filled with resolve. Everyone knew their role, and the great battle ahead would be the ultimate test for them all. Lein gazed at Nita for a moment before finally saying, "All right, let's move according to the plan. Don't let them destroy everything we've built." After saying that, Lein took out several items from his spatial ring. The items were sheets of paper radiating an incredibly sacred aura. The holy energy emanating from them even made Laris feel like crying as she was deeply touched. She felt as if the item was a part of her. "What is that, Lord Lein?" the little girl who rarely spoke, suddenly asked, curious about the item Lein had just produced. She also felt a bit of comfort from it. "I'm sure it's not just any ordinary item, as long as it comes from Lord Lein," Arya added. Having silently observed throughout the entire meeting, her green hair did not match her quiet nature. Hearing their questions, Lein merely smiled warmly and didn't intend to answer. He looked at each of them one by one, recalling when they first met. Back then, none of them knew each other, yet they trusted him to lead the alliance. Yes, although that trust wasn't entirely pure, there was always the possibility of betrayal. Luckily, it hadn't happened yet. His core members continued to follow his orders and respect him. But as Lein thought about humanity's progress in the divine sky realm, he began to realize that he couldn't maintain his previous open-minded approach. They might only follow his orders now because of his immense power and wealth, and they knew they couldn't challenge him in any way. Yet, deep down, what if they grew stronger than him one day? Who could guarantee they would remain loyal? Who could assure him they wouldn't turn against him? No one. No one could be trusted but himself. Staring at the items in his hands, he paused briefly. After a few moments of silence, he finally summoned the courage to toss the sacred papers to each of the core members. The papers floated gently in front of them. Each core member caught one with a confused and curious look, then examined the description of the item Lein had given them. Old Man Heikel read the item description: soul paper, an ancient soul paper crafted from mysterious materials, adorned with magical symbols that shimmer in the dim light. When touched, it feels warm, as if it channels the energy of the souls bound within. Master, Lein, bound, soul contract. The bound soul will not and cannot harbor malicious intent toward the master. Punishment, 99% status reduction and imprisonment in the soul prison. Please drop your blood on the paper to agree. The bound soul limit is master level, cannot exceed the master's soul. Reading this in his heart, his expression remained neutral before finally breaking into a smile. "This is how it should be," he murmured. Old Man Heikel then sliced his pinky finger slightly, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the paper. The blood dripped onto the soul paper, which immediately absorbed it and disappeared into thin air. Not just Old Man Heikel, the other core members followed suit. They even smiled slightly as they did so. Letting out a sigh of relief, they then glanced around at each other and watched their actions. He frowned and observed them carefully, while Nita, beside him, looked puzzled. "Brother, what did you give them?" "Where's mine?" Nita asked, raising her eyebrows and extending her hand like a child asking for a treat. Expecting this reaction, Lein responded with, "What?" "There's none left." He raised both hands, gesturing that he no longer had any of the items. "Brother, what was that?" Nita yelled in frustration. She glanced at the others and noticed that none of them had the papers anymore, except for the muscular man sitting in the corner. "Lord Gusty!" "Stop!" Nita shouted as she stood, and in a flash, she was already beside Gusty. "What is it, Princess Nita? Do you want one?" Gusty asked with a clueless look. He was puzzled by Nita's sudden movement. Nita ignored Gusty's question, her eyes fixated on the description of the soul paper. She stood still for a moment, reading the system panel with a serious expression. After finishing, she turned to look at Lein across the room. He. "Sorry," Nita said in an embarrassed tone. Her face flushed slightly from shame. "Sister Nita, your face is red," Lein observed innocently, her eyes wide with curiosity. Nita couldn't bear to look at Lein and obediently walked back to her seat, resuming her habit of fiddling with her tablet. "This girl." Lein shook his head at Nita's foolish actions and returned his attention to his core members. Moments ago, Lein received a notification that all the core members had agreed to the soul contract he had given them. Soul paper, successfully connected with a new soul. Heikel Manual, soul paper, successfully connected with a new soul. Takulani. Soul paper, successfully connected with a new soul. Area. He hadn't expected them all to agree so easily. The soul prison punishment and the 99% status reduction seemed harsh enough to scare anyone. Yet, here they were, all in agreement, without a single question. It seemed his core alliance members had anticipated this move from him. "Young Master, you've finally done it," a voice suddenly spoke. It was Old Man Heikel, looking at Lein with a kind smile. "I initially had doubts about you, young Master, given all your actions. But today, I understand that you are fair and have no intention of harming others. You truly are fit to be the leader of this realm." Old Man Heikel shared his thoughts calmly, expressing everything he had felt. "However, as a fellow human, my advice is this, young Master, you must learn to be a little more ruthless if you wish to rule such a vast realm," he said with a deep voice, concerned that someone like Lein could be hurt by those close to him. When he saw the soul contract on the paper Lein had given, a small excitement stirred within him. By doing this, those under Lein would no longer harbor any ill intent toward him. "I also agree, Brother Lein. We must adapt to the new environment we're in. It's not just about adapting our lifestyle, our mindset must also change to fit the rules of this world," Laras chimed in, nodding in agreement with everything the Old Man Heikel had said. Her father had been a businessman for several decades, building multiple successful enterprises on Earth. Laras often heard her father explain to her about the cruel nature of humans. Because of this, she had a deep understanding of human nature and even developed an instinct to perceive the true intentions of those around her. One of the reasons she joined the World Market Alliance was due to that very instinct, which told her that the person before her wasn't a bad person. The other members didn't want to be left behind, and they quickly shared their own thoughts. "Master Lein, thank you for allowing me to join and become a core member of the World Market Alliance. This soul contract is a small matter compared to the benefits I've received," said Ifan enthusiastically. Without Lein's help, he wouldn't have reached Tier 3 or have the quality of life he now enjoyed. "Master Lein, thank you," Lein managed to say, struggling with her words. She was still very shy when speaking with strangers, even with Lein himself. Hearing all the responses from his core members, Lein felt relieved and happy. His biggest worry had dissipated as everyone had agreed to his actions. He also recalled the advice given by the Old Man Heikel earlier. With his age and experience, Heikel's mental strength was formidable. He was even the first to agree to the soul contract proposal. "Everyone, thank you for not disappointing me," Lein said sincerely. Despite the bond of the alliance, Lein still maintained limits on how much he shared with his core members. He only distributed resources that wouldn't cause him any trouble, such as the artifact, Ring of Time. He still hadn't shared this powerful artifact with his core members. The artifact, Ring of Time, reduced skill cooldowns by 80%, an item that could drastically change the outcome in a balanced situation. The defense towers spread across the islands were entirely under Lein's control. Although the government staff had access to operate them, they were merely executors, as the entire system was controlled by Lein, the island's owner. With the system equipped with an integrated administrator, Lein felt at ease knowing the island's defenses were firmly within his control. Lein glanced at his core members, reminding himself of their unwavering loyalty and dedication. "All right, let's get back to the main topic," he said, his tone calm yet firm. He raised his hand, and from within his private storage space, several black bags appeared before him. "Everyone, take this," Lein said as he distributed the black bags to each core member. "Use them wisely." After each person received their black bag, Lein continued, "Once you've successfully helped one island, don't stop. Move to assist another island as quickly as possible." He threw 10 black bags to each core member, one by one. Laras, who had been listening attentively, swiftly caught the black bag thrown at her. Curious, she immediately opened the bag and checked its contents. "What?" she exclaimed in her mind, shocked. It wasn't that she had never seen these items before, but the sheer quantity inside the bag left her stunned and overwhelmed. Black bag, Gale Fairy Dolls X100,000, Galactic Fortress X100, Gold Protection Amulet X100, Gold Teleportation Amulet X100, Time Ring X1, Power Essence X10,000. Isn't this a bit too much? murmured one of the core members near the table. They were even more surprised than Lara's, completely unprepared for the extent of Lein's wealth. The fact that Lein had given each of them a black bag meant his total net worth was more than 10 times the contents of a single bag. Terrifying. I seriously underestimated the power and wealth of Master Lein, Heikel muttered to himself. Not only was Lein kind-hearted, but his wealth was also beyond imagination. Even if Heikel were given a year in the Divine Sky Realm, he wouldn't be able to obtain items of such high quality and quantity as those in the black bag. The most valuable item in the bag was their Galactic Fortress, a powerful defensive item with incredibly high attributes. Its passive skills were astounding both in defense and offense. However, activating it came with a steep cost, as it required the use of power essence. Next was their Time Ring, the artifact Lein had previously mentioned. This was Heikel's first time seeing an artifact with such a remarkable effect. Time Ring. Type, active artifact. Grade, pure. Essence, 890. Ability, reduces skill cooldown time by 80%. Damn, a broken bar. What kind of artifact is this? A broken bar reducing skill cooldown by 80%? Even if a skill's cooldown is an hour, it becomes just 12 minutes. This is truly a terrifying artifact. The core members of the Alliance displayed a variety of facial expressions ranging from awe to utter shock as they looked at the contents of the black bags given to them by Lein. Some of them even froze for a moment, as if unable to believe what they had just received. "This a broken bar? This is insane!" exclaimed Lein, his eyes wide as he gazed at their Galactic Fortress in his hands. An item like this, a broken bar, it should be worth a fortune, and not just anyone can buy it, right? Damn, a broken bar. What kind of artifact is this? A broken bar reducing skill cooldown by 80%? Even if a skill's cooldown is 1 hour, it becomes just 12 minutes. This artifact is terrifying. All the core members of the Alliance displayed various expressions ranging from awe to sheer disbelief as they examined the contents of the black bags handed to them by Lein. Some even froze for a moment, as if they couldn't believe what they had just received. "This a broken bar? This is crazy!" exclaimed Lein, his eyes wide as he stared at the Galactic Fortress in his hands. An item like this, it should cost a fortune, and not just anyone can buy it, right? Lara's, still holding their Time Ring in her hand, could only nod slowly. "I never imagined I would see such a high-level item this powerful," she whispered softly. "Amazing, a broken bar," said Hana, admiring the Time Ring on her finger. "But when exactly should we use all of this?" Lein, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. "You're right. Don't rush to use these items. The real threat hasn't arrived yet. But when the time comes, when all the islands require our best defense, you'll know what to do." He looked at all the members with a gaze full of conviction. "Be ready, because we're going to face enemies stronger than anything we've ever imagined." All the core members listened carefully to Lein's words, determined to follow his instructions. They continued to inspect the contents of the black bags, unable to hide their shocked expressions. "Well then, if there are no more questions, we'll end the meeting here," said Lein as he noticed there were no further inquiries. "Yes, sir." Thank you, brother Lein." With those words, all the core members stood up from their seats and expressed their gratitude. Lein quickly left the hall with Nita, as he needed to act fast and help as many islands as possible. The more islands he saved, the stronger Earth's human race would become. After Lein and Nita left, Lara's followed suit. She stood up, backed away from her seat, and hurriedly left the hall, looking as if she was in a rush. Hana, noticing Lara's leaving immediately, turned to Gusty, who was seated beside her. "Mr. Gusty, why do you think Sister Lara's left so quickly?" She didn't even say a word after the meeting ended. Gusty, a large, muscular man, shifted his gaze towards the hall's door. He too had noticed Lara's hurried departure. "I don't know, Miss Hana. Maybe she has something urgent to attend to," he replied with an innocent expression, not giving it much thought. "I think she has pressing matters in the Chinese Alliance Islands. I've heard her father's business there is quite large," said the old man Heikel, who had also noticed Lara's swift exit. He didn't find it strange, given that foreign enemies were attacking. With his vast network, Heikel could easily guess a logical reason for Laris's haste. Yes, you're right, Mr. Heikel. I've been to the Chinese Alliance Islands, and indeed, her father's business there is quite substantial. It's just as big as what they have in our alliance, Hana said, nodding slightly. She recalled her visit to the Chinese Alliance Islands to set up a branch store for their alliance. When she arrived, the dominant force in the market was the Chinese Alliance, followed closely by Laris's family business. The Laris family's main business involved selling various system-related items, from rare monster materials to finished products like combat suits specially designed to protect adventurers. They also produced combat weapons renowned for their durability, as well as support items like potions that granted extra strength and talismans that aided in various situations. The success achieved by Laris's family in the Chinese Alliance was a clear reflection of her father's extraordinary abilities as a merchant. After Lein left the hall with Nita, the atmosphere in the room began to calm down slightly, but the sense of responsibility among the core members remained strong. Each of them knew that a great threat was looming, and they couldn't stay idle for too long. In one corner of the room, Ifan was speaking with the old man Takulani, an elderly man with the job of a swordsman. Their conversation sounded casual, reflecting the close bond they had built as the first ones to join the alliance together. "Mr. Takulani, will you oversee the east or the west?" asked Ifan with a smile, though he already knew the answer. Takulani, with his hair turning white but his posture still firm, let out a short sigh. "I'll be heading east. Of course. My Heaven Sword City is there. There's no way I'd leave that place unprotected." He looked out the large window, watching the sun dip towards the west. "Besides, the eastern region is always more vulnerable to enemy attacks." "That's my responsibility." Ifan nodded in understanding. "All right then, I'll focus on the west and make sure everything stays secure there." Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, some of the other core members also began casually discussing things after the official meeting had ended. Arya, a large man who always carried a shield with him, was speaking with Budi, a young man with green hair and a friendly face. "So, which alliance will you be helping?" asked Arya, his voice calm but firm. Budi let out a sigh. "I'll be supporting the Dragonheart Alliance." "The situation there is tough because most of their forces are tier 2 and below," he replied. Budi, being a mage, was a perfect fit for the task since his abilities excelled at area of effect attacks. It would be easy for him to deal with the tier 2 and lower monsters. Arya nodded, then turned his gaze towards Lein, who was sitting in the corner of the room. "Lein, what about you? Which alliance will you help?" Lein, known for being shy, blushed slightly before answering. "I'll help the Japanese alliance." Her voice was soft but loud enough for the room to hear. I used to watch anime, so I thought I could help them. I don't want their anime industry to die." Arya and Budi smiled at Lein's response. Budi chuckled lightly. "Yeah, we can't lose anime. That would be a huge loss for humanity too." The room's mood lightened with the playful banter, but behind the smiles and laughter, there was a deep understanding that what they were about to face was much bigger than personal matters. Their task wasn't just to protect their alliance's islands but also to safeguard Earth's human civilization. Outside the hall, the morning breeze blew gently, as if signaling the calm before the great storm. Ifan and Takulani exited the hall, continuing their discussion about strategy and defense plans. "We can't just sit around on the island," said Ifan as he looked up at the sky. "Brother told us to protect the surroundings, but we need to be more proactive. There's a chance the foreign enemies could appear in remote areas." Takulani nodded. "Exactly. We need to make sure every region from the major cities to the smallest village remains protected. No one should let their guard down." The two of them agreed to divide tasks and immediately began moving across the island. Meanwhile, the other core members also started preparing for their respective duties, ready to face whatever might come. Teleportation Hub. The sound of endless thunder filled the area of the teleportation hub. From the dozens of portals at the teleportation hub in the City of Life, all had been marked by the foreign invaders. The invaders continued to arrive, only to be killed on the spot by black lightning. In reality, the main defense at the teleportation hub wasn't just the Black Lightning Tower. There were also automatic arrow towers, fire cannons, and light lasers. However, none could match the power of the Black Lightning Tower. Lein had specifically ordered the use of cannon towers to ensure that no enemy would survive or escape with a single strike. The vast area of the teleportation hub was now eerily quiet, with only the storm of lightning visible. Along the perimeter, a few military guards silently observed, watching over the area with caution. At the northern gate of the teleportation hub, a young man in a blue robe could be seen casually walking into the area. He showed no fear of the black lightning that was striking everywhere. As the island's owner, none of the towers on his land could harm him. Quite lively as usual, ha ha ha, Lein murmured as he continued walking toward one of the portals. Yes, the young man was Lein. He had a strong suspicion that the invaders weren't system-made entities. It was highly likely that the creatures attacking were beings just like them. Ever since the natural protections had been lifted, the barriers preventing invasions from other realms had fallen, allowing access to the divine sky realm. After walking several meters, he finally arrived at one of the main portals, which stood 3 meters tall. He then examined the description on the status panel of the space portal in front of him. High-level space portal. A space portal crafted by a master blacksmith. The high-level space portal has the capability to connect 2 points in space up to 1 million kilometers apart. Designed with pure energy extracted from the universe's core, this portal is the result of profound knowledge about dimensions and energy flow. Range: 1 million km. Energy consumption: 1000. Space stability: high. Status: negative. Taken over. Taken over? Just like they reported, Lein muttered with a slight nod. He had been informed earlier that the space portal was in a negative state and could only be used in 2 directions between the destination set by the invader and himself. So, while the portal in front of him had previously allowed teleportation to many other portals, that was no longer possible. Fortunately, Lein's island still had many other functioning portals, otherwise, they would have had difficulty traveling to monitor the allied islands. As Lein pondered, he suddenly saw a creature with a bull's horned head emerge from one of the portals. Arg! The creature let out a loud, terrifying roar. Zap, zzpp. In less than a second, the creature was reduced to ashes by the black lightning. Not even its bones remained, only the black ash being carried away by the morning breeze. Damn! So vicious, Lein muttered, slightly surprised. He glanced at the remains of the black lightning and the smoke still lingering in the air, then shifted his gaze toward the tall tower in the center of the field. The tower was surrounded by a bright white light, and at its peak, black lightning danced freely, ready to strike at any moment. Lein returned his attention to the space portal in front of him. All right. We'll find out once we go in, he said, preparing himself. Yes, he was about to enter the portal to discover the origin of the attackers invading his divine sky realm. Though not officially his realm yet, Lein was the strongest candidate. Lord Gold. Lein called out casually, and suddenly, a sword covered in golden light floated before him. You grow more magnificent with each level up, Lein remarked, admiring the beauty of the sword gracefully hovering in front of him. Divine Sword, Part 1. Level 50. Growth. Attributes: STR plus 2065, INT plus 2012, AGI plus 2048, RES plus 2004. Enhancement, plus 15. Bonus attribute increase by 15% plus 15% attack power. Holy Blessing, heals all body wounds, increases base attributes by 20%. And boosts damage by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Binding skills: Echo Phantom, clone with 50% attributes, Blade Warp, teleport to sword location, Phantom Exchange, swap position with sword, Phantom Assault, sword passively auto-attacks nearby enemies. This golden sword was Lein's first golden weapon, given to him by a crowned middle-aged man when he advanced to Tier 1. With a growth type, this sword had been with him from level 10, growing to its current level of 50. This sword had helped him overcome many obstacles and slay countless enemies. Its growth attribute allowed it to level up alongside Lein. As the sword's level increased, its shape and size changed too. Initially, it had been a short sword, only half a meter long, but now it had grown over a meter. Additionally, its blade, once fully golden, had now become more transparent, with golden energy swirling inside it. Truly beautiful, Lein murmured in awe, eager to use it. Due to his fondness for this golden sword, he called it Lord White. All right. Now it's your turn, Lord Black. Soon, another sword with similar features appeared from the void. A blinding, dark light pulsed from the core of the sword, leaving Lein equally mesmerized as with the golden one. Infernal Blade, Part 2. Level 50. Growth. Attributes: STR plus 2036, INT plus 2056, AGI plus 2070, RES plus 2078. Enhancement, plus 15. Bonus attribute increase by 15% plus 15% attack power. Abyssal Curse, each attack inflicts a random negative effect on the enemy: dizzy, paralyze, sleep, silence, blindness, confusion, weakness. Boosts base attributes by 20%, and increases damage by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Binding skills: Echo Phantom, Blade Warp, Phantom Exchange, Phantom Assault. Ha ha ha. These attributes are absurd, Lein said with a sly smile. The sword's attributes were truly outrageous. He believed that even Tier 2 rulers would struggle to wield both swords due to their overwhelming stats. Besides the immense attributes, the binding skills of these two swords were equally terrifying. Just as a ruler gains new skills upon advancing to Tier 1, so had these swords received new abilities after binding. With a calm voice, Lein said, "Echo Phantom." Immediately, the golden sword before him transformed into a figure that closely resembled him. Lein stepped closer, his eyes locked on the figure that was an exact replica. Every detail, from hair color to facial expression, was perfecto, as if a living mirror stood before him. Curiosity swelled inside him as he began to circle his clone, ensuring there wasn't a single difference between them. "Can you speak?" he asked, his voice filled with admiration. Casually, his clone replied, "Yes, of course. You gave me a name, Golden Master." The voice was identical, even in its intonation. Lein felt as though he was conversing with a part of himself. He smiled widely, as if discovering a powerful ally, but deep inside, his curiosity burned even brighter. "What else can you do?" he asked, excitement rising within him, eager to explore this newfound potential. Lein's clone nodded confidently. "I can do anything you can," it said, before demonstrating an elegant and skilled fighting movement. The clone stepped forward, swinging its empty hands in a series of impressive maneuvers. Lein was stunned, realizing that the clone's movements were even more perfect than his own. "Amazing," he whispered, feeling both inspired and slightly intimidated by the skill of his mirrored self. But as the awe slowly faded, a thought suddenly crossed Lein's mind. He wondered aloud, "Do you have a system panel?" His question flowed with deep curiosity, as if his clone was a mysterious machine harboring limitless potential. "Yes, of course, Master," the clone answered confidently. It then explained that its system panel was similar to Lein's, complete with status, attributes, and skills that could be upgraded. The clone displayed a shiny panel, filled with detailed information that mirrored all of its abilities. Lein felt a surge of excitement, as though he'd found an ally not just as a reflection, but also as a tool to help him achieve even greater goals. "But," Lein said, his voice tinged with curiosity. His gaze focused on the clone's body. "Didn't your system panel not show up before?" he asked, with a deep sense of wonder. When he first activated the Echo Phantom skill, there was no system panel visible. Even just moments ago, that panel had remained hidden. Now, in front of him, the clone's status was clearly displayed, just like anyone else's. Status: Name, Lein. Level, 50. Race, Earth Human. Power Core, System. Rank, Tier 3. Looking at the clone status panel, pride swelled within Lein. The number 50 on the panel reflected his hard-earned progress so far. He was the highest level individual among humanity. "Take. Use all of this," Lein said, throwing several items toward the clone. Lein's clone swiftly caught all the items, without asking many questions. It was Lein, after all, and could feel the thoughts and emotions of its owner. As if there was a telepathic connection, Lein could feel his mind flowing easily into the clone's body. He watched the clone use the items he had thrown, and a satisfied nod crossed his face when he noticed that the clone's rank was no longer visible on the panel. Status: Name, Lein. Level: Race, Earth Human. Power Core, System. Rank: Well, that's enough. It'd be great if there were items that could hide all status, Lein muttered, letting out a long sigh. Go. He commanded his clone with a slight nod toward the portal ahead of them. Yes, Master, his clone replied enthusiastically. Without fear, it stepped into the portal whose destination was unclear. Lein watched from behind, seeing his clone walk with a posture both relaxed and commanding. The golden and black sword hung gracefully at its waist, adding to its striking presence. Alliance Island of China, Chengdu City. The atmosphere in Chengdu City reflected deep sorrow. The grand buildings that were once filled with advanced technology now lay in ruins, surrounded by debris that formed a maze of grief. Fires blazed from several homes, creating a gray sky that blanketed the city, while thick smoke added to the oppressive mood. Streets that were once bustling were now littered with lifeless bodies, silent in their helplessness, as if the city itself was a reminder of heroism long lost. Amidst this chaos, a fierce battle raged between the Chinese alliance and terrifying alien creatures. Various forms of beasts attacked brutally, resembling nightmarish mythological animals, threatening every life that dared resist. The sounds of weapon fire and terrified screams filled the air, invoking an overwhelming sense of dread that enveloped every corner of the city. The Alliance soldiers, with unwavering courage, fought valiantly even as their bodies grew weary and wounded. Why aren't the towers firing? One of the commanders, struggling in a desperate fight against a lion-shaped alien creature, shouted loudly, his body exhausted and unable to endure much longer. Damn it! All the towers have been destroyed. The main tower's out of energy. Another soldier cried, his voice filled with despair. Ugh! The soldier who had asked earlier was thrown 30 meters, crashing into the rubble of a building that had been reduced to ruins. The lion-shaped alien lifted its head, displaying a wide, horrifying grin, as if relishing the destruction before it. Ha ha ha! Pathetic! You will all die today. It jeered, its voice echoing amidst the sounds of gunfire and fear-filled screams. The lion then charged at the man, ready to finish him off. The man who had been thrown earlier struggled to lift his body. His vision was still blurry, unable to think clearly anymore. Looking forward, he saw his fellow soldiers still fighting the alien creature. Observing further, his eyes focused on the lion he had previously fought. Ah ha ha ha! Hearing the man's carefree laughter, the Chinese alliance soldiers glanced for a moment. They saw him laughing as if he was in the happiest moment of his life, despite the terrifying situation around him. Come on, let's die together, said the man, his eyes glowing with ferocity. He knew he couldn't hold on any longer. His Tier 2 power, once a source of pride, seemed meaningless against the powerful lion-like creature. Die! Roared the lion-shaped creature, now airborne, its hands enveloped in a blue aura, its claws gleaming sharply. As the lion shot toward him with incredible speed, the man who had been laughing earlier looked at it calmly. With a smooth movement, he pulled out a piece of paper from his storage space, ready to activate an explosive talisman. But suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. He witnessed the lion's body being split into 4 parts, falling to the ground like delicate fragments. Not only that, after hitting the ground, the lion's body was bombarded by waves of white light that turned it into dust, vanishing without a trace. What? Who? The man shouted internally, shocked and awed by the devastating attack. He hadn't even seen the attack coming. Oh! His eyes fell on a figure with long hair, a delicate white gown, and a floating white cross hovering around her. Aside from him, there were also several others in black uniforms, appearing to be her subordinates. Miss Laras? Shouted a soldier from afar. Incredible. I thought the intelligence from headquarters was joking, but it turns out they really requested help from the World Market Trade Alliance, said a female soldier in awe. She occasionally glanced at Laras. As a woman, Laras was the pinnacle of power she knew. Yes, it was Laras. She had arrived near Chengdu City due to an active portal still present in the area, All the portals in the main city had been destroyed by the alien creatures. Her gaze swept over the alien creatures attacking. From their appearance, it was clear they were beings with bloodline power cores. These aliens could transform into fierce beasts with terrifying strength, a unique ability from their bloodline power cores. Spread out, and regroup once the city is clear, Laras ordered the 10 officers accompanying her. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The 10 officers immediately spread out, rushing to assist the Chinese alliance soldiers in facing the alien enemies. Fortunately, there were no Tier 3 creatures, allowing them to help without much hindrance. Laras didn't remain idle either. She directed her cross toward the sky in the middle of the battlefield. The cross, originally 2 meters tall, grew to 10 meters, radiating a refreshing holy aura. It continued to float higher into the air, and once it reached a certain altitude, the holy light spread out like the morning sun, shining on everyone. Holy offering zone, Laras uttered calmly. Immediately, the area within a 200-meter radius of the cross was bathed in the holy light. The Chinese alliance soldiers, who had been exhausted both physically and mentally, were now revitalized, returning to their peak state. Incredible. So powerful, said a soldier wielding a large sword, slashing at the golden-armed gorilla in front of him with renewed strength. Miss Laras. Truly powerful, the female soldier from earlier remarked, her admiration for Laras rising even higher in her heart. Thank you, Miss Laras. You saved me. I'm alive. Ha ha ha. The enthusiastic shouts of the Chinese alliance soldiers made the alien creatures tremble. They had previously dominated the battle due to their larger number of Tier 3s, but now a woman with a giant cross had come to help. Quick, inform the leader that the operation at point number 13 has failed. A human with solar empowerment has appeared, said one star beast, a half-human creature, to a large crow next to him. He looked in horror at Laras, who continued to mercilessly slaughter his comrades. Understood. The crow nodded and immediately flew into the sky, trying to deliver the message as quickly as possible. But fate had other plans. At an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, a woman in a long white gown suddenly appeared beside him. What? At this height? The Tier 2 crow screamed in terror. In front of him stood Laras, blocking his path. He realized it was impossible for an ordinary human to chase him at this altitude. An artifact? Damn, this girl is terrifying. The black crow shouted in despair. In an instant, he understood that the flying device beneath Laras's feet was a high-tier artifact. Indeed, Laras was able to catch up to him at this height thanks to the vortex plate, a celestial artifact given to her by Lein. As the crow tried to escape by diving downward, Laras swiftly drew a golden sword very similar to Lein's heavenly light slash. Laras yelled as she launched a fast, sharp attack. Although the black crow had flown 50 meters away, its speed was still no match for Laras's strike. The light from the golden sword slash immediately sliced the crow's body without resistance. Guild, Crow Poet, Lunar Growth, EXP plus 26,000. Crow Poet drops, Silver Storage Ring. Laras heard the notification from the system, confirming that the black crow was truly dead. She saw an item drop from the crow's severed body, a silver ring. Before the ring could fall to the ground, Laras moved quickly to retrieve it. Without examining it further, she stored the silver ring and immediately continued her mission to assist in other battles. Below her, the battlefield was still in chaos, but signs of the Chinese alliance's victory were becoming clear. Only a dozen Tier 2 alien creatures remained, and they were sure to be eliminated soon. Not long after, the battle ended. All the alien creatures attacking Chengdu City were killed without a trace. The alliance soldiers, still mourning their fallen comrades, began extracting the enemy corpses, venting their anger on the lifeless bodies. Laras observed her surroundings, feeling a sense of relief as she saw that all the star beasts were dead. The officers gathered around her once again, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Miss Laras, everything is secure, reported a male officer, his tone filled with respect, though the fatigue in his voice was unmistakable. After all, they were only Tier 2 with limited real combat experience. Laras nodded, fully aware of their condition. In an instant, she retrieved an item from her storage ring, gazing at it briefly before tossing it into the air. With a blinding flash of light, the item expanded into a magnificent flying ship, gleaming under the fading sunlight. The ship was about 10 meters long, with an aerodynamic design and a sturdy body adorned with shining brass ornaments. Mounted securely on the ship's sides were several cannons, ready to defend them from any impending attacks. The clinking of metal as the ship ascended added to the tension still lingering in the hearts of the officers. "Everyone aboard. Our next destination is Banjing City," Laras commanded, her voice firm yet calming, as if encouraging her team to face the next challenge head-on. With renewed energy, the 10 officers leapt onto the flying ship, feeling the surge of power flowing through it. Laras immediately issued the order to activate the ship. Soon, the vessel soared swiftly into the sky, leaving the Chinese Alliance soldiers at the battle site gazing in awe. "Thank you, Miss Laras, you saved us all." "Thank you, Miss." "Crush those aliens." Voices of support, curses, and pleas filled the air. The soldiers were all traumatized by the sudden attack, pouring their rage into every word they uttered. Meanwhile, Laras and her team were en route, unaware that a terrible battle was raging in Banjing City. Banjing City, once the pride of the Chinese Alliance with its major developments, was now reduced to ruins. The towering buildings had collapsed, leaving only shattered debris strewn across the streets. Black smoke billowed from various parts of the city, obscuring the already dimming sunlight. The sounds of defensive cannon fire, the destructive blasts from the Chinese Alliance soldiers, and the roars of the alien star beasts filled the air, creating an atmosphere of dread that gripped the souls of the survivors. Terrified residents scrambled through the wreckage in search of shelter. Some clung tightly to their families, while others tried to help the injured along the way. "Where is the government? Why hasn't anyone come to help us?" shouted an old man, his hands trembling as he supported an injured child. His face was filled with panic, reflecting the chaos around him. "God, save us!" cried a woman who collapsed in front of a ruined convenience store, desperately seeking refuge among the unsafe rubble. Amid the panic, a few soldiers from the Chinese Alliance struggled to maintain the city's last line of defense. They wore high-tech battle armor, but it couldn't hide the fatigue and despair creeping into their hearts. "Hold the west side. Don't let those damn star beasts push any further," yelled one commander, trying to issue orders in a strong voice despite his own body being covered in wounds. "Commander, we're running out of healing potions and ammo. How much longer can we hold out?" A young soldier responded breathlessly, fear evident in his eyes as he watched the alien forces closing in. "They'll come. The Alliance will send reinforcements," another soldier shouted, though his voice lacked conviction. In one corner of Banjing City, there remained a fairly advanced area despite the destruction. All the buildings were in ruins, yet this spot used to be a bustling hub on ordinary days. And indeed, behind the collapsed structures stood a building that still held firm, though its walls were marred with cracks and sections of its roof had caved in. The building bore a large logo in the shape of a star encircled by a silver ring, representing the grandeur of the establishment. Yes, this was the main branch of Lara's family business in Banjing City, within the Chinese Alliance. Although the building was no longer in perfect condition, it had become one of the last safe havens for many citizens and company workers. "Quick, get inside. This building is the only place left that's safe," shouted a man in a neat suit, one of Lara's company managers, at a group of citizens seeking shelter. His face was drenched with sweat and dust, yet he continued to give directions. "But they said those monsters are heading this way." "How can it be safe here?" asked a young mother, clutching her crying child tightly to her chest. Her eyes were filled with fear, but she had no choice but to trust the man in front of her. "I don't know, but it's better here than out there." "Trust me, help will come to save us," the man reassured her, though his voice couldn't fully mask his own fear. In situations like this, ordinary people had little to do but seek refuge to survive. Without hesitation, the woman rushed toward the building. As the main headquarters of Lara's family business, the structure surpassed all other buildings in terms of strength and security. Aside from the previous staff, a few soldiers were now stationed outside, standing guard. Various weapons were already in their hands, some wielding longbows, great swords, golden staffs, and other strange armaments. As the company's internal guards, their duty was to protect the building, disregarding anything else like aiding the Chinese Alliance citizens in need. Back in the heart of Banjing City, the Chinese Alliance forces continued to fight fiercely against the rampaging star beasts. They were engaged in brutal combat, where every attack from the aliens caused massive explosions, obliterating everything in their path. "Keep your distance. Don't let them get any closer," shouted a battle commander, releasing a powerful spell from the staff in his hand. The effect of the spell was devastating. What started as a volleyball-sized magic orb quickly grew to the size of a house, surrounded by crackling lightning. The lightning orb shot toward a bird-winged, human-like star beast far in the distance. "Damn it! Just a lowly creature, daring to act cocky with such a small skill?" The winged star beast sneered condescendingly, with a flap of its wings, feathers shed from its body, forming a protective shield round itself. Boom. Zap. Da. Da. The collision occurred, a massive explosion erupting and leveling everything within a 30-meter radius. "Run! Get away now!" shouted a Tier 3 man as he ran from the winged star beast. With only Tier 1 power, he wasn't much different from the helpless civilians. In the skies above the ruined city of Banjing, an epic battle raged between a gigantic long dragon and a man with the head of a hammerhead shark. The air seemed to tremble under the roar of the two beasts. The long dragon's body shimmered with golden scales, its razor-sharp claws cutting through the air like knives, while the hammerhead shark man floated steadily, wielding a massive trident that glowed with a deadly aura. His eyes shone with cruelty, displaying a ferocity that was not to be underestimated. The long dragon roared fiercely, its massive claws slashing forward, attacking with the speed of a storm. However, the hammerhead shark man agilely dodged each strike, swinging his trident with full force, creating sharp energy waves that split the sky. Each swing of the trident produced sparks of lightning, shattering the clouds and causing the air to sizzle. With extraordinary speed, the hammerhead shark man used his trident to launch a fatal strike, thrusting the spearhead straight at the dragon. The attack was so powerful that it made the sky tremble, creating a long trail in the air. The trident pierced through the dragon's energy barrier and almost reached its scales. "Damn! I underestimated you," the dragon muttered with a serious expression. It was furious now, its once black eyes turning golden. "Dragon suppression!" The dragon bellowed loudly. In an instant, the air around the hammerhead shark man grew heavy. The space surrounding him seemed to freeze, restricting his movements and thoughts. The effect of dragon suppression was overwhelming. The hammerhead shark man suddenly froze, his body stiff as if petrified, while his mind was shackled by the dragon's mystical power. Damn it! How could a lower species possess such pure dragon blood? His once sharp and confident eyes turned vacant, unable to think or plan his next move. This was the moment the dragon had been waiting for. With its gleaming claws, it charged forward with incredible speed. Blue fire erupted from its mouth, enveloping the sky in a destructive blaze. The helpless hammerhead shark man could do nothing but endure dragon's relentless onslaught. The dragon's sharp claws tore through his defenses with ease, ripping apart flesh and shattering the energy armor protecting him. In those deadly seconds, the long dragon launched its final, fatal attack. It bit down on the hammerhead shark man's body with its enormous jaws, crushing bone and flesh mercilessly. "Lein, save me!" the man cried out in agony, but he couldn't fight back. His trident slipped from his grasp, floating helplessly in the air before plummeting far below. Blood gushed from his wounds, painting the dark sky with a sorrowful trail of red. The long dragon roared again, this time with triumphant glee. The hammerhead shark man's body was utterly destroyed in the dragon's grip, and the remains of his body were hurled to the ground. With heavy breaths, the long dragon gradually shrank and swiftly transformed back to its original form. A woman in her 20s appeared, with long hair and a bright red robe that enhanced her fierce and untamed aura. Her gaze turned downward, biting her lips slightly, unable to express her bottled-up emotions. With no other choice, she hurried down to take a closer look. "President Baichi, they're too strong. We can't hold them off much longer," cried one of the elite soldiers beside her, his face battered and weary from relentless combat. "We must not give up. Hold the line." "I'll take care of them," Baichi replied, his voice deep and resolute. Around Laraz's company building, the situation was growing dire. A Tier 3 star beast monkey led the attack on the building, destroying everything in its path. The few remaining security guards tried to hold the monster back, but they were effortlessly crushed. Inside the building, in the conference room, Laraz's father, along with several company stakeholders, watched the situation unfold through a large screen connected to security cameras. Their faces were filled with anxiety. "You said this building was safe. Look, the monster's getting closer," one of the stakeholders shouted, his voice full of anger. "What do you mean?" "This is your responsibility. This building was supposed to be the final stronghold, but now we're all going to die here," another yelled, his face flushed with fear. Laraz's father, though worried, tried to remain calm. "Laraz will come. Trust me. She won't leave us behind." "How can you be so sure?" "We should have fled from here long ago," cried a panicked woman. But before the argument could escalate further, a massive rumble echoed from outside. The Tier 3 star beast monkey had arrived near the building, its large red eyes staring at the structure with clear intent to destroy. The internal security personnel tried to fend it off, but the monkey's brutal attacks shattered their defenses in an instant. It easily tore through the outer walls and approached the conference room. At the same moment, a loud whirring sound echoed from the sky. Laraz's airship appeared above the building, drawing the attention of everyone inside and outside. Without wasting any time, Laraz leapt from the ship, using her vortex plate to fly swiftly. "Father, I'm here!" she shouted, her voice resonating loudly among the ruins. Her father's eyes widened as he saw his daughter arrive just in time. Quickly, Laraz descended, positioning herself between the Tier 3 monkey and the building, ready to defend it. Laraz looked at the monkey with a calm demeanor, though deep inside, she was furious because the monster in front of her was trying to harm her father. "Laraz, be careful, that monster is very strong," her father shouted from inside the building. His eyes, once filled with hopelessness, now glimmered with renewed hope. He had regretted not leaving with the others earlier, but considering the assets he owned, he tried to protect and move them to a safer location. Laraz heard her father's cries but remained silent. Inside, she was also slightly angered by her father's greed. His wealth meant nothing to someone as powerful as her, so chasing after wealth in their current world was essentially useless. Not far from where Laraz stood, the Tier 3 monkey stood tall, nearly 2.5 meters, with a body covered in thick brown fur that radiated power. His muscles bulged, and his long arms hung by his sides, his knuckles twitching as if ready to strike. Laraz looked at the monkey with disgust, a smug smile etched across her face. "Die," she muttered softly, but with strong determination. The monkey felt a surge of anger boiling inside him, but at the same time, he was terrified by the weapon Laraz wielded. A white cross floated above her palm, emitting a pure, sacred aura that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. "You don't know who you're dealing with, girl. I am the heir to the most powerful heavenly monkey bloodline." Laraz remained unfazed. She hovered on her flying vortex plate, exuding a terrifying aura. Even though the monkey before her was also a Tier 3, she was confident in the attributes and items she possessed. With just the vortex plate under her feet, the monkey wouldn't be able to touch her. The monkey braced himself, feeling the Tier 3 energy coursing through his body. He straightened, flaunting his massive muscles, proud of his heighty race. "If you dare, come at me. I'll crush that arrogance of yours." In an instant, the air around them grew tense, ready for battle. Sure enough, right after the monkey finished his words, Laraz had already moved her cross, launching it straight toward the Tier 3 monkey with incredible speed. "Transform," Laraz whispered softly. With a quick hand gesture, the cross expanded, radiating a blinding holy light, and slammed down at the spot where the monkey stood. The monkey's red eyes reacted swiftly, tracking the incoming cross. Instinctively, his legs tensed, preparing to leap away. Although caught off guard, the monkey leapt with extraordinary reflexes. With a swift jump, he managed to dodge the blow that shattered the ground beneath him. "Your cross is beautiful, but is that all you've got?" he shouted mockingly. HMPH, Laras muttered, her focus unwavering as she tracked the monkey's movements wherever he went. She moved her cross again and again, smashing it in different directions, generating waves of energy that shook the air. The monkey struggled to dodge Lara's relentless attacks. Several times, he narrowly avoided getting hit, but every time he was flung a few meters away, he quickly regained his stance, ready to attack again. "You can't keep this up forever," he growled, frustration mounting. Lara sneered. "Keep running, you foolish beast." With extraordinary agility, the monkey leapt once more, dodging yet another attack. At this moment, he noticed that Lara's cross was slightly further from him. Reacting swiftly, his legs and hands worked together, and he launched himself directly toward Lara's. Seeing the monkey preparing to strike, Lara's gave him no chance. A golden sword materialized out of thin air. She grabbed it effortlessly and rushed toward the monkey's attack head-on. "Foolish beast, stay foolish," Lara's said in a calm voice as she prepared to kill the monkey outright. As the Tier 3 monkey lunged forward, his heart started to tremble. His instincts screamed at him to retreat, but his body was already hurtling toward Lara's. With his large hands, he pulled his right arm back slightly, forming a powerful fist enveloped in a green aura, ready to strike Lara's. Arg! The immense power radiating from his fist shook the air around him, a clear sign that he intended to end this fight with one deadly blow. However, Lara's remained unshaken. She stayed calm, even smiling slightly. The golden talisman protecting her body activated, emitting a soft, shimmering light. Under her feet, the vortex plate's teleportation cooldown had ended, granting her full mobility. The golden sword in her hand gleamed brightly, ready to counter the attack. She had prepared for all possible outcomes. She knew the monkey would fall under her golden sword. As the distance between them narrowed, the moment arrived. The monkey's fist, brimming with green energy, barreled toward Lara's, while she gracefully swung her golden sword with swift, precise movement. The loud clash resonated through the sky and ground. The green aura of the monkey's punch collided with the holy light of Lara's golden sword. A powerful energy wave exploded around them, creating a storm of force that pushed everything away. The ground beneath them cracked, and the air grew heavy, filled with pure power from both sides. Yet, in that direct confrontation, Lara's remained steady in the air, controlling her vortex plate with remarkable calm and poise. "Arg!" A loud scream echoed. It was the cry of the Tier 3 monkey. He felt the overwhelming power of Lara's strike, as her golden sword collided with his fist, a force he couldn't match. A roar of pain escaped his mouth as his body was flung backward, soaring past the crumbling buildings behind him. Lara's wasn't finished. With a smooth motion, the white cross above her head began to rise higher, spinning rapidly until it formed a blinding circle of holy light. "Divine retribution," she whispered, her voice soft but filled with determination. In an instant, the cross glowed even brighter, radiating a holy aura that enveloped Lara's. Her attributes surged drastically, and at the same time, the aura began to exert a crippling effect on the Tier 3 monkey before her. The once strong muscles of the beast now felt weakened, as if something was draining the life force from his body. Slowly, the monkey's power began to wane. "Damn it! What's happening to me?" he cried out in panic, his terrified voice echoing. His body felt like it was burning from the inside out. He looked around, his eyes catching the sacred light radiating from Lara's cross, which only deepened his fear. Without a second thought, the monkey made a decision. He had to flee. His legs were already bent, ready to leap away from this deadly situation. After just one encounter with Lara's, he knew his strength was no match for hers. The pressure of the holy aura, combined with the sharp strikes and energy that continued to sap his strength, made this battle feel impossible to win. But Lara's, standing firmly on her vortex plate, wasn't going to let her enemy escape so easily. With quick reflexes, she activated the vortex plate's teleportation. In an instant, she appeared right beside the fleeing Tier 3 monkey. In the perfect position, Lara's swung her golden sword with precision, aiming for the monkey's abdomen. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as her slash pierced the beast's tough hide. But strangely, as her sword struck, a sudden white mist emerged, enveloping the entire area around them. Within seconds, Lara's visibility was drastically reduced, the thick fog obscuring her view. Lara swung her hand forward, trying to clear the mist that obscured her view. However, before she could fully dispel it, she felt something strong gripping both of her hands. What? Lara was shocked when, as she turned, her gaze fell upon a cluster of hands tightly gripping her. In front of her, dozens of monkeys appeared, all looking identical to the enemy she had just fought. They surrounded her from every direction, satisfied smirks etched on each of their faces. Ha 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 ha. One of them laughed, its voice full of satisfaction. Why? Surprised? Confused? One of the monkeys taunted as it spun a silver sword in its hand. You newcomers. Just frogs trapped in a well. You have no idea how vast the outside world is. Hurry up and finish her. Another monkey commanded. Lord Croc is waiting for us. Lara furrowed her brows. Something was off. They're talking to each other, she thought. This isn't an illusion or just some cloning technique. Her eyes gleamed sharply. In front of her, dozens of Tier 3 monkeys stood firm, each holding a different weapon. A dozen enemies with equal strength. This situation was far from what she had anticipated. Such a scenario could easily turn into a disaster. The two monkeys in front of her now gripped Lara's hands tightly, preventing her from launching another attack. The other monkeys around her quickly activated their weapons, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Finish this woman off. One of them shouted, giving the order. The battle aura intensified, and within seconds, Lara knew she was on the brink of great danger. Yet, despite being surrounded, the confident glint never left her eyes. Lara smiled faintly, her gaze piercing toward her enemies. All right then. Let's see who survives, she whispered softly, preparing her final move. Alliance Island, America. In one of the major cities of the American Alliance, thick smoke billowed into the sky, marking the destruction wrought by a brutal attack from foreign creatures. Towering buildings that once stood tall now lay in ruins, torn apart by the destructive power from beyond. Magical explosions echoed from all directions, deafening and spreading inevitable devastation. Automated defense towers continued firing energy, trying to repel the invading cultivators. However, the power of the attackers was too overwhelming. The city's defenses were faltering, and the soldiers of the American Alliance fought desperately while civilians ran for shelter, trapped in the chaos. Amidst the rubble and thick smoke, an old man stood, his white robe fluttering in the winds of battle. His face was lined with age, but his eyes still burned with extraordinary power. His white hair shone in stark contrast to the darkness enveloping his body. In his hands, a thick black book lay open, its pages flipping rapidly as if alive. Ancient symbols glowed from the book, summoning dark powers that seeped into the air. The old man was Hayekle Emmanuel. Without hesitation, he had come to assist the American Alliance, even though they were not close allies. As their greatest rival after the Alliance, America had always stood at the front lines of defense. Now, old man Hayekle was here, bringing destruction to the invaders who underestimated his strength. Old man Hayekle raised his hand, and from the air, dark shadows began to gather. In a deep voice, he muttered, "You are cruel. Join this darkness," before thrusting his hand forward. In an instant, a vortex of dark energy emerged, sucking the foreign invaders into a deadly void. Their bodies were pulled in by old man Hayekle's power, trapped in the vortex with no hope of return. Stay away from that vortex. He's a Tier 3 warrior. One of the foreign cultivators shouted in panic, his body trembling as he tried to escape the pull of the darkness. Call Elder Nixian quickly. Another cried out, his voice filled with fear. But their warnings came too late. The foreign invaders caught in the range of old man Hayekle's power could only scream in terror as their bodies disintegrated, unraveled, and vanished into the shadows that consumed everything without mercy. "Burn them all," old man Hayekle whispered to his book. Instantly, black flames ignited around him, quickly spreading across the city's ruins. The wave of black fire surged to every corner, consuming everything it touched. The buildings that were already damaged became engulfed in the dark flames, and the enemies trapped within were burned to ashes without mercy. "No, please!" Horrific screams echoed amidst the blaze as the remaining enemies thrashed, desperately seeking escape. "I want to go back." "Where's the portal? Where is it?" Desperate cries filled the air. Seeing their comrades burnt alive, the invaders' morale crumbled. Many of them began to surrender, retreating, running desperately to find a way out. But the black flames of Old Man Heikel relentlessly hunted them down, showing no compassion. In a corner of the city, the soldiers of the American Alliance, who had witnessed the horrifying scene, stood frozen. They had heard rumors about the mighty old man from the Lein Alliance, but seeing him in action with their own eyes was a completely different experience. "Damn! That old man! He's a monster," one of the soldiers whispered with a choked voice, his eyes still fixed on Old Man Heikel as he calmly slaughtered the enemies. "He saved us," another soldier murmured, his gaze filled with admiration. With all the advanced technology possessed by the American Alliance, they still struggled against the foreign cultivators. But the old man, with his dark powers, had slaughtered them as if it were nothing. The black flames continued to blaze, licking every corner of the remaining city, leaving behind nothing but destruction and rubble. Old Man Heikel Emanuel, calmly, closed his book slowly. Without another word, he walked away from the battlefield, ready to assist the next city. In the bright empty void, the sun rose toward noon, shining upon a large island about 250,000 square meters in size. Like many islands, this one was teeming with life, with city walls 20 meters high and numerous defense towers standing firm at every corner. Unfortunately, the island's beautiful and sturdy appearance was from a few hours ago, before the interracial war event concluded. Now, the island was engulfed in chaos almost everywhere. Large cities, small towns, and remote areas, all embroiled in relentless battles. "Hey! Stop chasing him, finish off this area first!" yelled a captain as he kept slashing at a man with a white halo behind his back. His movements didn't stop or weaken, even as he issued the command. The soldiers who heard the captain stopped chasing the fleeing foreign enemies. Their gaze scanned the surroundings. More than 10 duels were taking place. Just watching it made their hearts weary and filled them with dread. Just a few hours ago, he had been with his family celebrating his son's 4th birthday. Now, the city was enveloped in emergency sirens. All soldiers were ordered to report to the military headquarters to form teams. Along the way, he had seen many strange beings with white halos and wings on their backs. He saw some rogue hunters trying to fight them off, attempting to block the foreign invaders. As an official military soldier, he had to obey every command from his superiors. Even though he wasn't from the lower ranks, his role in the military was significant, and his presence was highly required at the headquarters. But here he was now in the midst of a sudden and terrifying battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, Galen felt a sharp slash approaching at high speed. His reflexes immediately kicked in, ducking quickly as he activated his escape skill, trying to distance himself as far as possible from the attack. "Galen, watch out!" A soldier's loud voice came from behind him, warning him of the threat that had nearly hit him. Sure enough, in the sky above him, a middle-aged man with widespread white wings hovered gracefully. With a sharp gaze, the man adjusted his posture after his failed strike at Galen. The winged man's gaze surveyed the battlefield around him, his face previously showing indifference now creased slightly with anger. "Useless, they can't even handle a city without a holy disciple. Tier 3, the man said angrily, glaring at the faith-wooden soldiers around him. Galen, who had narrowly avoided the winged man's slash, stood and fixed his posture. His eyes locked onto his airborne opponent. His face showed deep shock. He saw a middle-aged man with white wings floating in the air, commanding the battlefield with a powerful holy aura radiating from his body. His wings, as white as swan feathers, flapped gently, though his body remained unmoved. The man's loose, slightly open white clothing made him look like a war god descended from the heavens. The aura around him was so strong that the air felt heavier and hotter, as if it were being pressed down by an invisible force. "Tier 3? Galen muttered in disbelief. He swallowed hard, realizing just how powerful this winged man was. His entire body trembled, not only from fear but also from the knowledge of how difficult it would be to face an opponent of this level. On the ground, The other human soldiers began to grasp the situation they were in. The duels that had been raging around them now seemed insignificant compared to the threat looming above. Even the captain, who had been swinging his sword tirelessly, now appeared cautious. He stepped closer to Galen, his eyes never leaving the winged man who had once again focused his attention on them. Back in the sky, without warning, the winged man raised his long sword. A bright white glow radiated from the blade, emitting a holy aura that filled the air within a 3-meter radius. The holy energy vibrated like a small storm, causing everyone who felt it to recoil in fear. "Go now, Galen, get help. Your talent is still needed by the Alliance." The captain's voice was firm but full of urgency. He didn't wait for a reply. He stepped forward, ready to face the winged man who was far stronger than they were. He knew they were all only Tier 2, including himself. Fighting against a Tier 3 enemy would only end in death if they persisted. Galen nodded resolutely, without objection. In his heart, he knew their best option was to minimize casualties. Facing an enemy of this caliber without reinforcements from stronger individuals would only bring destruction. He quickly turned and ran towards the headquarters, hoping the Alliance leader had already finished his own battle against another Tier 3 enemy. Attack! For the Harmony Circle Alliance. The Harmony Circle Alliance soldiers shouted loudly. They knew that ever since the arrival of the Tier 3 winged man, the city they were in was doomed to be 100% destroyed. Earlier, a Tier 3 enemy had come and was immediately dealt with by the Alliance leader. But now, another had appeared without warning. Who else could they rely on? Boom! Slash! As Galen continued running and flying with his escape skill, he heard terrifying explosions behind him. The sounds of buildings collapsing, trees falling, and the ground shaking echoed all around him. Even without looking back, he knew there was no more hope. Far behind, the winged man was now lifting a large sphere of light with a 10-meter diameter. The ball of light radiated an immense aura. "Take this," he said casually. Soon, he threw the ball of light directly at the soldiers of the Harmony Circle Alliance. The ball flew swiftly and exploded over an area with a 50-meter radius. Everything was completely destroyed. Even the Faith Wardens within the vicinity were affected by the impact. "Attack! Don't retreat!" A man with a large shield shouted, trying to rally the remaining Alliance soldiers. He raised his shield high into the air, attempting to activate his barrier skill. "Barrier!" he yelled with full confidence. Instantly, a system notification appeared before him. "Barrier active. Link has been established." Successfully connected with 010 friends. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, no one connected?" he muttered bitterly. The emptiness of that notification pierced his heart. A cold sensation spread through him, not just from the battle, but from the reality that all his comrades were gone. He looked around. There was no more fighting. What remained were only the ruins of the city. Buildings that once stood tall now leveled with the ground. A few Faith Wardens with their white halos still stood atop the rubble, and above them, the winged man observed with an empty, indifferent gaze. "Damn it, a broken bar bastard, a broken bar, you killed all my friends." The man with the shield roared, his voice hoarse and full of hatred. His eyes locked onto the winged man above, no longer filled with fear, only with burning rage. He steeled his resolve, tightening his grip on his shield and silver sword, and without a second thought, he charged forward, running as fast as he could toward his enemy. "Arg!" he screamed, filled with the final determination to exact revenge. The winged man remained gracefully airborne, looking down at his opponent's every move. His face was rigid, almost expressionless, as though what he was witnessing was something of no significance. With a single wave of his hand, a beam of light shot out from his fingertip, aimed precisely at the approaching shield bearer. Sing! The sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a short thud, as the beam of light penetrated the man's chest. The man's body froze instantly, his running feet stumbling. Slowly, he fell to his knees, his shield slipping from his grasp, clattering emptily atop the debris. He looked down at his chest. To a large hole gaped open on his right side, where the beam had pierced through. Blood flowed heavily, soaking his tattered clothes, staining the ground beneath him a deep crimson. His eyes began to blur, his vision hazy. The air seemed to thin, and the pain that had ravaged his body started to fade, replaced by emptiness. A bitter smile appeared on his lips, a final smile full of resignation. He knew his life had come to an end. With his last breath, his body collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. The shield-bearer's death was tragic, but to the winged man who still floated above, the event was nothing more than a trivial sight and not worth his attention any longer. You will gain no points from this city. The winged man's voice echoed through the air, cold and commanding. His face looked frustrated, his jaw clenched as he glared at the remaining Faithwooden soldiers. His eyes were full of displeasure. The Faithwoodens who heard him exchanged glances, trying to grasp the extent of the winged man's disappointment. Fear began to creep into their hearts. They knew who stood before them, not just a superior, but someone whose power far exceeded their own. Failure in front of this man was not something to take lightly. There's no excuse for repeating this mistake, the winged man continued, his voice heavy with implicit threat. Finish off the other areas and secure an entire island. Leave no one alive. He took a deep breath, but his anger was clearly not yet abated. Our forces have already lost at island number 12. One more defeat. A broken bar. His voice grew more dangerous, and our share will be reduced further. His last words hung in the air. The Faithwoodens felt their hearts race, realizing that failure was not an option in front of this winged man, who could obliterate them with a single gesture. One of the Faithwoodens even furrowed his brow, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted his sword, struggling to hide his fear. With a cold, unchanging gaze, the winged man signaled for them to move. Without further words, the Faithwoodens quickly rushed off, not wanting to wait or risk provoking further wrath from the figure they so deeply feared. The Faithwooden troops left, and the battle in the city was over, leaving the winged man alone. He slipped his hand into the pocket of his pristine white robe and pulled out a small, round object. It resembled a compass, though its needles spun in an unusual pattern, pulsing in sync with the flow of energy from the surroundings. A thin smile appeared on his face, as if something he had anticipated had been confirmed. As I thought, he muttered lightly, almost as if speaking to himself. Their movements are quick. His eyes focused sharply on the compass, its needles spinning endlessly, indicating a large movement in the distance. He sighed softly, but his face remained untroubled by the urgency of the situation. We need to move quickly, he said with a more serious tone, though still calm. Otherwise, more reinforcements from the enemy will arrive. His words carried an unspoken tension. Time was running swiftly, and every second wasted was a chance for the enemy to fortify their position. Without wasting more time, the winged man disappeared in an instant, his body fading gracefully, as if merging with the wind. All that remained was dust, swirling lightly in the air. The sky above the grand city of Harmony Circle was filled with the sounds of thunder and fiery explosions that shook the heavens. Below, the remains of destroyed buildings lay scattered, debris from the fallen towers littering the ground alongside heaps of corpses and chaotic rubble. Thin smoke drifted with the breeze, carrying the scent of destruction and decay. In the midst of the ruins, civilians hid behind the remaining walls, shielding themselves from the chaos above. Their faces were bruised and battered, blood flowing between the dust and grime. Some soldiers, severely wounded, leaned against the cracked walls, the only refuge they had left. Despite their fear, their eyes were fixed on the sky, watching the fierce battle above with bated breath. Master Punno, please win this. Defeat that woman. A mother clutched her trembling child tightly, her voice filled with hope and fear. You can do it, leader, take down that demon. Shouted another man, his voice trembling. God, please help us, whispered an old priest, his hands clasped together in a prayer full of faith. Above them, two figures floated, locked in a battle of epic proportions. Punno, a middle-aged man radiating a blazing aura, wielded unimaginable fire magic. Every time he unleashed a burst of flame from his palms, the temperature in the air spiked, burning everything around him until the debris from the buildings began to melt and smolder. However, in front of Punno stood a woman with a calm gaze, her face serene and showing no trace of fear. She wore a gleaming blue and white robe that sparkled in the sunlight, with a large white halo spinning gracefully behind her head. Even as Punno unleashed his destructive powers, The woman remained composed, waves of sacred energy emanating from her hands, holding back the flames that sought to engulf her. Punno gritted his teeth. Damn it! Why is this woman so strong? He hissed. They had been fighting for over 10 minutes, and with every passing moment, Punno increasingly felt the danger from each of his opponent's moves. The woman, wielding deadly illusion powers, only needed one touch to imprison Punno in the dream world she created. A brief touch was enough to leave her enemies disoriented, but a longer touch would trap them in an illusion where she could do anything. Punno had learned this trick. Earlier, he had almost lost consciousness when the woman managed to touch him for a few seconds. However, Punno had his trump card by taking on his fire elemental form. He could sever the illusion easily, burning away the woman's magic before it could take root too deeply. The woman's eyes flickered. She knew Punno was growing more cautious, but she did not give up. I just need to touch you a bit longer this time, she thought, continuing to search for an opening. Her movements were light, almost like she was dancing in the air, dodging the scorching flames. Punno didn't give her any room to move. Each time the woman approached, he unleashed a brutal attack, hurling explosive fireballs that left searing heat in their wake. Every strike left a fiery mark on the woman's body, a burning red trail that marked his next target. When the number of marks reached 7, a massive explosion would occur, incinerating the victim alive. Hey, such a beautiful shade of red. The woman smiled slightly, looking at the fiery mark now glowing on her arm. She already had 4 marks, and only needed 3 more for the deadly explosion. I have to be careful, she murmured, soaring forward with rapid movement. Punno let out a sinister laugh. You won't touch me again, he growled, releasing an even larger burst of flame. He leapt backward, creating a circle of fire to limit the woman's movements. However, she continued to move swiftly, using her light shield to withstand the searing heat around her. In one swift motion, she closed in, her hand outstretched, almost touching Punno's skin. But just at that moment, Punno unleashed a massive wave of fire, forcing the woman to retreat for a moment. Not so fast, Punno shouted. The woman frowned but remained undeterred. Punno's attacks grew wilder, but he was also becoming more reckless. The woman saw her chance and, with a daring move, dashed forward, dodging the final burst of flame and managing to touch Punno's chest. Punno's eyes widened. No! He screamed. In an instant, his body transformed, the human skin that encased him melted away, replaced by pure, raging fire. He was no longer human, but a giant fire elemental. The heat emanating from his body was enough to destroy the light shield protecting the woman. Little by little, the woman gritted her teeth. Her body began to feel the intense heat. Her light shield groaned under the pressure of Punno's fire, cracks forming on its surface. But she didn't give up. With determination, she moved closer and wrapped her arms around Punno's fiery form, ensuring her touch remained connected. I just need a few more seconds, she whispered. As her shield melted away, Punno suddenly felt his world shake. His vision blurred, and the sounds around him faded. What's happening? He muttered in confusion. Before he realized it, he was trapped. Everything around him vanished. The raging fire on his body disappeared, replaced by shadows and illusions. Punno was caught in the woman's illusion world. Ugh! A faint groan escaped the lips of the faith-wooden woman as she descended from the sky, her breath ragged. The halo of light surrounding her back began to dim, indicating her dwindling spiritual energy after the intense battle. Damn it! This man is only at the early holy disciple, tier 3, but his power is so unique, she muttered, recalling the events from a few seconds ago. Her gaze fell on her arm, where the fire marks had now grown to 6. In his elemental form, Punno had accelerated the marking process with alarming speed. Just one more mark, and the fire explosion would occur. Below her, the atmosphere in the devastated city grew even more tense. The civilians and soldiers of the Harmony Circle Alliance who saw the Faithwooden land on the ground were now filled with fear. Their last hope seemed to vanish. Their leader, Punno, whom they believed could save them, was now trapped in an illusion. They didn't know if he was still alive or not. The wind carried stinging dust, But that wasn't the only thing fueling their fear. Some of the citizens exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep despair. It seemed as if there was no way out. Destruction and death loomed over them, inevitable. Suddenly, a shout broke the oppressive silence. Ugh! A young man with a frail body stood up quickly. His gaze was anxious but filled with determination. He walked toward the faith-wooden woman, his steps quick and firm, as if he had made his final decision. Thud! He knelt before the woman, his head bowed low until it touched the dirty ground. "My lady, I am willing to be your servant. I will do whatever you command," he said, his voice trembling, but there was a firmness in his tone. Silence enveloped the scene for a moment, and soon, other citizens, influenced by the young man's actions, followed. They moved forward, one by one, then knelt before the faith-wooden woman with faces full of fear and hope. "My lady, spare our lives!" cried an old man, hobbling forward before collapsing to his knees. "We're willing to be your slaves as long as we can live," shouted another, their voices quivering between fear and hope. The faith-wooden woman, still feeling the effects of the exhausting battle, looked at the scene before her with an expression that was difficult to read. Her gaze was filled with surprise and a hint of frustration. "A moment ago, these people called me a demon, a mad woman. And now look at them," she thought to herself, realizing how fear could twist loyalty. Meanwhile, her body still felt the intense heat from Puno's rapidly activating fire marks. The next few seconds would determine whether she could survive the final explosion or be trapped in a fatal destruction. Yet beneath her frustration, she couldn't ignore the fact that the human, Puno, though trapped in an illusion, still had the power to explode at any moment. Puno might be caught in her illusion, but that didn't guarantee her safety. The faith-wooden woman gazed at the civilians kneeling before her with a blank expression. The exhaustion from the recent battle seemed invisible on her face. She slowly raised her hand, and in an instant, several bright red fruits appeared in her grasp. "Finally a broken bar. Eat this," she said coldly, tossing the fruits towards them without any ceremony. The young man who was the first to kneel caught one of the fruits in his hand. At a glance, it looked like an apple similar to the ones he had seen on Earth before. But he didn't have time to think. Being under 15 years old, he lacked the ability to see any description of the fruit, a limitation that had saved many lives before, but not this time. With trembling hands, he lifted the fruit towards his mouth. "Stop! That's an illusion fruit!" a soldier shouted from behind, his voice filled with fear and warning. He was one of the few who refused to bow and worship the faith-wooden woman, clinging to the remnants of his dignity as a soldier. But before the warning could sink into the minds of the desperate civilians, the faith-wooden waved her hand with a graceful yet deadly motion. A wave of white energy shot forth, emanating from her hand like a flash of lightning, and struck the shouting soldier. Screech! Without the slightest resistance, the soldier's head was severed from his body. His eyes remained wide open, still reflecting fear, while his headless body slowly tilted forward, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The head rolled, leaving a trail of blood on the dusty ground, eventually stopping with its face bowed down in surrender before the terrified citizens. "Ugh! No!" Screams erupted among the people. Some immediately covered their eyes with both hands, unable to bear the horrifying scene before them. Fear gripped their souls, freezing any intention of resistance. Hope, even the will to fight, had vanished completely. The faith-wooden woman showed no hint of mercy. Her eyes scanned the kneeling civilians, observing the fear swelling among them. With a thin smile on her face, she conjured more red fruits, throwing them toward those still frozen in confusion and terror. "If you still want to lie via broken bar, eat this fruit, quickly," she commanded, her voice like venom seeping into their hearts. She also directed the fruits toward those who had previously refused to kneel, forcing them to confront their final choice. The civilians, having witnessed the tragic death of the brave soldier, now had no choice but to obey. One by one, their trembling hands reached for the fruits. Some of them stared at the fruit momentarily with eyes full of doubt, but fear overcame all. They slowly lifted the fruit to their mouths, hoping for survival, if only for a moment. Inside a vast cubic chamber, Puno, his body engulfed in swirling flames, was fiercely battling a group of strange, half-circular creatures. Their round eyes gleamed, and their bodies were covered in deadly red thorns. Pano smiled with satisfaction as his fiery attack sliced through the air, scorching one of them until it was charred to ashes. 12, Pano muttered, keeping count as his final fire strike hit its mark, reducing the creature to dust. Successfully killed, Thorn Blossom Demon, exp 10,400. The notification echoed in his mind, but Pano gave no time to dwell on his success. He immediately moved, spinning with incredible speed toward the next target. With a swift motion of his hand, fire erupted from his body, incinerating another Thorn Blossom Demon in an instant. 30, Pano said with a more cautious tone, though a smile still lingered on his face. Successfully killed, Thorn Blossom Demon, exp 10,000. However, the atmosphere started to shift. Pano's caution wasn't without reason. In the distance, a much larger creature emerged from the shadows. Its body was not only covered in thorns, but also writhing with long tentacles that moved like agile snakes, vibrating with a terrifying intensity. Its large round eyes bulged, with red veins spiraling around its eyelids like knots of energy ready to explode at any moment. Bloodthorn Demon. Level, 25. Species, Ghost. Attributes, STR 2486, INT 2527, Agate 2486, Res 2239. Blood Tentacle. Moves its tentacles to sting enemies and apply a blood mark. Each mark reduces the enemy's attributes by 0.5%. When the mark reaches 100, a second body transformation is unlocked. Pano's eyes sparkled as he read the description of the monster. An interesting skill. Unfortunately, its base attributes are too low, he muttered, feeling slightly disappointed. He knew that despite the monster's impressive abilities, it wouldn't be tough enough to offer any meaningful resistance. Pano carefully observed the monster's movements. The Bloodthorn Demon lashed one of its tentacles toward Pano with incredible speed, but Pano's flame-covered body reacted instantly. Swiftly, he dodged to the side, his body moving with the grace of a burning shadow. Swoosh! The blood tentacle slammed into the ground with tremendous force, creating deep cracks in the floor of the cube. Dust and small debris flew into the air, but Pano had already positioned himself perfectly to counterattack. He raised his hand high, concentrating fiery energy into his palm, and in an instant, a massive burst of flame exploded from his hand, slicing through the air like lightning. Boom! The fiery attack struck the Bloodthorn Demon squarely, scorching its thorns and destroying several tentacles. The creature howled in pain but didn't give up. Quickly, it flailed its remaining tentacles in all directions, trying to ensnare Pano from multiple angles. Pano, having anticipated this move, dodged with impressive agility. His feet glided effortlessly, evading the vicious tentacle strikes. Each time the tentacles lashed out, he spun gracefully, using the speed and dexterity of the flames surrounding him to create distance. One of the tentacles almost managed to wrap around his leg, but Pano wasn't surprised. With a sharp motion, he ignited the tentacle with the fire from his leg, severing its tip and causing the monster to howl in pain once more. That should be enough, Pano whispered, then threw himself forward, spinning rapidly like a firestorm. His final attack shot out like an explosion, piercing straight through the center of the Bloodthorn Demon's body. The flames spread rapidly, burning the creature from the inside. Kaboom! The Bloodthorn Demon's body exploded into dark red fragments, leaving nothing but ashes scattered across the battlefield. Pano stood amidst the destruction, while the sound of the system's notification rang clearly in his ears, confirming his success in defeating the tentacled monster. Successfully killed, Bloodthorn Demon, X plus 96,000. As the Bloodthorn Demon's body faded away, the cube-shaped room that had imprisoned Pano began to crack. Small fractures quickly spread across the walls of the cube, which then shattered into pieces within seconds. His vision cleared, revealing that he was still in the same place as before the battle. Pano quickly detected the presence of the faith-wooden woman he had encountered earlier. She wasn't far from where he stood, but this time, she wasn't alone. Beside her was a man radiating a much stronger power, watching over the civilians who were eating something in their hands. Pano clenched his fists, frustration swelling in his chest. Damn it! I already signed the agreement with the World Market Trade Alliance, but where's the help? Pano muttered, feeling both disappointed and desperate. His heart ached as he saw the devastation around him, while the remaining civilians knelt before the two Faith Wardens, seemingly subdued by their power. His mind was in turmoil. On one hand, he knew his chances of surviving the next battle were only 1%. A death seemed certain. On the other hand, he could flee and try to rebuild his alliance from scratch. His hope had briefly rested on assistance from the World Market Trade Alliance, but that help never arrived. He felt trapped, powerless. Pano closed his eyes for a moment, trying to calm the storm inside him. After a few moments, a bitter smile appeared on his face, followed by a soft laugh. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with me? I reached Tier 3 by risking my life fighting against high-level races. Why am I afraid now? Ha ha ha. His laughter grew louder, though it was filled with sorrow. Pano steeled his resolve. If I'm scared of just these two, then I'll always live in fear of the stronger races in the future, he thought with increasing determination. His eyes now gleamed with courage. Pano had made his decision. Transform, he shouted softly. In an instant, his human body began to change. His skin peeled away, replaced by a shimmering red liquid, glowing like blazing fire. His black hair transformed into strands of fiery red flames, and his body swelled, growing over 3 meters tall as he rose into the air. Yes, in his elemental mode, Pano gained the natural ability to float. Fire field. Soul of Flame. Pano activated 2 skills simultaneously, ready to go all out this time. In an instant, an area within a 50-meter radius around him was engulfed in flames, consuming everything on the ground, including the civilians and the 2 Faith Wardens standing nearby. In addition, a small fire orb floated around Pano's body, appearing like a seed of fire he had summoned. Win or die, Pano shouted fiercely, his body transforming into a massive blaze as he soared at high speed toward the Faith Wardens, disregarding everything else, including the fate of the civilians trapped in the inferno. He no longer cared. His attack was now entirely focused on the 2 Faith Wardens. The Faith Warden woman and the man beside her noticed Pano's movement. As the flames engulfed the area within a 50-meter radius, the woman quickly formed a protective barrier around herself and the civilians, preventing the fire from consuming them. Whatever her motivation, it was clear she wanted to keep the civilians alive. Deru, handle him. My faith energy is still recovering, the woman said to the man beside her, who was now known as Deru. The white light radiating from her back grew brighter, but she knew it wasn't enough to face Pano's raging power. Deru looked at Pano calmly, a slight smile on his face. Of course, I can feel this man's firepower as well. It's quite strong, he said casually. Deru elegantly spread his white wings, each feather shining with a holy light. A single flap of his wings was enough to create a powerful gust of wind that swept away much of Pano's approaching flames, extinguishing a portion of the blaze. Come, Deru said calmly, his voice full of unwavering confidence. The sword in his right hand, which had dimmed, now glowed with radiant energy once more. With a wave of his hand, a white halo appeared in his left hand, shining brightly and expanding to a radius of 2 meters. The holy halo spun rapidly, creating a strong pull in the air, like a small cyclone ready to obliterate anything it touched. Pano was undeterred. The flames around his body blazed even hotter as his massive form floated with a fiery red aura, clutching the fire seed that emitted extreme heat. His left hand shone brightly with pure red flames, while the sword in his right hand was engulfed by fierce flames, threatening to consume everything in its path. Both surged forward. Pano with his blazing fire, Deru with his intensifying swirl of light. Boom! Crash! In an instant, the 2 massive forces collided in the middle of the ruined city. Red fire and white light clashed, creating an explosion of energy so powerful that the ground around them cracked and was thrown far by the impact. The blast sent shockwaves so intense that both men were knocked back 20 meters. Unbelievable! Gasped the Faith Warden woman in disbelief as she witnessed the shockwaves from the explosion. She quickly created another barrier of light to protect the civilians from the destructive aftermath of the energy collision. Her aura of light shone brightly, trembling under the pressure of the dangerous shockwave. In the midst of the destruction, Pano's laughter echoed. Ha ha ha! His laughter erupted, loud and full of spirit, as if the previous explosion hadn't caused him any pain at all. With an energetic motion, he quickly stood back up, the flames on his body blazing even fiercer. His eyes burned with the thirst for battle. Without hesitation, Pano swung his sword with full force. A slash of bright red fire was released toward Daru, creating a long wave of fiery light heading directly at his opponent. The wave resembled a wall of fire, consuming the air around it and moving at an incredible speed. Daru, who had previously been calm and unshaken, now felt the serious impact of Pano's attack. His normally expressionless face began to show signs of strain. His body was thrown 20 meters back by the massive explosion, and although he remained floating in the air, his breath was slightly heavy. "This man," Daru muttered to himself, his eyes now serious. A flame mark appeared on his arm, displaying the number 3. He knew from his female companion that this would trigger an explosion with terrifying power. His halo's energy had been drained by half due to the death explosion from that fire mark. Deciding not to play around anymore, his gaze sharpened, focusing all his energy on Pano, who was now charging toward him. The crazed smile on Pano's elemental face only caused Daru's eyebrows to furrow slightly. With a swift motion, Daru raised his palm, and the holy halo he controlled floated high into the air. The halo moved with incredible speed, reaching the sky above Pano within seconds and continuing to follow him like a shadow that couldn't be escaped. "Fate's light sword," Daru spoke, his tone calm yet full of menace. Pano, who had initially been confident, now felt something was wrong. He glanced up and saw Daru's white halo still hovering above him. He could feel an immense holy power emanating from it. "A sword?" Pano muttered in worry. Sure enough, light from the halo suddenly formed a glowing sword, floating right above his head. In mere milliseconds, the sword descended without resistance, ready to cut Pano down in an instant. Falling, the sword fell at incredible speed. Quickly, without hesitation, Pano activated his sprint skill, his body moving 50 meters away from his previous position. His breath was slightly ragged, but the sense of relief only lasted a moment. "Wire broken bar?" Pano shouted, his face filled with terror. Despite moving far away, the dreadful feeling from the light sword still haunted him. His eyes scanned the area, but he saw no sign of the halo or sword he had seen before. In the distance, Daru, whose faith energy was beginning to dwindle, remained still. He didn't chase Pano, merely gazing calmly at the spot where Pano had once stood. There, a transparent human-shaped figure could be seen. "Your body can move, but not your soul." Daru's mocking laughter echoed, condescending. Daru watched with satisfaction as the sword of fate continued to descend, aimed directly at Pano's soul, still standing beneath it, unavoidable. Pano, who finally realized what was happening, flew quickly back to his original spot, his face filled with fear. "No, stop!" Pano screamed in panic. The feeling of death haunted him, and his breath became heavier. In desperation, he mustered all his strength. "Hold it off!" Pano commanded, and his fire seed, a glowing red orb, flew into the air. In an instant, the seed expanded to 10 meters in size, directly colliding with Daru's sword of light. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, shattering the ground around them, creating a shockwave that shook the entire city. The debris of buildings flew through the air due to the explosion. The bright glow of Pano's fire seed lasted a few seconds, shining brightly, attempting to stop the pressing sword of fate. However, no matter how powerful it was, the fire seed couldn't hold it back. The sword of fate pierced through the fiery power, striking Pano's unprotected soul, driving deep into the earth until it vanished from sight. Silence. All sound faded with the destruction of Pano's soul. The sword of fate that had penetrated the ground disappeared without a trace, and the holy halo in the sky shrank before drifting back toward Daru, like a warrior returning after completing its mission. "Ha ha ha! Your attributes may be high, but your tricks are quite limited," Daru mocked, waving his hand to summon his holy halo back. At the same time, Pano, who was still flying in the air, attempted to shield his soul. But no resistance remained. His elemental body crumbled, reverting to his normal human form. Without clothing, without life, He fell like a bird shot down, crashing to the ground with a soft thud. Punno's body, sprawled on the ground, now resembled that of a fallen soldier, lifeless. Deru, we need to leave now. I'm afraid they'll come after us once they learn we've killed their leader. The faith-wooden woman's voice sounded, full of concern. She knew that Punno's death was inevitable the moment Deru unleashed the Sword of Fate. No one could survive that technique. Yes. You're right. My faith energy is also running low, Deru agreed with a nod. But before leaving, he flew down to Punno's body, calmly taking the spatial ring from his left finger. Afterward, Deru returned to the faith-wooden woman's side. They were ready to leave. Let's go, Deru said simply. The faith-wooden woman took out a black stone, tossing it into the air, and a black portal immediately appeared out of nowhere. All of you, enter, she commanded the civilians behind her. Yes, Your Grace. Yes, Goddess. The looks on the civilians' faces were filled with admiration and fanaticism. They revered the faith-wooden woman as if she were a goddess. They worshipped. Without hesitation, they began entering the portal one by one, vanishing into the darkness. The faith-wooden woman was the last to enter, along with Deru. They stepped through the portal, disappearing from Harmony Circle Island without leaving a trace. The two faith-woodens disappeared, leaving behind a city reduced to ruins. Buildings that were once majestic now lay in rubble, leveled to the ground. Clouds of dust and smoke rose high, darkening the sky that should have been clear. Moments before Punno's soul took its last breath, an unexpected message appeared on the chat Raz system screen. System chat message: Human race of Earth, player, Punno, has fallen. Keep fighting to defend the divine heavenly realm. Upon receiving the message, the chat system was flooded with various responses from Earth's rulers. Dunto, what is this message? What does it mean? Why did it appear so suddenly? Alex, impossible. Punno is a Tier 3 ruler. How could he fall so quickly? Herman, I think the system is notifying us of the death of someone who has achieved Tier 3 promotion. Seema, so, Punno is the first Tier 3 ruler to fall? Klein, yes. You're right. I wonder what the strongest alliance leaders think right now. Thousands of messages appeared in an instant, shaking the chat room due to the system's sudden notification. Instead of receiving a helpful message, they were greeted with sad news that dampened the spirits of the rulers. America Island Day, New Yard City. A young man stood tall on the cracked asphalt, glaring at the man in front of him with eyes full of hatred. Damn. This guy is such a nuisance, he muttered, his face burning with anger. But the young man's attention was suddenly drawn to a message from the system. He glanced at the message, and his expression quickly showed signs of pain. Not just him, but the other soldiers around him received the same message. They exchanged glances, looking confused. It was the first time they had received news of death since the battle had begun earlier that morning. Official information from Mr. Hudson says the system will announce the death of Tier 3 rulers, said a male soldier after reading the Alliance's official announcement. Crazy, a broken bar. Even Tier 3 rulers are starting to fall? How big is the scale of this invasion? One soldier asked, eyes wide, unable to believe that a Tier 3 could be destroyed in this alien assault. I heard the aliens invading our divine heavenly realm are from a race slightly stronger than ours. The World Market Trade Alliance has already released official information, replied his companion. Is that so? By the way, where is the main support from the World Market Trade Alliance? Another soldier asked with a frustrated expression. A few moments ago, the leaders announced that their alliance and the World Market Trade Alliance had reached an agreement to collaborate in fighting off the alien invaders. However, after waiting for 4 hours into the afternoon, no main reinforcements had arrived. You all just keep quiet, a broken bar. Why are you still hoping for help from others? The young man standing tall in front of them spoke with a tone of resignation and irritation. His face showed dissatisfaction, as if reminding them that relying on others would only make them more vulnerable. Prepare yourselves. Let's keep going, he said firmly, his eyes blazing as he reactivated his equipment. Yes, President. A broken bar. Understood. The soldiers shouted in unison, activating their gear. All their equipment glowed blue, with some emitting a purple shine. The weapons they held varied, but the most common were long swords. Meanwhile, The young man in front of them had already prepared 7 circular stars, each a meter in diameter, hovered around him, creating a fearsome aura. In his right hand, a long golden sword shone brightly, its energy making the soldiers behind him feel a slight sense of fear. Yes, this man was the current president of America. Is the president going to get serious this time? They've been fighting for 30 minutes, but no results yet, a soldier said nervously, feeling the pressure from the energy being emitted. Stop talking a broken bar, let's get ready and support the president, shouted a middle-aged man who seemed to be their captain, scolding the soldier who was still chatting in the midst of this dire situation. Hearing the reprimand, the soldier who had spoken earlier quickly shifted into serious mode. Both his hands now glowed with sky blue light, ready to activate his skills at any moment. Move out. As soon as the command was given, William flew up, followed by his 7 circular stars. After reaching a sufficient height, his gaze locked onto the middle-aged man standing below, who still stood calmly on the cracked asphalt. TCH. The condescending look from the middle-aged man filled William with deep disgust. He loathed it when someone looked down on him like that. Starshoot, William said in a calm tone. Immediately, the 7 circular stars behind him formed a complete circle. Each star then shone brightly, launching massive energy spheres directly at the middle-aged man standing below on the asphalt. Boom! Shots fired. The energy spheres released by the 7 stars weren't just one, they continuously fired energy balls without stopping. Like a machine gun spewing hundreds of bullets in a minute, the 7 stars unleashed hundreds of energy balls every second. Insania broken bar. Even the captain of the soldiers behind William couldn't contain his surprise. They all widened their eyes, full of awe. With such powerful energy, they were curious about the middle-aged man who was the target of the attack. From a distance, nothing could be seen except the constant explosions raining down on the exact spot where the middle-aged man had been standing. After a few seconds, William ceased his assault. TCH. Annoying, he muttered, his face scowling. Pin him down. Don't let him reach the city's core. Restrict his movements as much as possible. William issued a series of commands to the soldiers behind him. Immediately, he dived forward, his golden sword aimed ahead, descending from the sky directly toward the middle-aged man's location, which was now shrouded in smoke. The smoke dissipated in an instant, revealing a middle-aged man in a grey robe standing with a wide grin on his face. His hand held a mirror, which he promptly tucked into his robe, preparing to face William, who was approaching him. Relying on artificial and baseless techniques like that, you think you can kill me? Don't dream, foolish human. The middle-aged man taunted with a mocking tone, while making strange but structured movements. His hands seemed to be pulling something from thin air, sweeping to the right and left before pushing forward with his palms, as if shaping an invisible force in front of him. Damn! This technique again. Crazy cultivator. William, who was darting through the air with his golden sword, suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling his body. He couldn't resist the pull, as if he were being forced to follow the movements of the middle-aged man's hands below him. Helpless, William's body was dragged like a puppet pulled by 2 invisible strings, moving directly towards the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose from the ground. The asphalt beneath them churned, as if something was moving beneath it. The movement eventually stopped far enough from its original location, and a soldier appeared, his body now resembling that of a mole. Nice work. Now it's my turn, said another soldier in a firm voice. He threw his staff forward, and from the ground, a massive root with a 10 centimeters diameter emerged right under the cultivator's feet. The root moved deftly, wrapping tightly around the cultivator's legs, as if it had a life of its own. The other soldiers activated their abilities, trying to disrupt the cultivator's attacks and assist William. Pathetic ants, muttered the middle-aged man with a look of disdain. He was forced to release his control over William's body and broke free from the weak soldier's interference. Good. William, now freed from the grip of the middle-aged man's power, shot forward like lightning. His golden sword gleamed, emitting an aura that sliced through the air, ready to strike down his opponent. Without hesitation, William unleashed a series of sharp slashes, forcing the cultivator to engage in close combat. So, You want to come closer? Fine, let's see how tough you really are." The middle-aged man sneered as he waved his hand, creating waves of energy that merged with the surrounding air. His extraordinary reflexes and body control allowed him to dodge each of William's slashes with surprising precision. His movements resembled a graceful yet deadly dance, evading the golden sword's strikes with light steps, only to retaliate with magical punches that hit back with force. Hiss. How is this man's magic stronger than my golden sword? William wondered in disbelief. He began to feel overwhelmed by the middle-aged man standing before him. If he used pure magic attacks with his stars, they would all be absorbed by the middle-aged man's mirror. William suspected that the mirror was a highly powerful artifact. Why are you hesitating? Have you already realized your limit? Ha ha ha. The cultivator's laughter rang in William's ears, breaking his concentration as he continued to swing aimlessly. He moved with unpredictable speed. His right hand glowed with thick blue-white energy, making the air around him tremble. Without warning, he delivered a powerful punch directly to William's chest. Boom! The air around them seemed to explode as the punch hit William square inches the chest. William couldn't evade in time, and an intense wave of pain surged through his body. The world around him spun rapidly, and his body was hurled through the air like a doll thrown by an immense force. William was flung back 50 meters, crashing into the ground and rolling violently. The sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. Crack! His ribs had fractured. His breath caught in his throat, and fresh blood gushed from his mouth with force. "Ugh!" William groaned in agony, his body trembling violently from the impact of the attack. Blood continued to flow from his lips, staining the ground beneath him. Excruciating pain shot through every part of his body, nearly driving him into unconsciousness. The cold laughter of the middle-aged man echoed faintly in William's ears. "You're so weak. Even with your golden sword, you're nothing more than an ordinary human." William's body remained suspended a few meters in the air, unable to control its movement, until finally, a captain leapt and caught him before he could fall further. "President, are you all right?" the captain asked with a panicked tone. The captain felt a sense of dread. If William, their leader, were to fall, their fate would hang by a thread. William coughed hard, fresh blood spilling from his mouth once again. Damn it! What did you do to me?" His voice was raspy and weak, barely able to speak properly. With what little strength he had left, William propped himself up on the ground, trying to stand even though his body was racked with pain. His broken ribs felt like sharp knives stabbing into him every time he took a breath. Feeling slightly better, William began to regain his consciousness. Trembling, he checked his status panel, trying to assess his condition. His gaze briefly scanned the glowing text on the panel, until his eyes landed on a notification at the bottom. Soul damage detected, remaining soul 40%. Due to the soul being only 40%, all attributes are reduced to 40%. What? William gasped, his desperate cry echoing in the air, making him cough up fresh blood that spurted from his lips. Damn! A soul attack? He gritted his teeth, feeling both anger burning in his chest and shivers of fear running through his spine. William's mind raced, spinning without direction. What should I do now? Even with full attributes, he couldn't defeat that cultivator. Now, with only 40% of his strength left, he was certain he would be the next victim. No. No. There must be a way, William muttered, trying to grasp onto the fading hope. He kept thinking hard, but the situation seemed to offer no way out. The tower? No. It's all destroyed. Harrison? No. He's in the middle of a fight too. One by one, names crossed his mind, people who might be able to help him. But that hope disappeared as quickly as it came. Despair gripped him even more when he saw the cultivator, the inevitable figure, preparing to attack again from a distance. President, let's get out of here. A soldier captain tried to persuade him in a desperate tone. His face showed anxiety, knowing that William was in no condition to fight. He wasn't sure William could face that cultivator either. Thud. Without warning, William threw a punch, hitting the captain with enough force to send him flying 10 meters, crashing into a building at the side of the road. Coward! Leave if you want, William shouted, his eyes red with anger. Yet, behind his rage, William knew He was cornered. He had lost Lein in the inter-race war competition, failing to even reach the top 3. And now, he couldn't protect the American alliance from the threat of foreign invaders. The feeling of failure overwhelmed him. What is there left to be proud of? His S-class talent seemed meaningless in the face of this situation. What should I do? No, Lein, William suddenly muttered, his eyes brightening as if finding a glimmer of hope. Yes, if there's someone who can save him now, that person is Lein, the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance. William may have never met him in person, but Lein's reputation as a protector of humanity was well known. Lein was someone who cared about the safety and progress of the human race. Without hesitation, William opened the chat system panel and wrote a short but urgent message. Lord Lein, I need your help. I will fulfill whatever you ask. He read the message 3 times, ensuring there were no mistakes before pressing send. But before his finger could touch the button, his body froze. William could feel the presence of someone approaching at incredible speed. Meanwhile, in the distance, the middle-aged cultivator preparing his attack paused for a moment, sensing a strong aura approaching. His casual expression tightened slightly, showing signs of discomfort. Another intruder? He muttered, his voice still full of arrogance. He smiled disdainfully. Ha, no matter how many of them come, they are still newborn creatures. There's no way any of them has broken through the nascent soul stage, dear master. He didn't give much thought to the approaching aura. His focus returned to William, who now lay helpless. The cultivator began to dance with hand gestures, gathering immense energy, then raised both of his palms. From a distance, William's body lifted like a feather caught in the wind, flying towards the cultivator with an unstoppable speed. No, President! A soldier shouted as he witnessed the situation, running to try to stop the attack. The other soldiers joined in, attacking the cultivator with all their abilities. Large fire magic rained down from the sky, while giant wooden roots emerged from the ground, trying to ensnare the cultivator. But all of it was in vain. Clang! The soldiers' attacks struck a transparent barrier protecting the cultivator, as if all their power was nothing more than a gentle breeze. "No, President," muttered a soldier hoarsely. They all knew this was the end for William. In front of them, the cultivator's fist, filled with glowing blue energy, began to shine brightly, ready to deliver the final blow to William's chest. William was trapped under the cultivator's control. He tried to summon his star power, attempting to respond to the attack, but it was all in vain. The stars he commanded seemed to explode before they could even approach his enemy, disappearing as if powerless in the face of the overwhelming force confronting him. "It's over," declared the middle-aged cultivator with a smile of satisfaction, ready to unleash the fatal blow that had previously nearly destroyed William. The sound of the wind whistled. Suddenly, William felt a cold wind sweeping over his body, as if something very fast had passed by him. His eyes, which had been closed in resignation, now opened wide. He saw a dark figure standing in front of him. The figure wore a black cloak that reached the ground, with a skull-like head containing glowing red eyes that stared sharply at the cultivator. In the figure's hand was a large scythe, a weapon that looked like it could reap souls. Who are you?" William shouted in fear, his mouth trembling, while his body felt free from the cultivator's control. He jumped back 50 meters, joining the soldiers who had been fighting by his side all along. His soldiers stared in awe. "Mr. President, we're saved!" the team captain exclaimed with excitement, his breath ragged but his face full of hope. "Sir Heikel has arrived," he continued, looking at the old man who had just appeared on the battlefield. William frowned, his eyes narrowing. "Heikel," the team captain immediately explained what had just happened. "When the cultivator was about to finish you off, a dark figure with a scythe appeared out of nowhere, attacking the cultivator with his scythe. The cultivator was forced to retreat." William glanced at the dark figure the captain referred to. Beside him stood an old man in a white robe, standing calmly, holding a thick black book that floated in front of him. The book's pages spun aimlessly, exuding a mystical aura. The old man was Heikel Manula, one of the core members of the World Market Trade Alliance. William's soldiers began to cheer, their confidence returning. They knew Heikel was no ordinary person. His dignified appearance, despite his advanced age, exuded an aura of great power and wisdom. With Haeckel's arrival, there was hope that this battle might still be won. However, William's heart was in turmoil. He indeed felt relieved that his life was saved, but the relief was incomplete. William's thoughts drifted back to his earlier hope that Lein would be the one to come to his rescue, not Haeckel. As a core member of the Alliance, Haeckel was indeed strong, but William doubted whether the old man's strength could match that of Lein, the Alliance leader he regarded as more superior. While suppressing another bout of blood-filled coughs, William observed Haeckel with a mix of emotions. Hope and doubt warred within him. Can this old man really be trusted? William thought, even though he already knew the information he had gathered about Haeckel. Still, his confidence was shaken. When his soul was intact, William believed he could face Haeckel, but now, with only 40% of his soul left, he felt far weaker and more vulnerable. Ugh! William grimaced, feeling the pain in his chest. The old man, Haeckel, stood calmly atop his vortex plate, a black flying platform with glowing blue light. His sharp eyes fixed on the middle-aged cultivator in the distance. In front of him, the status panel of the cultivator was open, providing Haeckel with all the information he needed. Status: Name, Yehu. Race, Polaris race. Power core, cultivator. Rank, nascent soul, master. Another cultivator? Haeckel murmured, frowning slightly. Are they all from the same race and faction? He had fought several Tier 3 cultivators before, most of them from the Polaris race, just like Yehu standing before him. Haeckel's suspicion grew stronger. There was something bigger behind this invasion. Wasting no time, Haeckel raised his hand, and the atmosphere around him shifted. Black shadows shaped like claws emerged from thin air, extending swiftly toward Yehu like hungry, living entities. Haeckel's death shadow, the hooded figure that had earlier saved William, also moved with lightning speed, its long scythe swinging with lethal intent, aiming for Yehu's throat. Yehu felt a threat unlike any he had encountered before. From afar, his eyes focused warily on Haeckel. The dark aura radiating from the old man wasn't something to be ignored. Something deep inside Yehu's scream made of this attack wasn't just ordinary magic, it was something far more terrifying that was aiming for his very soul. Yehu took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. But his curiosity piqued as he noticed the black platform under Haeckel's feet. The vortex plate emitted an energy far stronger than that of ordinary flying artifacts. What is that thing? Yehu thought as he examined the disc intently. Although he was focused on Haeckel's deathly aura, he knew the vortex plate was no ordinary flying tool. It felt more like an ancient artifact containing immense power within. But Yehu didn't have much time to analyze. Haeckel's first attack came. The black shadow claws lunged forward at an incredible speed. The air around the battlefield grew oppressive, as if a dark creature had emerged from the depths of the night. The claw sliced through the wind, heading straight for Yehu's chest, ready to tear him apart. Swish! With quick reflexes, Yehu pulled out a silver mirror artifact from beneath his robes. The mirror, engraved with ancient runes, shone brightly, forming a barrier in front of him. It spun rapidly, creating an energy shield that deflected the incoming black claw. A loud clash echoed as the shadowy claw struck the mirror's shield, sending powerful vibrations through the ground. Haeckel's shadow didn't relent. The death shadow swung its long scythe again from behind, aiming to slice through Yehu's back. Yehu moved with agility, bending backward in an unnatural way. He activated his body control magic, a special technique that allowed his body to move with extraordinary elasticity. His bones and muscles seemed no longer bound by natural laws. With fluid yet rapid motions, he twisted and darted backward, evading the deadly swing. This can't be underestimated, Yehu thought seriously, his eyes locking onto Haeckel. The barrage of attacks from the old man was anything but ordinary. Each time he deflected or dodged, the energy he felt from the black shadows and scythe pressed harder on his soul. Why are you running? Haeckel didn't stop. Black magic shot from his fingertips, forming towering shadow pillars that rose from the ground, surrounding Yehu from all sides. The shadows resembled ghostly hands, reaching out to capture Yehu from every direction. Above him, the death shadow hovered, its scythe spinning and poised to strike at any moment. This mirror won't be enough, Yehu thought quickly. He knew Heikel's attacks were too powerful to be withstood by a single artifact. With swift motion, he raised his hand, and the silver mirror in front of him spun even faster. Its light radiated in all directions, and suddenly Yehu's body became enveloped in a layer of transparent mirror, forming a full shield around him. Boom after boom resonated as Heikel's shadows slammed against the mirrored shield, but Yehu held firm. He moved his body with controlled magic, making acrobatic movements that would be impossible for an ordinary human. Each time Heikel's attack came close, he twisted his body, strengthened his mirror shield, and dodged with extraordinary agility. But Heikel didn't slow his assault. The vortex plate beneath his feet spun faster, amplifying his power. The black magic he commanded grew even more intense, and now the shadows around them began to take larger shapes, like giant creatures of darkness, ready to smash through Yehu's defenses. Yehu leapt to the side, his breath ragged. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, but the shadow of the Grim Reaper was always present, like a tireless hunter. It appeared from the side, then vanished behind him, only to strike again from above, then below. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as every movement demanded perfect focus, as if even the slightest misstep could be his last. Far ahead, a spinning black blade hurtled toward him, spinning with a speed nearly impossible for the eye to follow. The air roared, sliced apart by the sharp spinning blade that struck without mercy. Yehu didn't waste time thinking. With a single decisive motion, he swung his hand, hurling a glowing blue energy orb into the air. The orb of light shot forward sharply, cutting through the space between them as if dividing the world itself. The spinning black blade launched by Heikel word with deadly speed, tearing through the air as the two forces collided in the middle. A massive explosion echoed, shaking the ground beneath them and destroying everything around. But before the dust from the explosion could settle, a large shadow floated beside Yehu the Grim Reaper. Its massive scythe raised high, its hollow eyes staring coldly, as if bringing forth a freezing void. Yehu twisted his body, realizing the threat, and ducked just as the scythe swung down, slicing through the air with a terrifying sound. Saying, a deadly slash passed just inches from his head. Yehu rolled to the side, his eyes blazing with suppressed rage. In one swift motion, his hand began to glow a brilliant blue, full of power. With his bare hand, he struck toward the Grim Reaper's neck, a lethal blow charged with energy radiating from his fingertips, ready to tear through anything in its path. Tang! The massive scythe met his glowing blue arm, the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the air. Yehu sneered, not expecting his attack to be blocked. But he didn't stop. In a rapid motion, his body spun 360 degrees, slicing through the air and unleashing another strike toward the Grim Reaper. Each spin unleashed sharp blue energy, aiming to tear apart the enemy's defenses. Yet the Grim Reaper's scythe moved with surprising agility. Block! Its weapon slashed, blocking attacks from the right, then from the left, as if reading Yehu's every move. Its horrifying body moved with airy grace, spinning, disappearing from sight only to reappear elsewhere in an instant, like an unreachable shadow. Yehu's eyes flared, his teeth gritted. Damn it, our broken bar, he cursed inwardly, frustration creeping into him. All his attacks seemed meaningless. Far off, Heikel stood still, unmoving, as if lost in his own thoughts. His face remained calm, with no intention of advancing, merely observing the fight with an empty gaze, making Yehu's blood boil even more. Heikel watched Yehu struggle against his Grim Reaper, his face calm, though his eyes began to narrow. He took a step forward, light yet full of certainty. Enough playing around, he muttered quietly, though his voice echoed through the air like an undeniable command. In front of Heikel, a black book opened to a page filled with chaotic lines colliding at the center. His old hand moved slowly, touching the surface of the page. Hellspear. The moment those words were spoken, the world round Yehu changed drastically. Time seemed to slow. The earth and sky rumbled with uncontrollable power. Yehu felt his chest tremble violently. Panicking, his hands moved swiftly, tearing through the air to create a portal. Cra! A loud crack accompanied the shattering of the portal just as it formed, with the Grim Reaper's scythe destroying it instantly, giving him no chance. Attack after attack flowed, relentlessly pressing down on Yehu. "Damn it, leave me alone!" he roared in desperation, fear beginning to claw at his heart. But the greatest threat had yet to arrive. From below, the ground split, and a massive black spear its length immeasurably shot up, straight toward Yehu. His eyes widened, his body moved, but it was too slow. In seconds, the spear pierced his heart. Ugh! A pained groan escaped his lips. His hand trembled as he reached for a vial from thin air, quickly gulping it down. Warmth flowed through his body, instantly healing his wound. With the last of his strength, Yehu slashed at the black spear lodged in his body. Crack! The spear shattered, and Yehu broke free from the deadly strike. But he knew, his time was running out. "I have to escape," he thought quickly. With no other options, he pulled out a talisman from his spatial ring, his hand ready to break it. The only way to flee. But before the talisman could activate, another spear suddenly fell from the sky, once again aiming directly for his heart. Ugh! Yehu gritted his teeth, his body writhing in pain. Not long after, another spear came from the side, striking with the same deadly speed. Two black spears now impaled him deeply, blood slowly seeping out. Each spear drained his life force, weakening him further. A cold laugh echoed from a distance. Heikel began approaching, his steps slow yet sure. "A high race, huh?" His mocking laughter grew louder as he saw Yehu's body, hanging like a roasted pig in the air, trapped between two spears. Yehu's furious eyes could only glare at him with unspeakable hatred. "You're like a dog on a leash," Heikel said, his voice calm yet cutting sharply. "Daring to bark only when next to your master." Another swift, merciless strike. A black spear pierced Yehu's thigh with terrifying precision, forcing his body to sag even more. Heikel stepped closer, his eyes full of wisdom as if lecturing a child. "Your barking may sound loud in front of the weak, but where is it when you face someone above you?" Shortly after those words left his mouth, another black spear appeared, this time piercing Yehu's neck. Blood oozed from his throat, his breaths grew shallow, as the pain began to erase his consciousness. Far in the back, William and the soldiers watched the scene with wide eyes, horror creeping into their hearts. "Is Master Heikel a human or a demon?" whispered the team captain, his voice trembling, his throat dry. "That old man lives up to the rumors. Some acquaintances said his dark magic was extraordinary. And now I truly believe it," muttered a disheveled blonde-haired soldier, his blue eyes filled with dread as he stared at the sky. The figure of Heikel Emanuel controlled the black spears effortlessly, like a conductor leading a symphony of death. The other soldiers' eyes were fixed, standing still as if facing a living nightmare. There was a faint sense of gratitude among them, though subtly thankful they were still breathing. But fear pierced deeper. Heikel Emanuel, the old man with the cold smile, was a real threat that sent chills down their spines. "I was blind," William muttered, his voice breaking with deep regret. His face, once glowing with optimism, was now a shadow of his former self. His eyes were vacant, staring down at the dusty ground. "How could I have missed such an opportunity?" he whispered again, more to himself, trying to understand but failing. His mind was filled with once unshakable dreams of his S-class talent that he had always prided himself on, now felt like a bitter joke. His leadership over the American alliance, which he once thought was his destiny, now seemed trivial. All of it had made him forget the harsh reality he now faced. In the divine sky realm, true power held dominion, not status or empty achievements. He turned, looking at his closest soldier, Ricky, with a tense gaze. "Ask about Master Harrison's condition," he said, his tone more of a command than a request. William could have asked Harrison himself about the situation, but that wouldn't be wise in the heat of this intense war. If he delayed Harrison even a few seconds for a response, wouldn't that be foolish? "Yes, sir." Ricky quickly activated the communication device on his wrist. His fingers danced across the screen, typing rapidly. His eyes scanned, reading every incoming piece of information, then bowed slightly before reporting. "Master Harrison has encountered some difficulties, but reinforcements from the World Market Trade Alliance have arrived," Ricky calmly replied, though his breath was heavy. "Additionally, The Russian alliance has also intervened. A broken bar. Even President Vladimir Nova has arrived on the battlefield. William listened carefully, blinking lightly as he heard about the incoming aid. However, when Vladimir Nova's name was mentioned, his eyes suddenly widened, his expression shifting drastically. Vladimir. He came down personally. His voice rose, reflecting deep disbelief. William's face, previously marked with traces of pain, was now adorned with shock. That bald mana broken bar. He's too clever to hide in the shadows, William said, his voice trembling. His mind was again filled with insignificance, struck by the bitter reality that even the allies he once considered equals had now left him far behind. In front of Haykel Emanuel, Yehu's body was almost unrecognizable. Dozens of black spears pierced every part of his body, creating a horrifying sight. His blood soaked the ground, while the remaining parts of his body appeared like unrecognizable chunks of flesh. Moments ago, a cold system notification had announced Yehu's death. Haykel just stared emotionlessly, his old face calm, as if what had just happened was nothing extraordinary. With a simple gesture, Haykel deactivated his Hell Spear skill. The spears that had impaled Yehu's body slowly faded from the air, leaving the remaining chunks of flesh to fall to the ground with a sickening thud, like meat being pulled off steel skewers. The cold night wind swept through, carrying the stench of death with it. All the same, Haykel muttered softly, his gaze distant. Their strength only reaches peak tier 3. The old man's thoughts drifted back to the previous battles, retracing the steps of the enemies he had already vanquished. None of them had been beyond tier 3, and the group of weak tier 2 and tier 1 soldiers that had come along, as if rushing to their own deaths. Haykel then turned to the side. There, a figure of a Grim Reaper floated to a fleshless skull draped in a long black robe. Its hollow eyes stared emotionlessly, only silence radiating from it. Haykel glanced at the figure with a slight smile on his lips. "How do you feel?" "Was he strong enough?" Haykel asked, his voice flat, but full of mockery. The Grim Reaper only let out a long sigh, a cold breeze echoing faintly around it. No clear words were spoken, but the slow movement of the skull was answer enough. Haykel smiled faintly. "You're right," he muttered, nodding slightly. Without a soul attack, he was indeed weak. He then shifted his gaze around. The buildings that had once stood tall that now lay like the remnants of old ruins, shattered. Most had been leveled to the ground, collapsing under the brutal assault. The once green and peaceful garden was now filled with rubble, the small pond in the distance littered with debris. Its water was murky and filthy, reflecting the gloomy gray sky above. The asphalt road that had once been smooth was now cracked, fissures extending as far as the eye could see. The concrete defense towers, once sturdy, were strewn across the ground, silent witnesses to the destruction. Small shops, public buildings, none had escaped the sudden onslaught. Only the remnants of the world left powerless in the rubble remained. "No wonder," Haykel said with a long sigh, his voice low and resonant. "A surprise attack is always like this." The anger that simmered beneath the old man's calm exterior was hidden, burning in every memory he had of the foreign attackers. They did not deserve to live, and Haykel made sure each of their leaders suffered before death. Finally, Haykel turned his gaze toward a group of American soldiers and William, standing stiff in the distance. Their eyes were fixed on him, faces filled with fear and horror, as if witnessing the true angel of death. With the wind swirling around him, Haykel Emanuel hovered in the air, standing firmly on the slowly spinning vortex plate beneath his feet. In an instant, he shot toward William's army, the silent figure of the Grim Reaper floating behind him, its shadow like a curtain of death trailing his steps. As he approached, William's soldiers tensed, their breaths held, while the cold aura that Haykel brought with him spread around, gripping their hearts. Haykel descended from the vortex plate with a light movement. His feet touched the ground with a grace that contrasted with the destruction he had just caused. His figure stood tall in front of William and his troops, and his previously cold face now softened, presenting an unexpectedly friendly smile. "Hello, Mr. William, it's an honor to meet you." His voice was soft, but there was something hidden beneath that softness, something that made everyone who heard it feel a chill creeping down their spines. William stammered, his blood seeming to freeze for a moment. The horror still lingering from what had happened to Yehu was now overshadowed by the old man's friendly gaze, yet still, the fear could not be dispelled. Heikel's smile felt like a piercing irony. "Aha, broken Barano, sir." "We are honored to meet you," William quickly replied, his voice stiff, desperately trying to hide the tension that gripped him. He knew that friendly smile was merely a mask for the cruelty that could strike at any moment. Behind the facade of politeness, Heikel Emanuel was a monster who couldn't be predicted. Behind William, his soldiers exchanged glances. Although they had seen firsthand how Heikel treated his enemies, none of them dared show their fear openly. Instead, they nodded politely, offering words of praise with slightly trembling voices. "We are honored to meet you, Sir Heikel." "Pleasure to meet you, Sir Heikel." They spoke in voices that sounded mechanical, trying to maintain composure in front of a man they knew could destroy them in an instant. Though they were all human, they fully understood that Heikel Emanuel was not someone who could be faced with the confidence that he would be feared just because they were of the same race. Their gazes occasionally shifted to the remains of Yehu's body that had fallen from the sky earlier, the memories still fresh in their minds, etched into their dark recollections. They knew, if they took one wrong step, their fate might end in the same way. "Well, you've been wise enough to remain on the side of humanity up to this point." "Thank you for that." Heikel Emanuel's voice echoed, emphasizing his words as if issuing a warning. Every tone that left his lips carried the subtle message that if circumstances were reversed, their fate wouldn't be much different from Yehu, now lying lifeless on the ground. "Of course, sir. Of course." William and his soldiers nodded in unison, their faces displaying clear tension. No one dared to argue, knowing they were facing someone capable of changing their lives in an instant. Silently, they agreed to support every word Heikel spoke. "Good. Good." Heikel smiled, a smile that wasn't entirely reassuring. "I have a small message for you, Mr. William. Perhaps it will be very useful for your future development." William raised both eyebrows, waiting cautiously. "What is it, sir?" "I'll do it," he asked, his voice trembling despite trying to sound calm. "Do not act contrary to young Marston's direction, for your own good." Heikel's words flowed smoothly, yet with a firmness that etched them into their minds. A suggestion reminding them to follow Leon's methods. William recalled his agreement with Lein not long ago. Tension filled the air as everyone fell silent for a moment, processing the meaning behind those words. Finally, they all nodded in unison, refusing to question the implied meaning. In their minds, one thing was clear: they just wanted Heikel to leave as soon as possible. After delivering his message, Heikel turned, leaving them without looking back. With a swift motion, he opened the panel in his hand and scanned the next area that required his assistance. On the tablet screen, a list of islands in need of help appeared in vivid colors. 3 islands in red at the top, followed by several yellow ones, indicating high urgency levels. "Good. Very efficient." Heikel sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the remaining red list. Heikel Emanuel focused his gaze on the tablet screen in his hand, weighing the islands with the most concerning statuses. His eyes eventually landed on one of the top 10 islands flashing red. Athar Island, he thought. Athar Island was formed by independent rulers without any national identity in its creation. Recalling the description of Athar Island, Heikel felt respect for its leader. After making his decision, Heikel moved his finger across the tablet screen, trying to check the latest announcements from the Alliance. Pressing a few buttons, he finally arrived at the announcement page. He saw the top announcement: the current status of the war. Almost 90% of the islands had been secured and brought under control, though many had suffered severe damage. After broken bar, Heikel let out a deep sigh as he looked at some of the attached photos. Images of ravished cities, the bodies of civilians lying in the streets, and foreign soldiers attacking without mercy. He swiped through the screen, seeing a picture of a group of civilians praying in a field, giving thanks to the gods. Their faces were shrouded in sorrow, some weeping in each other's arms, showing how the war had devastated their lives. Sigh. Heikel could only let out a long breath. He wasn't a god who could save every suffering soul. Behind his stern gaze, there was an unspoken pain. Those civilians might not know how much effort he had put in, but he understood that this was all he could do, help as much as possible. After scrolling through a few more heartbreaking photos, he noticed several new messages in the Alliance chat. Laras, the battle on China Island is over. Thanks to President Bai's help, everything went smoothly. Heikel tapped the photo embedded in the message. The image showed a woman, and behind her was the figure of a giant dragon rampaging on the battlefield, brutally crushing foreign enemies. Bai Qi in her dragon form. Heikel smiled slightly, recalling how fierce that girl could be. Such a fierce girl, he muttered. Bai Qi, president of the Chinese Alliance, was indeed famous for her terrifying dragon transformation. Heikel had heard about her from various sources, and every time, he couldn't help but be impressed. The next message came from Hana, who was helping the top 10 Alliance, and a message from Ifan, recounting his experience fighting a group of beast tamers on a weakly defended island. As usual, all these messages were accompanied by pictures of their actions, most of which served as a showcase of their power. These kids. Heikel could only shake his head, chuckling. Their funny and childish behavior often provided some amusement amidst the seriousness of war. However, he wouldn't join in showing off his actions, let alone take pictures of himself killing enemies. That would be too strange, he thought. After scrolling through the messages with mild curiosity, Heikel closed his communication device and carefully stored it away. He looked up at the sky, the scorching sun directly overhead. Yes, it was already midday. With one smooth movement, he jumped onto the vortex plate hovering beneath his feet. The wind rushed past as the vortex plate shot away, carrying Heikel toward Atharilander, the island that needed to be saved immediately. Japan Alliance Island 8, Kyoto City. Kyoto City lay in ruins. The once towering buildings that stood proudly had crumbled, reduced to scattered debris. However, this destruction seemed to have a boundary. Only the city center was in complete ruin, while the surrounding buildings still stood tall. A hastily constructed half-meter-high emergency wall encircled the city center, built by Japanese soldiers trying to contain further damage. Behind this wall, observation posts stood. Soldiers kept vigilant watch, their eyes tense as they stared at the distant battle. Silently, they pinned their hopes on those fighting for their island. In the heart of the city, three figures were locked in a fierce battle. Two women faced off against a massive golden griffin, towering at 35 meters. Despite its large size, the griffin's movements were anything but slow. Each flap of its wings caused massive tremors in the ground, forcing the two women to retreat momentarily before resuming their assault. The first woman, dressed in purple, moved swiftly with her long hair flowing in the wind. Purple lightning crackled from her palms, unleashing relentless attacks toward the griffin's body. Her magic struck wildly, splitting the air with a roaring sound. On the other side, the second woman moved more gracefully, hovering in the air with calm composure. Several magic circles appeared around her body, spinning like clock hands before shooting toward the griffin. Each time a circle hit the griffin, the affected part instantly froze, though only for a few seconds. The combination of lightning and time magic began to overwhelm the griffin. However, the giant creature didn't remain passive. With one powerful flap of its wings, a fierce gust of wind swept over the two women, forcing them to momentarily retreat to avoid the dangerous sweep. Behind the wall, far from the heart of the battle, a female soldier turned around, her eyes full of hope as she looked at the middle-aged man standing nearby. The golden badge on his chest signified his authority. Captain Kaito. Captain Kaito, are we just going to watch? She asked, her voice filled with anxiety. Kaito kept his gaze fixed on the distant battle, his eyes narrowing as the ongoing attacks made little impact on the griffin. His face showed an unspoken weariness, and he occasionally sighed, as if he knew the answer to the question long before it was asked. After a moment, he slowly turned, his eyes meeting the female soldiers. "What do you think we can do?" he asked, his voice tired and flat, almost emotionless. The question hung in the air, leaving the female soldier silent. She quickly realized the foolishness of her own question. What could they do? Fight a creature that large? All they could do was hope and watch. Kaito said no more. His eyes returned to the battle. He understood the anxiety of the soldier beside him, but the reality before them couldn't be changed. They were too weak to intervene. "Come on, President a broken bar," he muttered softly. "You can do it." In the midst of the battle, Ayumi the woman in purple quickly glanced at Lein, who hovered not far from her. "Lein, is your time magic ready?" she asked, her voice calm despite the chaos around her. Lein, floating in the air, lowered her head slightly, her trembling voice answering, "Why yes, Princess Ayumi broken bar, you can move at any time." Her face flushed red, shy as usual. Even so, the hands holding her magic staff didn't tremble at all. Ayumi gave a faint smile, understanding Lein's timid nature. Although Lein seemed young and often filled with doubt, her power was terrifying. It was no wonder the girl had become one of the core members of the World Market Trade Alliance. Ayumi stood tall in the air, her arms spread wide as if challenging the sky. Purple lightning began to gather between her palms, wild yet controlled, forming a vortex of energy that spun faster and faster. The air around her body vibrated, emitting subtle electric waves that caused her long hair to rise slowly, as if dancing with the power she summoned. A deep purple light illuminated the clear Kyoto sky, with wild lightning crackling across the heavens, enveloping the ruined cityscape in an aura that was both terrifying and beautiful. "Come," Ayumi whispered softly, as though speaking to an old friend. The lightning in her hands responded, crackling louder, wild yet obedient under her control. In the distance, the golden griffin ceased flapping its wings. Its massive wings jolted, lifting dust and shards of stone that scattered around its feet. The sharp eyes of the monster locked onto Ayumi, glowing red, filled with rage. Its deafening roar echoed, shattering what remained of the crumbling buildings. Yet beneath its ferocity, there was a hint of unease in its movements. Its primal instincts sensed the danger emanating from the wild lightning in Ayumi's hands, a power not to be underestimated. Ayumi took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling gracefully. Without hesitation, she spun her body fluidly, her movements seemingly in sync with the current of lightning that surrounded her. As her palms faced the griffin, a tremendous flash erupted from her hands, a lightning that wasn't just a glowing spark, but a living entity. "Thunder Dragon," her voice echoed, loud and full of power. The lightning exploded from her hands, forming a giant dragon clad in shimmering scales of electricity. Its sharp claws radiated blinding light, and its massive form shot forward with speed that tore through the air. The thunderous roar of the lightning dragon mixed with the crackling sky, charging toward the griffin as if it were ripping the heavens apart with its sheer force. The griffin's sharp gaze focused on the lightning dragon speeding toward it. The dragon's body was covered in crackling lightning that struck erratically, emitting destructive energy that made the surrounding air tremble. The griffin's eyes narrowed, full of caution. Its jaw slowly opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth like the fangs of a bloodthirsty wolf, exuding an aura of majesty and menace. From the griffin's mouth, a stream of golden energy slowly manifested. Strands of golden light gathered from all directions, as if responding to an invisible call, being drawn into its mouth. In mere seconds, a basketball-sized orb of golden energy formed and began to expand, creating a vortex that shook the atmosphere around it. In the distance, Lein stood on her vortex plate, her hair billowing in the fierce wind created by the Thunder Dragon's power. Her face was calm but serious, her eyes focused on the spell she was casting. In front of her, a white magic staff rotated slowly in the air, emitting a soft glow. Unlike ordinary magic, the aura of this staff felt silent, still, as if time itself stopped just by looking at it. At the tip of the staff was a transparent orb containing a circular clock that spun endlessly, its numbers floating like dancers within, radiating a mysterious aura. "I have to succeed. I have to slow down this creature's time," Lein muttered quietly, her voice nearly drowned by the distant rumble of thunder. Her usually innocent face, with a small furrow on her brow, showed a rare expression of determination. Taking a deep breath, Lein opened a magic panel in front of her, quickly reviewing the description of her staff. Time Circle Staff. Level 32. Attributes: INT plus 1570, Agi plus 1200. Enhancement, plus 15% bonus attributes, plus 15% attack power. Skill, Time circle. Reduces enemy's time usage by 30% for 10 seconds within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Ilan's eyes carefully examined the panel, ensuring everything was ready. Without hesitation, she cast her spell. From the staff, a glowing white circle shot into the air, slicing through the space between them and the griffin. The magic circle moved quickly, heading towards the griffin, which was still focused on gathering its golden energy. Moments later, the circle hovered above the griffin's head, slowly expanding, creating a magical field that enveloped the massive creature within a 50-meter radius. Time energy began to spread, wrapping the griffin in invisible threads of magic. Its movements slowed, its eyes dragging as they shifted towards Ilan, the realization of the trap dawning on its face. The casting of its golden energy orb also slowed, as if time itself was restraining all its efforts. Not this again, the griffin thought, its expression growing tense. It recognized this magicka, the time magic circle that had been a thorn in its side in the past. The two women had prepared everything perfectly. Frustrated, it halted its casting of the golden energy orb. Now, it stood still, unable to fight back. Its eyes remained fixed on the lightning dragon approaching ever closer. From afar, Ayumi watched the griffin's strange behavior with suspicion. Why is it standing still like that, not taking any action? She thought, her sharp gaze tracking every subtle movement the griffin made. Her instincts told her that something was wrong. Slowly, Ayumi strengthened her defenses, preparing herself for the worst. The lightning dragon drew closer, its purple bolts crackling wildly, thundered deafeningly, growing louder. As the massive creature hurtled toward the griffin, with the griffin offering no resistance, the lightning dragon reached its target, and in an instant a broken bar. Boom! Zap! A massive explosion rocked the air. Purple lightning erupted, slamming into the area around the griffin, striking both earth and sky as if trying to tear them apart. The lightning bolts hit everything, leveling anything within its radius. Some buildings outside the barrier wall caught fire, collapsing into ruins under the uncontrollable power. Incredible. The president is truly powerful, one soldier said from behind the wall, his awe clearly evident. Yeah, that griffin must be dead this time, another soldier replied, raising his fist in triumph, certain of the outcome. In the same place, Captain Kaito clenched his fist. His eyes gleamed with hope, eager to see the end of this battle. The griffin had killed many of his team members, and he longed for Ayumi and Ilan to finally avenge them. Thick smoke rolled over the area where the griffin had fallen, obscuring the view and preventing Ilan and Ayumi from seeing what was happening inside. Ayumi, her brow furrowed, quickly flew towards Ilan, keeping them close together. Ilan, do you sense anything? Ayumi asked, her voice trembling slightly, though she tried to remain calm. No, princess. But it's not dead yet. Ilan spoke with calm certainty, though her eyes couldn't pierce through the thick fog. The griffin's breath was still palpable in the air. That was enough for her. Suddenly, without warning, a figure shot out of the fog. Quick, silent, it lunged towards Ayumi. A gleaming sword with sharp golden feathers cut through the air, aimed straight at her chest. Ayumi froze, her entire body tensing. Everything moved too fast. Even her crackling purple lightning couldn't respond in time. Slick. The sword pierced her, right in her right chest. A sharp pain paralyzed her body instantly. In her fading consciousness, she slowly turned her gaze to see who had attacked her, a middle-aged man with shining golden hair. His piercing black eyes bore into Ayumi with cold indifference, and the feathered accents on his ears confirmed her suspicions. She knew who this was. To make sure, Ayumi's fading eyes tried to view the man's status panel. Status: name, Frian. Race: Golden Griffin race. Power core: Bloodline. Rank: Solar Empowerment, Tier 3. The man smiled arrogantly. You think you can defeat me? He said, his voice low and taunting, as though everything was a game to him. Without delay, he dragged his sword upward, slicing through Ayumi while she remained in shock and anger. Her dull eyes widened again, glaring at Frian with terrifying intensity. Ayumi bit her lip, trying to endure pain. But there was no time. In an instant, the man's sword rose, tearing through her body. Blood splattered, and her body was split in half, slowly falling to the ground. accompanied by the distant screams of soldiers. Fran looked at Ayumi, his eyes flashing with twisted satisfaction. His tongue flicked across his lips, savoring the blood that stained his sword. Ayumi's split body floated briefly in the air before gravity pulled it down, falling powerlessly towards the earth. "No, President. This can't be." "Wait for me, Princess Ayumi." The soldiers' cries echoed behind the barrier wall, their voices filled with both hope and despair. With all their strength, they leapt over the wall and ran, their feet trembling in tension as they watched Ayumi's body plummet. I can't believe it." One female soldier ran with tears streaming down her face, her voice full of anguish. Just moments ago, she had watched Ayumi's thunder dragon soar with grandeur, destroying the terrifying griffin. But now, panic gripped her soul. How could this happen? It felt as if time had stopped, and the world around her blurred into confusion. Outside the perimeter wall, a middle-aged man stood still, his eyes vacant, as though unable to process what had just happened. Beneath his calm exterior, a torrent of emotions clashed: shock, disbelief, and sorrow, all mixed into one. His lips trembled, and his voice escaped in a faint whisper, barely audible to anyone. "Princess," a broken bar. It was all he could say, as if other words were trapped in his throat. Not long after uttering those words, Kaito, who had been frozen in confusion, suddenly snapped out of it by something different. A cold wind swept across the battlefield, but beneath its chill, there was an energy more ancient, more primordial. That aura radiated from the heart of the battle, from Lein, now surrounded by lines of light forming patterns of time around her. The light moved, crawling through the air, touching each soldier still running toward Ayumi's body. The energy was invisible, but its presence was palpably a vibration that pierced through both mind and body. The soldiers, who had been rushing forward with determination, suddenly halted. Their feet moved backward as if pulled by an unseen force. They began retracing every step they had just taken, but this time, their movements felt slower, more reluctant, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. "What's happening? My body isn't moving according to my will," one of the soldiers shouted, his voice shaking, filled with confusion. His hand lifted forward, but not of his own accord. "Help!" cried another, his voice laced with growing panic. Some of them tried to resist, but it was futile. Their bodies continued to reverse, repeating each motion they had made as though time itself had reversed. Then one of the soldiers yelled, his eyes wide in astonishment. "Look, President Ayumi's body." They all looked toward the battlefield, and there, amid the fading fog, Ayumi's body, which had previously fallen to the ground, was now rising again. Slowly, her body floated, following the same path that had taken during the fall. But even more astonishing, in the distance, Fran, the Griffin who had stabbed Ayumi earlier, was also moving in reverse. His actions replayed, the golden feathered sword that had torn through Ayumi's body returning to its position before the strike, as if the world was rewinding the scene. Fran squinted his eyes, his gaze vacant, his movements sluggish, as though his body no longer belonged to him. Around him, a soft light shimmered, embracing time, slowing his motions to a near standstill. Everything around him felt as though it was being drawn into a greater force. Every second slowed, but Fran was fully aware of being trapped. His mind raced for an explanation. Time? Only one person could do this. Lein. The name flashed in his thoughts, and the urge to turn toward her grew stronger. But his body couldn't respond, ensnared in the reverse flow of time. Not far from Fran, Lein stood, her body surrounded by glowing sheets of light spinning like lotus petals in the breeze. Her eyes were closed, her face radiating a gentle glow. Deep in concentration, a single bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, but she remained composed, despite the heavy burden she carried. Bit by bit, she rewound time, undoing what had already occurred. On the other side, Ayumi, who had previously been lying still, now blinked her eyes. Her breath hitched for a moment, and her body trembled as she clearly saw what was happening before her. Her lips parted, forming a barely audible whisper. "What a broken bar?" Her voice quivered, disbelief spreading across her face. Her eyes widened further as she watched Fran's golden feathered sword previously embedded in her chest slowly retracting. The pain still felt real, but now it was reversed, the wound that should have killed her vanishing as the sword withdrew from her body. Fran could only growl in shock. "Impossibly broken bar," he muttered in a low voice, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could that child master the power of time? Pop! The golden feathered sword finally slid out of Ayumi's chest completely, leaving only a faint scar. Right after that, time resumed as normal. Ayumi staggered backward, quickly distancing herself from Fran, gasping for breath that had been caught in her throat. In the distance, Lein opened her eyes, slowly surveying the scene around her. But now, her face looked completely different to where it had once shone with energy. It now appeared drained, as if exhausted. Her steps faltered, and before she could say much, she whispered softly, "Ah, brother Lein, I'm sorry." Her voice was barely audible before she collapsed into unconsciousness. Fran grinned. "A golden opportunity, a broken bar," he hissed, raising his feathered sword high, ready to strike down the defenseless Lein. His hand, gripping the sword, moved swiftly, poised to deliver a merciless blow. From a distance, Ayumi, who had retreated, suddenly jolted with a piercing sense of guilt. She had never intended to leave Lein behind. It was just a reflex to protect herself from Fran's counterattack. Without a second thought, she sprinted back toward Lein, her heart filled with resolve to protect the girl, no matter the cost. In slow motion, Fran had unsheathed his sword, directing it right at Lein's body as she fell toward the ground. From a distance, Ayumi accelerated with incredible speed, attempting to reach Lein before Fran could strike. "Die, broken bar," Fran muttered to himself. The thin blade of his sword reflected the blinding midday sun. Its gleaming edge appeared razor-sharp, ready to claim Lein's life in one deadly blow. Fran felt a fiery rage within himself. The previous battle had cornered him all because of that girl, Lein, who could manipulate time. Lein's power slowed everything around her, causing Fran to lose speed, even though his attacks were deadlier than Ayumi's. His failure in the last fight continued to haunt his mind, making him imagine countless ways to exact revenge. But just as his blade was mere inches from Lein's body, something stopped him. "What is this?" Fran thought, his pupils dilating. Near Lein, a golden sword appeared, hovering in midair as if to protect her. This sword wasn't just an ordinary weapon, it emanated a deadly aura. Fran's skin prickled, a chill running down his spine. A terrifying energy emanated from the sword, and his body seemed to reject moving any closer. The golden sword emitted a soft glow that rotated along its translucent blade. It was more than a meter long, with intricate details that gleamed each time the sunlight struck it. Golden energy swirled gently within its blade, exuding a sense of indescribable strength yet feeling peaceful. The sword seemed as if it was carved from light itself, though its gentle appearance contrasted with the sharp, menacing aura it exuded. Fran had no choice but to halt his attack, stepping back a few meters. His instincts screamed this was no ordinary sword. He knew there were more tricks hidden by this girl. In an instant, the sword radiated a bright white light, nearly blinding Fran. The sword began to transform, changing into a young man with short black hair. The young man wore a long blue robe, with two impressive-looking swords hanging at his waist. "Leader Lein," a broken bar Ayumi's voice echoed from afar, faint but full of wonder. The newly appeared figure was unmistakably Lein, the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance, now stood calmly beside Lein, exuding authority without needing to say a word. Lein, or rather a clone of him, moved gracefully to catch Lein's falling body, supporting her with his right arm to prevent her from falling further. He looked at her pale face with a mix of pity and pride. Lein, who was usually so shy, had fought to the point of exhaustion. "This girl a broken bar, she rarely says much, but this time, she fought with everything she had," Lein murmured, a faint smile crossing his lips. However, holding someone was not comfortable. A sense of fatigue crept into his arm. Not wanting to hold Lein any longer, Lein pulled a small bottle containing a blessing potion from his bag. Carefully, he raised the bottle and, using his pinky finger, gently opened Lein's red lips, which were still unconscious. Gently, he brought the mouth of the bottle close to Lein's, holding it so the potion could trickle slowly. The shimmering potion flowed down Lein's throat smoothly, rejuvenating her weakened body. Lein poured every drop until the bottle was entirely empty, then set it aside casually, allowing the healing process to take effect. He stood up straight, watching Lein without hurry, waiting for her to regain consciousness. At this moment, Lein's entire focus was on Lein, as if the presence of Frian, standing in the distance, was nothing more than a meaningless shadow. From a distance, Frian could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Lein, a force so overwhelming that his body trembled unconsciously. His breathing became labored, while his body temperature soared in panic. Fear seeped into him, emptying his logical thoughts. Frian quickly calculated the various options he could take to escape this situation. However, his plans fell apart one by one as he thought about the power emanating from Lein. This was not just any power, this was the aura of a ruler at the constellation binding level, tier master. One wrong move, and he could lose his life in an instant. The first option that crossed his mind was to flee. If he could open a portal and escape as quickly as possible, he might survive. But that plan immediately seemed impossible. Lein was too close. Even before the portal could open, Frian knew he might already be cut down by an unexpected attack. The second option, to fight with all his strength. But Frian quickly realized how foolish this plan was. The difference in power between him and Lein was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no realistic chance of success if they faced each other head-on. The remaining option was to surrender. Frian clenched his fists, feeling a pang of pain in his heart just thinking about it. Becoming a subordinate of Lein, a broken bar, it would be a humiliation for him. However, on the other hand, it was the only realistic option for survival. Frian's fear slightly eased as he thought of his plan. He realized that the information he possessed might become a valuable asset. As a ruler who had followed various hunts and conquests in new realms, Frian knew the value of knowledge about outer races and foreign worlds. If he could offer this information to Lein, there was a good chance he could save himself, perhaps even gain something through a deal. While Frian was lost in his survival plan, a soft yet firm voice suddenly sounded nearby. Lein, hello. I'm Ayumi, leader of the Japan Alliance. Ayumi now stood next to Lein, who was still supporting Elaine's body with his right hand. Her words were brief, direct, without hesitation, reflecting her efficient personality. Though she had just been in a battle, Ayumi's current posture was different. This time, not just a fighter stood there, but a princess, exuding an aura of elegance and strength that couldn't be underestimated. The flowing purple robe on her body added to her noble grandeur, every fold of the fabric gleaming under the sunlight. Lein shifted his attention from Lein, looking at Ayumi with a bit of admiration. The woman's face had a classical beauty that was hard to ignore. Her sharp nose, deep eyes, and a jawline that was strong yet still feminine. So beautiful and fair-skinned, Lein thought to himself, unable to help but notice Ayumi's pale, porcelain-like skin, a stark contrast to most Indonesians, who generally had a more tanned complexion. Her skin shone with a soft glow under the sunlight. Ayumi stood tall before Lein, her posture radiating confidence though her gaze remained gentle and unassuming. Her dark eyes sparkled with a sense of self-assurance, as if awaiting Lein's response without haste. Lein stared at her for a moment, admiring her graceful figure. With calm and controlled poise, Lein gave a slight nod before speaking. Hello, Princess Ayumi. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Lein's friendly smile caught Ayumi by surprise. In her heart, she felt both relief and wonder. Lein, the figure rumored to be a greedy and arrogant leader among the top alliance leaders, was different from the gossip she'd often heard. His demeanor was warm, even approachable. Ha. No need to call me princess, just Ayumi is fine, Ayumi replied, smiling awkwardly. Her voice was warm, though there was a slight unease behind her laugh. She briefly glanced at Frian, standing not far away. He seemed frozen, standing there with a blank stare and a pale face. After a few seconds, Ayumi refocused on Lein, but at the same time, Lein, who had fainted, began to show signs of life. Her fingers moved slightly, then her tiny hand gripped Lein's robe. With an unexpected tug, Lein clung to Lein's arm, holding it tighter. Not long after, her once closed eyes started to open slowly. A hint of confusion appeared on her face as she looked directly at Lein. Where am I? Lein mumbled weakly, her mind still foggy. Her body tried to rise, but she was too weak to stand upright. With no other choice, she leaned against Lein, feeling the warmth of the person she usually didn't want to meet. Then, as her vision cleared, Lein looked at the figure supporting her. Her face paled, then suddenly turned bright red. "What? Leader?" Lein's scream echoed, her voice full of embarrassment and panic. She tried to cover her face with both hands but couldn't because she was still gripping Lein's robe to prevent herself from falling. She had no other choice but to lower her head, hiding her flushed face against Lein's chest, struggling to contain her embarrassment. Lein, puzzled by her strange reaction, could only smile faintly. "Lein, what's wrong? Why are you so afraid of me?" he asked, his tone more confused than angry. To him, Lein was just a much younger girl, very shy and introverted, but loyal. In a barely audible voice, Lein replied, "No, leader. It's nothing." Her face remained downcast, and her voice faltered as if someone struggling hard to suppress their embarrassment. Feeling Lein's gaze still fixed on her, Lein quickly pulled out a vortex plate from her storage ring and leapt onto it. Once her body hovered over the magical plate, the tension that had gripped her began to ease. She could control her emotions better now. Standing atop the vortex plate, she looked at Lein with a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. "Leader," Lein began, her eyes filled with urgent questions. Lein looked at her calmly, sensing the questions in Lein's mind. "What's the matter?" he replied with a relaxed tone, as if he already knew what she would ask. "Where did you come from? Why did you suddenly appear here? Weren't you in another realm investigating the source of the foreign attacks? Have you found the cause?" Lein fired off those questions quickly, unable to hide the curiosity mixed with her concern. Lein simply gave a small smile. Then, without saying anything, he drew a golden sword from his waist. In one graceful motion, he swung the sword in front of Lein. The sword's light shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting mesmerizing golden glints. "Do you remember this sword?" Lein asked, skillfully twirling it, as if playfully. "I once gave it to all of you, one for each corps member." Lein gazed at the golden sword, recalling the moment when Lein had given it. Although she had never used it, being not a close combat fighter, Lein kept it well. To her, the sword was a gift from Lein. The golden sword floating in midair suddenly radiated a blinding flash of white light. In an instant, another figure appeared beside Lein, identical in every detail of his appearance. Lein gasped, her eyes widening. "What? Leader? There are two of you?" Ayumi frowned, her gaze sharp as she observed closely. "A clone, or transformation?" she murmured, trying to make sense of what was happening, while Lein stood calmly, watching their reactions.